come at front. Gentlemen at last, please, I request these seats are vacant. Please take your seat. Once again, I welcome each one of you. Thank you very much. In next 5 minutes, we're going to start this most awaited day. Once again, welcome to Kerala. I was expecting a little more energy because whenever we heard this word Kerala, Kerala is all about to explore. Not only the I have to say the place, but you also. It is an untouched, beautiful, serene place to just be here. I think यहाँ की हवाओं में भी जादू है. आपने महसूस किया? कितनों ने महसूस किया? How many of you are here from Mumbai? Lovely. How many of you here from any city of South India? Lovely. Still, you know Hindi. Tap on your shoulder, please. Thank you. How many of you here, any chance by Delhi? Lovely. So, specifically Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai. If you guys are from these kind of cities and you are here in Kerala, in Trivandrum, basically, actually, you feel the moment I landed, this is a very personal experience I'm sharing. The moment I landed here, हवा इतनी क्लीन आई कि ऑटोमेटिकली सारी थकान दूर हो गई. कितनों को ऐसा फील हुआ? The purity in the air. Did you feel so? Did you feel so? Did you? From Bombay, from Delhi, I think Bangalore, Chennai, जितने भी ऐसे मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी से आए हैं, आई थिंक लैंड होते सबसे पहली चीज हमने जो महसूस की कि यहाँ की हवा में जादू है, जादू का नाम प्योरिटी है. सो ये 2 days के अफेयर को हम सभी को मिलकर ग्रैंडियर बनाना है, मेमोरेबल बनाना है, एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली वी आर हियर to innovate the banking and finance sector. I once again welcome all the extraordinary champions in the house. A round of applause for yourself, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you. So we are about to proceed. Thank you. Please put your phone on silent mode. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Look, I read a beautiful quote this morning. It said very rightly, if the beginning has done properly, then it's already half done, isn't it? So I really want to do the beginning with you, all the extraordinary personalities in the house, in an extraordinary way. So just for a minute, can we just stand up, ladies and gentlemen? Can we do that? Lovely, lovely. So if what if I say, then after doing this small exercise, you're gonna feel there is a slight change in the energy of this room. Are you ready to take the challenge? Yes? 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 Yes, gentlemen? Yes? Okay. So what we're going to do, this exercise is called happiness exercise. When I will say you have to first, we're going to start with clapping. Can we just do this once again? Clapping? Yes. This is just a demonstration. Then ladies, be careful. We're going to jump a bit. Okay. We're going to jump, jump, jump. Then we're going to shake hands, greet each other. You have to shake at least 10 people hand. Simple as that. 10 लोगों से आपको हाथ मिलाना है. Then we're gonna give a warm hug to each other, followed by some laughter session and 3 cheers for this extraordinary morning. Are we ready for this? Bina kiye hi, I can feel the shift in the energy. Okay, let's do this all together. Start with a clapping session. Come on, 1, 2, 3. More clapping. Come on. More clapping. More. Come on, ma'am. Please clap. Now you can jump, everybody. Jump. Come on, big jump. Jump towards your goals. Jump towards the fitness. Jump towards 2024, the best year of your life. Come on, jump. A big jump. A big one. Now, can you please shake hands, everybody? Shake hands. 10 people at least you have to greet. Shake hands. 10. At least 10 shake hands. 10 shake hands, everybody. 10 shake hands. And now, can you give a warm hug to 10 people? Warm hug to 10 people. Come on. Warm hug. Elets की team भी please एक दूसरे को hug करेंगे. Everybody please give a warm hug to each other. Yes, a warm hug. Come on, everybody. And now can we have a laughter session? Let's start this morning. Come on, ha. A laughter session. Come on, sir. Oh God, look at sir. He's laughing loud. Yeah, come on. Okay, so now 3 cheers for this fantastically beautiful morning. Hip, hip. Wow, champions in the house. Can we have the track now? No, don't sit now. Can we just hold each other's hands just for a while? Up in the air. Can we have the music? Here we go. Come on, 3, 2, and 1. Put your hands up in the air. All the champions in the house, this is the tribute from Elets. Come on, put your hands up in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on. Together, come on, all the champions in the house. Lovely. Come on. You have to copy the steps. Come on. More movement. Come on. I love this group. Come on, gentlemen. Lovely. Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Wow. What a power-packed start of this morning. Thank you, everybody. So now, ladies and gentlemen, Elets welcomes each one of you to BFSI CXO Masterclass 2024 with the biggest round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do this all together. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. This is, as we all know, this is our 8th edition. So we welcome each one of you here, actually. All the government officials, industry veterans, BFSI leaders, esteemed guests, thank you very much for being here. Without you, this journey would not have been possible. So, आपके साथ के लिए, आपके support के लिए शुक्रिया. And at the same time, I will take a moment to appreciate the wonderful work you have done so far. So, it's always wisely that you have to be your own cheerleader first. And in order to do that, can we just tap on your shoulder? अपने आप को शाबाशी देना बहुत important है. And also, as we are talking about 8th edition of, Elets, this beautiful conference, we are gathered here together. Last time it was Goa, 7th edition. You remember? How many of you remember? Goa? Sir, you remember? From there, sir? Yes? Actually, I remember so many faces here. So it said very nicely again that if you want to do something good in your life, अगर आप अपनी जिंदगी में कुछ अच्छा करना चाहते हैं, then it's okay to walk alone. तो आप अकेले चल सकते हैं. But if you want to do something extraordinary in your life, you have to walk with the time. अगर आपको अपनी जिंदगी में कुछ महान हासिल करना है, तो आपको अपने टीम के साथ ही चलना है. And that's what Elets is doing. We are walking with you, ladies and gentlemen. eighth edition just because of you all. A round of applause for you, for the wonderful support and wonderful work you have done so far. So before we proceed any further, let's have the event video. Let's understand why we all gathered here. What is the agenda? How we gonna learn from each other? How we gonna evolve and make the banking and finance sector more wonderful, better place to work, and of course, better serving to the world. Can we have the video now? Let's have the event video. Wow. I mean, without saving in a single word, I think a round of applause for us, ladies and gentlemen. I think we love beaches, isn't it? I mean, from Goa to Trivandrum, one thing is very constant, that's the beach. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you've seen, we start the day with meditation, with yoga, with this, I have to say, spiritual aspect. At the same time, you have seen the wonderful panel discussions, masterclass, presentations, success stories, followed by the fun time in the evening. We believe in one thing, ladies and gentlemen, that if we are here to making strategies together, at the same time, we are here to have fun together. जैसे एक परिवार एक साथ मिलकर strategies plan करता है, अपने upcoming future को better बनाता है, साथ ही साथ festival को enjoy करता है. So it starts like a family time together. And Elets Technomedia has a history, I have to tell you, history of organizing impactful summits over last 2 decades, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for that. Since 2003, can you believe? Elets Technomedia has been at the forefront of championing innovation, establishing knowledge and sharing platforms, emphasizing the significance of technology across various sectors, including governance, CIO, health, education, banking, finance, through conferences, publications, knowledge portals, virtual conferences, and webinars in the new normal technological advancements. We are also thrilled to announce a significant milestone in our journey. The banking and finance post has successfully completed a decade of providing latest insights, trends, expertise in the dynamic world of BFSI. 1 decade, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause. Please, come on, let's do this all together. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our valuable speakers, partners, delegates, and all our stakeholders of BFSI for standing by us, for being together, for essential part of our incredible journey. It's your trust, support that have made our 10-year legacy possible. Over the years, Elets Banking and Finance Post has become synonyms with the excellence in the BFSI reporting, innovation in financial technology, and a relentless pursuit for progress in the industry. Our mission has always been to pioneer tomorrow's finance today, and we take immense pride in being at the forefront of innovation in the landscape. So, ladies and gentlemen, on this note, we have a special video. Let's see the event legacy video of the Banking and Finance Post. Can we have the video, the team? 10 years, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's do this all together. Yes. 10 years, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being constant to us. So, this time we are here to innovate, accelerate, at the same time transform. So our agenda over next days is packed with interactive panel discussions, VIP meetings, technology, exhibitions, as you can see there, exclusive roundtables designed to foster collaboration, innovation, strategic partnership. Whether you are here to gain insights into AI integration, cybersecurity, digital transformation, or any other critical area, this masterclass is here to extend your expectation. We're also thrilled to present you the Elets BFSI CXO Awards, celebrating exceptional contribution to the innovation, adaptability, resilience, and technological advancements in the BFSI journey. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I also extend our gratitude. We are here to say a big thank you to our wonderful, I have to say, a round of applause for all the wonderful sponsors here. My heartfelt gratitude to our partners, SCL Software. Round of applause for SCL Software, ladies and gentlemen. Our platinum partner, Blue Sapphire. A round of applause for Blue Sapphire, ladies and gentlemen. Our gold partner, Scott Stack, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for them. Come on, let's do this all together. Our silver partner, Ring, as FinTech partner. A round of applause for them. Our Fortinet as cyber security partner. A round of applause for them. And there should be a round of applause because, of course, they have contributing a lot. That's one of the reasons we are here. And of course, a round of applause for IceRock, ladies and gentlemen, as the email and collaboration partner. Thank you. Thank you very much. So here, are we ready to start this day? Finally, ladies and gentlemen. Yes? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I will take this opportunity to welcome, to introduce in front of you this one-man army. I think his presence gonna make this day more better. We learn from each other. Please help me to welcome on stage Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder, CEO of Elets Technomedia. Dr. Ravi Gupta is a social entrepreneur and has been promoting innovations in various sectors for the development of society for the last 2 decades. 20 years he's into the business. He has achieved his through research, advocacy, conferences, publications, workshops in several countries, including India, UK, USA, Dubai, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Thailand, and many more. He holds a PhD in business economics from the University of Delhi and an MTech from prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, where he studied applied geophysics. Additionally, he obtained other MTech from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, specializing in remote sensing and geographic information system. Dr. Gupta's wonderful, I think, journey has been an inspiration for all of us. You all have to help me to welcome Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia. Indeed, we are here to learn from each other. I request you, everybody, उनकी वजह से आज का दिन मुमकिन हुआ है, तो उनके लिए थोड़ी स्पेशल वाली तालियां, उस ताली में थोड़ा प्यार, थोड़ा ज्यादा वाला प्यार नजर आना चाहिए. Can we do this all together? Please help me to welcome Dr. Ravi Gupta on stage for the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Can we do this all together? All over to you, sir.
Namaskar and welcome. It's a great occasion to be with you here at this exciting event. As you are all aware that we have been organizing this conference for many years, like this is the 8th edition, and we have completed more than a decade in this BFSI sector. And the interesting thing about being in this BFSI sector is that like almost every month or every quarter, things are dramatically evolving. This sector is highly competitive, highly dynamic, and highly progressive and highly customer centric, and which forces it to be like always to be on the toes. So we have like over this next 3 days, exciting sessions happening, exciting panels, keynotes, and uh, a lot of deliberations. So I think a lot of intro has already happened from our MC, so I don't need to speak a lot at this stage, and we can straight away like delve into the sessions. And before I do that, I will just take a uh, quick uh, uh, feedback on what is the most exciting thing which is happening besides the Paytm in this BFSI sector right now. So I will request my colleague Mano to like give a mic to people, and everyone has to just speak one word, one odd thing, which is the key word, uh, which is right now very very hot in this BSI sector, and this will also like give us a prompt of what we are going to discuss in this. Yeah. So Vishal, we can start from here.
Use of AI,
Yeah. Next.
uh, DPI.
Yeah.
I believe it's generative AI. That's everyone is looking at right now.
Fantastic.
I believe his chatbot is creating a disruption, so that's also.
Fantastic. Great.
Analysis.
Audible. Sorry.
Behavior analysis.
Yeah. Okay. Behavior analysis. Okay. Great.
AI that's specific to India.
Great. AI for India. Yeah.
Data and analytics driven approaches.
Yeah. That's been always hot and remain hot.
I think ONDC is also sort of booming
Yes.
up.
Yes.
Distribution of financial products.
Yes. Yes. ONDC is that emerging sector. Yeah.
Recently, we started seeing even deep fakes
Mhm.
causing people to a lot of money.
Hmm.
I think fintech, it's time to look into those as well.
Yeah. Deep, fakes. This recent story about like 25 million are getting transferred by a deep fake video. Yeah.
Cyber security, which is
Yes.
more.
Yes. This is a most important.
Cloud migration, moving on to the cloud.
Okay. Yeah. Cloud migration. Yes.
I think it's everlasting customer experience CX, constantly hyper personalized CX.
Yeah. Customer experience, personalization,
Technology for business than technology for technology.
technology for business, and technology.
Technology for business rather than technology for sake of technology.
Yes. 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 Yes.
It was specific that a video KYC platform is failing because of Gen AI and deepfakes. So as an industry, we should be, focusing there as well.
Okay.
Cybersecurity.
Uh,
Cybersecurity.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Very important. And cyber security.
Well, I'll make a small distinction and not technology. Two things. One, expect the unexpected and challenge it by innovation.
Expect the unexpected.
Yes.
Love this. Yeah. Great.
Synchronization security. Sync security.
Sorry.
Synchronization security. Sync security.
Okay.
Personal data protection.
Personal data protection. Yes. Very important.
I say that more into data security and digitization is disturbing the industry.
Data security. Yes.
Quite an old one, but regulatory compliance.
Okay. Great.
I think with the new constitutions of DPDP law, how the business transformation will happen, how the process will get changed.
Yes.
Because I'm sure the way for doing the business process will change
Yes.
entirely. So that's
Yes.
very thing to discuss out over here.
Yes.
I think that's the one thing we should
Yes.
discuss more.
Data protection law is the biggest elephant in the room out
The
there.
code will get constituted in next 1 or 2 months, and hopefully the law will be applicable.
Yeah.
So today we do the business, we do the KYCs, and everything will get changed. So I think that's the format. How does it look like in future? That's the discussion should happen.
Yes.
I think the world following India on the payments ecosystem that India has developed.
Yes. Fantastic.
Hello. I think the fraud detection is going to be a big thing now. It's
Yes.
more, there's more increased focus on fraud detection.
Yep. Yep.
I would say technology convergence.
Technology convergence.
Yep.
Fantastic. Great. Madam.
I would say regulatory agility.
Regulatory agility. We are like seeing an example here right now regarding Paytm. So it's a double-edged game. Yeah.
I think payment form factors, whether it's UPI, whether it's credit on UPI, benefits and risks, and how you mitigate those. That's perhaps something that is top of mind for me, and also I see that's trending.
Fantastic. Yeah.
I will say two things. One which is right now happening, hyper-personalization. One which is going to disrupt CBDC.
Yep.
I would say simplified digital journeys for the customer, because sometimes it becomes
louder, please. Louder.
Simplified digital journeys for the customer, because it needs to be easy to understand, easy to follow.
Yes.
I would say quantum computing, and because I'm in cybersecurity, quantum cryptography.
I think for the regulatory compliances, in line with the artificial intelligence growing in a fast paces, and the regulatory compliances are in a very slow pace. So for the growth sector, it would be a very difficult task.
Fantastic. Yep.
Well, most of my friends have covered almost everything I had to say by the time this mic has reached me. So, any which ways, I have very different aspect towards it, because with regulatory compliance, AI, X, Y, Z, everything is being done for the consumer, right? So somewhere possibly in the space or in this segment wherein we are doing compliance, data integration, security, X, Y, Z, somewhere we are losing out the customer. So for me, I think the customer orientation for anything which we do is a must.
Customer orientation, yes, very important.
Hi, good morning. So I think one of our friends mentioned cloud migration.
Yes.
I believe the world right now is divided into two halves, to cloud or not to cloud.
Yes.
So one part of the world is working towards cloud migration. The other part of the world is now trying to figure out how to get away from cloud. So possibly that's another important technology questions that the BFSI segment is looking at.
Yes. Fantastic. Yeah.
I think many of the topics have been covered, but I think the crux of the matter is, the biggest challenge as a CIO, I would say, is the keeping pace with change in technology all the time. And by the time you're caught up with one, it is already late. And the second is, ever-changing demands of the new age customer. I mean, you can't hold a customer any longer. I mean, he's like catching fish with oily hands. By the time you caught one, the other one has already slipped.
Yep.
Hey, good morning. Something which is uncovered, which I wanted to bring, is voice coupled with multilingual, where the AI enrichment will also take place in this.
Yes. Voice and language, AI. Yeah.
Hello and good morning. So I will be covering something that has already been called out, but I would like to say next gen technologies, be it Gen AI, be it quantum, with the customer in mind, customer at the center. At the same time, data privacy and the DPDP Act, but not forgetting cybersecurity and cyber threats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Warm morning to everyone. So many points covered. I think the crux of the matter would be digital inclusivity. Getting everyone on the same page. There are customers who are very different, customers who come from different strata in society. There's a clear India and Bharat, And that inclusivity is the factor which is the most important. Consumers
Inclusivity, yes.
come in all shapes and sizes.
Yes.
It cannot be one size fit all in this age and era.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I believe the current hot topic is Elets BFSI CXO Masterclass. Other than that, in cybersecurity space, attack surface management, brand monitoring, and the the journey of next events that are happening in cybersecurity space, that would be the topics. So.
Fantastic.
Good morning, all. So cybersecurity has always been a hot topic in this industry. But once the DPDP Act is in place, so what all the changes will happen in the business operation, and what are dynamics will be changed? So that is the major challenge what I'm looking for.
Yes. Data Protection Act. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. I think most of the things are covered by all the eminent speakers. But one thing I would definitely emphasize on the large and huge consumption of the APIs, because digital API ecosystem, that is something which is great thing and which is going to expand exponentially in the future. That is one thing which I surely see as a new thing. Second, of course, everyone talk about generative AI, and definitely that is going to happen in a big way. But generative AI in cybersecurity, that is something which I see is major thing which is going to see in 2024 specifically. And from India perspective, DPDP is one thing which is definitely going to shape a lot of things for us, and it is going to bring a lot of things on the table for not only the tech people but also the cyber people. Thank you.
Anyone left out? We have forgot to ask? No? So I think these topics actually define what we are going to discuss over the next 2 days, 3 days. I think there are as diverse inputs, feedbacks, and this defines our agenda of the discussion. So without much ado, I think we will straight away get into the game. I will invite our MC to invite our next set of programs. Yeah.
Well, first of all, I request everybody a applause for Bhavi sir for the wonderful warm speech, and also the way he includes everyone. It was not about this moment. ये ऐसे ही हर कॉन्फ्रेंस में, हर डिस्कशन में आप सबको इंक्लूड करते हैं. ये इनकी विशेषता है, ये इनकी वंडरफुल पर्सनालिटी की ट्रेट. A round of applause for sir. First of all, thank you. So now we have arrived on a particular space where it's about to say a big thank you to the supreme power. And in Indian culture, doesn't matter which part of India, even not in India, wherever we are starting anything auspicious, we always say thank you and express our gratitude to the supreme power. So not belaying even a single moment, let's proceed for the lighting of lamp, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all, please help me to welcome these distinguished personalities nearby the lighting of lamp area with Ravi sir, of course. Now, please help me to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, S. Ganesh Kumar, Executive Director, RBI, Independent Director, IDFC First Bank. A round of applause for S. Ganesh Kumar, ladies and gentlemen. Now, please help me to welcome Ms. Nina Nagpal, Board Member, Governance Advisory. A round of applause for Nina Nagpal. Now, please help me to welcome Kalol Vasu, Mr. Kalol Vasu, Chief Technology Officer, National Insurance Company. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Chiti Babu, Chief Innovation Officer, Star Health. A round of applause. Just a minute. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Sumod C, Head of Digital Federal Bank. A round of applause. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Ankit Kukreja, Head Strategic Alliance and Brand ISWAP. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. Mr. Rishabh Lada, co-founder and business Scott Stack. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Please help me to welcome Mr. Praveen, Head of Solution Engineering and Marketing, Blue Sapphire. And last but not the least, definitely, please help me to welcome Navneet Kaur, Country Head, SCL Software. A round of applause. So, just to make this moment more auspicious and memorable, can we just stand up for a while? Let's do this wonderful moment together. Let's express our gratitude to the supreme power by lighting of lamp. Can we have the music now?
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा ॐ गं गणपतये नमः ॐ गं गणपतये नमः ॐ गं गणपतये नमः ॐ गं गणपतये नमो नमः
A round of applause.
सिद्धिविनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
And also, I will take a moment to appreciate these distinguished personalities here. Round of applause for them also, ladies and gentlemen. आइए आज के दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं स्पिरिचुअल एस्पेक्ट से, इस जॉयस ओकेजन की शुरुआत. Or of course, we express our gratitude to the supreme power that today we all are here. Can you imagine how beautiful this day is? सब इतने प्यारे लग रहे हैं, खूबसूरत, wonderful energy है. We all are fit, sitting under one roof, extraordinary personalities. What a beautiful day. Just let's appreciate this beautiful day by putting your hands together. Let's do this once again. It's an auspicious, joyous occasion. Elets welcomes once again, ladies and gentlemen. And now, before we proceed any further, let's have a look at the Banking and Finance Post Magazine Legacy video, because as we all know, Banking and Finance Magazine is one of the best sector we are working in. So I request the console. Can we have the video? Ten years, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, a round of applause. 10 years, a decade, and 2 decades of Elets, just because of all of you. Thank you. So we are also excited for the grand launch of the special edition of the Banking and Finance Post magazine. This edition is compilation of the thought, leadership, articles, and industry perspective for the best of BFSI minds, providing a comprehensive look at the trends, technologies, and transformations shaping the BFSI sector. I welcome, of course, these distinguished personalities on stage for the magazine launch. I request, ladies and gentlemen, you all have to help me in order to welcome these wonderful personalities. I'm saying this again. This room is filled with extraordinary personalities. And that's the only reason I'm expecting more and more energy again and again. Please help me welcome S. Ganesh Kumar. Sir, can you please be on stage for the magazine launch? A round of applause for Sir, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Please help me to welcome Ms. Neena Nagpal. Ma'am, kindly be on stage. A round of applause. Please help me to welcome Mr. Kalol Basu. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please help me to welcome Mr. Chitti Babu. A round of applause. Please help me to welcome. Please help me to welcome Mr. Sumod C. A round of applause. Please help me to welcome Ms. Anita Kukureja. A round of applause. Please help me to welcome Mr. Rishabh Lada. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please help me to welcome Mr. Praveen from Blue Sapphire. A round of applause. Please help me to welcome Ms. Navneet Kaur, Country Head, SCL Software. A round of applause. And along with Dr. Ravi sir, kindly be on stage. Let's have the magazine launch. Are you ready? The energy is missing. I mean, we are here about to proceed for the magazine launch. The energy is missing, ladies and gentlemen. Are we ready? Yes? Yes? Yes, sir? Gentlemen at last, can you say hi, everybody? Namaskaram once again. Welcome to Kerala. So I will be doing one thing. The moment I will see the energy is going here, I will just pull the energy here and I will remind you that we are not in Bombay, Delhi and Chennai and Bangalore. We are in Trivandrum, ladies and gentlemen. The vibrant plan. And here, let's proceed for the magazine launch. Can we have the video and the music? Here we go. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's do this all together. I request Mr. Aditya Mishra, Chief Data Officer, SBM Bank, kindly to join us. Aditya Mishra. A round of applause for Aditya sir, ladies and gentlemen. So the banking and finance, wonderful, wonderful time, I have to say. Thank you all the distinguished personalities on stage for helping us for the magazine launch. Thank you. So now everybody, please take your seat. We are about to proceed for the masterclass.
We are going to start our sessions, the sessions of the masterclass. One of the requests I have to the moderators is to engage more audience questions in the beginning itself, so that we have the whole room involved in the discussion instead of the just the session panelists are discussing. So requesting more audience participation, more audience questions, and requesting our moderators and the speakers to include the audience in the discussions, because it's a closed door community. Very elite rooms are here in this elite brains are here in the room, and I think engagement of each of us would be really making this discussion highly productive and highly fruitful. So,
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for sir. Wonderful idea, actually. I think if few people are here on stage at the same time, we can include everybody together for the panel discussion. I think it can come only from a brilliant mind like Dr. Ravi. Thank you, sir. So before we proceed for the panel discussion, I have an idea. Why not to make this conference not only about learning, but also a little fun? What do you think? Is it the right thing to do or not? This is team A. Team A, do you agree with me? It's time to also have little fun also, just to entertain also, right? Yes? What do you think, team B? If you agree with me, you have to raise the right hand so that I can calculate. It's a it's a democratic country, so we have to take the votes very seriously. Yes? Team B, what do you think? Like after one session, do you feel there should be a little fun of 1-2 minutes? Please raise your hand up in the air. Okay, lovely. Sir, you don't believe in this? Okay. Team C, what do you think? Sure? Sir, do you think? Raise hand up in the air. Yes? Team D, what do you think? Actually, but doesn't matter. Quality matters. Quantity seriously doesn't matter. We'll proceed for the first panel discussion. I have a PPT where how many Bollywood lovers in the house? Raise big hand up in the air if you're Bollywood lovers. Yes? Okay. Can we have the first slide, console? So I will be asking few questions from you, ladies and gentlemen. If you know the answer, don't say it. Just raise right hand up in the air. And of course, we have small hampers for you. Can we have the first slide? You have to guess the song and the movie. Play. Play. This is for the team A and team B. What do you think? If you know the song, you know the song? You're from team A or team B? Okay, come here, come here. You know the song? You have to sing it. Yeah, of course, he has to sing it. If you know the song, you have to sing it. You know the name of the movie also, right? Anyone else? Anyone else who knows the both things together? Anyone? So you know, team A, team B, give up. So I think you can do it. You you are just hiding the talent you have given from the God. Yeah? You are hiding it. Who can, please? Please come. Come, a round of applause for sir. What's your name, sir? What's your name? A round of applause for Mr. Jimmy, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. First, we are also here. Elets की पूरी team hidden talent को भी ढूंढ रही है. Let me tell you, we are about to launch another sector. So, ready?
Yeah, I'll try. Jimmy Thomas from SEL Software. Hi, good morning, everyone. लग जा गले के फिर ये हंसी रात हो न हो शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो लग जा गले से Thank you. I don't know the name of the movie.
Name of the movie, anyone? I request Elets team, we should have something special, specific for Jimmy sir. Please, sir, I will give you something very special. Who knows the name of the movie? Sir, please. Sir, raise the hand, please. Huh?
वो कौन थी?
वो कौन थी? What do you think, ma'am? वो जो हसीना. Okay, let's see the answer. The answer is वो कौन थी? Okay. I request please write down these personalities' names, sir and Jimmy sir. Wow, wonderful. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you all liked it. Little break from the panel discussion so that we can concentrate more. That's the only idea of Elets. And let me tell you, ये wonderful idea रवि सर का है, हमारी पूरी टीम का है, तो एक बार तालियां Elets के लिए भी होनी चाहिए. Come on. क्योंकि जब mind will relax, we will concentrate very quickly. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Let's proceed for the first panel discussion of the day, where we're going to talk about industry insights, leadership in the digital age, a round of applause, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, transformative approaches of BFSI CXOs. In order to moderate this session, please help me to welcome Mr. Aston D. Cruz, a round of applause, Executive Director, NetWest Markets. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I was expecting a little more energy because I have seen him moderating the sessions in Goa also in 7th edition. He's a great moderator, let me tell you. Please help me to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Aston on stage. Now, please help me to welcome Ms. Neena Nagpal, our panelist. A round of applause, both director and governance advisory. A round of applause. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, Chief Information Officer, Unity Small Finance Bank. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Rupesh Chandran, Chief Operating Officer, BOF Financial Solutions Limited. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together With some round of applause, help me to welcome Mr. Shiva Kumar Nandipati, Chief Digital Officer, Fed Bank Financial Services. So we're going to talk about industry insights. I think that's a very right topic to start this day. And I request everybody, be ready with your questions, with your queries. And now I hand over the stage and the mic to our moderator. As Sir said, we're going to include more and more of the audience. All over to Mr. Aston D. Cruz. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful, awaited panel discussion of the day.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Thanks, ma'am, for the introductions. And I must also thank Dr. Ravi Gupta, the Elets team, and the associated partners for putting up this event today and for extending the invite to such esteemed members of the industry. I'm sure that more of all of you will be sharing stage and sharing space with us today, and we'll be discussing some very interesting themes as relevant today and as was called out in the opening session that Dr. Ravi took up. Okay, coming to our discussion, I must start by saying, since this is the first panel, that views and opinions usually expressed by members of the panel are made in their personal capacity, may or may not be subscribed by the organization they represent. We will also try to host this panel by way of Chatham House rules. Some of you will be aware of it, but just simply put, it states that information provided by speakers here may be used by participants without associating it with the identity of the affiliation of the speaker and other participants in this forum. Okay, so that's the way we will conduct today's session. So thank you once again, everybody, for coming over. What we have as the topic for today and what has been given to us to kickstart this event is Leadership Masterclass, Digital Transformations for CXOs. And as part of this topic, what we will actually try to explore is to be able to understand opportunities, challenges that leaders within the BFSI space, be it banking, financial services, insurance, etc. What are the challenges that they face in this era of digital transformation? And when I mean challenges as well as opportunities, opportunities could be looked at in terms of leveraging the use of digital technologies as well as innovation of the likes to be able to enhance customer experience as well as operational efficiency and overall business growth. It could also be look at fostering a culture of collaboration and innovation both within and across the organizations, or maybe across with various stakeholders, internal and external. At the same time, we also need to be managing the risk and the uncertainties that come across whenever we look at digital disruptions, cyber threats, as well as regulatory changes. And at the same time, we need to foster a culture of learning so that we are able to lead and work within this complex environment. So that's what we will try to cover, and I'm sure the audience here will gain insightful insights from the team that we have on the panel. But I must also say that whilst we have more than a century of experience on the dais here, at the same time, each and most of the members in the audience are stalwarts within the industry. So some of the things that we state here will be things that you already know. It will be something that you're already aware of. And there may be things that we state here which may be something that you don't really agree to. Again, let's try to keep this open. Let's put out forward challenges. If you think that something has been stated here which you don't agree to, please put your hand up and I will take your view on board as well. But let's try to keep it as interactive as possible. So that's where we stand. And with that, we dive into the first question that we have for today. Okay, I will start with you since you're closest to me. Yeah. So in today's rapidly evolving landscape of the digital age, how do you believe roles within the BFSI sector have transformed? And along with that, what key qualities do you see as leaders to be able to navigate through these changes?
Thank you. Taking the first question, the only constant in technology, whether it is in BFSI or any other industry, is change, and it's evolving and changing so fast. Keeping pace with those changes becoming a very big challenge. And as a technology head of a bank, the problem starts. I have two types of customers: a user who is my customer, and then the customer who is my user, who is the end user. So keeping them satisfied with whatever they want, it's so the change that happens, from a tech mentality to tech for the heck of it, or talking technology all the time. So now the paradigm has changed to the technology thinking business, and business also thinking about technology. So the biggest challenge for me is, while we are putting our best foot to understand business needs, and because these needs crop up every now and then. It starts as somebody daydream, next day morning they want it immediately, and we are also the culprit by using that word called plug and play. So they think you say plug and play, it has to be plug and play. So I give it in the morning, it should be available by 2 days or 10 days, and that becomes a very big challenge to make them understand that, while you may say it is plug and play, it is not literally plug and play. I can't put it in the power socket and the phone gets charged. It's not going to happen like that. So that's a very, and good thing that has happened, and the change. It's not a backroom voice now anymore. We are there, part of the board. Our voices are heard, and we take a decision. Primarily because technology brings in new avenues for business, and business comes with requirements with new technologies which they can use to create more business opportunities. So it's a fairly a risky game, technology talking about business or business talking about technology. And in one of my earlier sessions, I had said, the risk of this new technology, the Chat GPT and AI and Google. We have more pseudo CIOs floating around in the organization who come, and then they are, they see a news in the night, they attend a seminar somewhere, and then they read the newspaper in the morning. By 10 o'clock, they are qualified enough to tell the CIO what is right and wrong. So then it becomes a major challenge, and say, yeah, it is possible, give us time. So then the mindset has to change in both fronts, the business users, and the end, everything is for the customer only. I'm a very hard task customer. I want everything. Nobody goes to the bank at all. Everybody does it through the mobile and or your laptop. And even if you want a mobile, if you put everything into one thing, and then they say, no, it has to be simple, stupid, easy to use, whatever I want, and why should I have an advertisement running out there? These are becoming challenges. And keeping the, like I said, one is acquiring customers, second is the keeping the customer with you. So it is like catching fish with oily hands, and by the time you catch one, the other one's already slipped. So because there's no difference between bank A, B, C, D, and D. Everybody does everything. So so it's an ongoing challenge. New technology will come. We'll have to change. So, and keeping that in mind, we ensure that the technology makes sense, not tech for the sake of heck.
Okay, so I guess you in a way echoed someone who actually said not technology for technology, but technology for business. So you actually echoed the sentiment. At the same time, I think you again stuck to a middle line being from technology, where you said business doesn't necessarily understand everything that technology does. Okay, with that, I'll come to you, Rupesh. Do you have a second view that you want to share, something where you differ or you agree?
Before I differ or agree, like we all need to, and Indians are known for that. I think I will take that second part of your question, which was about leadership in this digital world. Four qualities which I think all of us will agree digital world needs from leaders is, one is the emotional intelligence, right? Because we deal with people. Technology is an enabler, but people is what drives it, right? So emotional intelligence is the first thing. Second is, obviously, because it deals with technology, you need to be digitally literate. So from leaders, it is expected that you need to be digitally literate to make sense as to what you're talking. Third is adaptability. And he just spoke about the speed, the plug and play part of it, which is very valid. And I come to that point later. The fourth point, which is very important in technology world, and I think many of the speakers spoke about it when Dr. Ravi asked about what is the topic in mind today, is about ethical decision making, right? Because there is so much of data, so much of ease to access the data, that ethical decision making is very important. And as leaders, the core thing that we have to do is to be able to drive a change, keeping people front and center of it. Technology cannot replace people. We had this discussion sometime back in some other panels where we spoke about, is technology going to replace people? No, it's not going to replace people. It's going to augment how they do it, right? So we have to be very careful about it. Vaidhi just spoke about plug and play part of it. The problem with technology and the speed of change that is happening is that people's expectations have far superseded the delivery timelines. So he was gracious enough to say that we say to IT that give it by 2 or 10 days. No, we say you should have given it as of yesterday. Why didn't you think about it? That's the expectation which is happening. And it's happening because change is speeding up very fast. We spoke in the sessions, many speakers spoke about regulatory compliance. They spoke about the new technology. Someone spoke about UPI. A decade ago, none of this existed. We never spoke about regulatory interactions or people being consulted, UPI, speed of transactions, India leading digital world. It didn't exist. But today it's part and parcel of our life. So the speed of change which has happened, technology has helped us leapfrog that. The importance is we should not be run behind by the train. We should be on that train running along with it, right? So that is the important part. And as leaders, whether it is the CIO, the CTO, the CDO, the chief operating officer, the CEO, all of us have to be mindful that technology has to be part of the solution, not the solution itself. It has to keep in mind that a technology should be delivered through the people and they should be part of the decision making as well as the delivery of that solution itself. So that I think will be very critical as we go ahead and as we see the speed of change happening along with us.
Okay, sure. Very well put. So again, from what I understand, technology should be an enabler. Technology is one part of it. People is an equally important part of it. And as you've put it, strategy should be something that impacts the future, not runs with the present. Great points, Rupesh. I'll come to one point that you actually talked about where you touched upon ethical considerations. And with that, I'll ask you another question, a related point. BFI sector is increasingly using Gen AI, data analytics, etc. and all to basically augment their business requirements. How do you think you should effectively leverage these very technologies to enhance the decision-making process and drive the overall business outcomes, while at the same time addressing potential ethical concerns?
See, Aston, let me break it into parts, right? What is ethics? Ethics is taught to all of us in school, right? Ethics is taught to us by our parents, by our grandparents, and by neighbors to see that we do things which are right by principle, right to other person, not just right to yourself, right? So when in decision making, when we are as leaders who drive our individual organizations, the decisioning, the end consumer, someone spoke about the customer being front and center about it, everything has to have a principle by design. So ethics has to be part of the principle of designing a thing itself. What you ask, how much you ask, how do you store it, how do you use it? These are all questions that need to have an ethics part of it, right? The second, which is very important part of it, is the decision making. Decision making, obviously we all come from institutions which are for profit, right? Profit is not a negative word. What happens, greed gets associated with it, it becomes the negative part of it. So ethical part in profit making is also very important. So decision making has to keep in mind that the decision that you make, because a fraudster also makes a decision, right? He makes a decision to defraud you. It's a decision. But his decision is a profit making in his individual capacity to take away something from someone else. But when as an organization we make decisions, we have to make sure that it is for equitable good. I spoke about when it was asked in the session about inclusivity, right? So the decision making within an organization, if you look at it, when the CEO makes a decision, it has to be inclusive of the thoughts that maybe the management committee has, right? The board, when it makes a decision, it has to have the management committee's inclusivity. When the management committee makes a decision, it should have inclusivity of the departments. Similarly, going down to the lowest rung in the organization. Similarly, when the organization makes a decision, it has to have the last mile consumer in mind. Mahatma Gandhi has a very famous saying, and it's there in our books. If any one of us are from CBSE, we'll see the first page says that when you make a decision, think of the poorest of poor in this country and think how does it impact? Because that's the level of ethics that as a culture, as a nation, we have been built with. So ethical decision making, hence it's very important part, and it should be by design and not a choice that someone has to make. If that is there, then institutions, governance, everything runs for perpetuity. Individuals may come, do something and die, but institutions and principles continue to live beyond that. Hence, it is very important.
Sure, well said. So by design, inculcated your culture and profit without greed. Okay, great points. Okay, I'll come to you with Nina with the very same questions. Given your current governance scope of role, etc., where you're looking at governance within organizations, etc., in this age of big data, where we are looking at, and from what Rupesh has said, within this current at the country level or within the banking or the BFSI space in India, how do you navigate its ethical considerations around the usage of data, the use of these technologies, etc., so that decision making is propelling business forward, but at the same time, it's also prioritizing customer trust and overall privacy.
Right. No, thank you. So I think I'd like to start out at the beginning, and that beginning is that all entities in the BFSI space are regulated entities. And those that were not are being brought into the realm of regulation. So I think the whole story starts from there. And I have to say that the regulatory environment in this country, whether for securities regulation or for banking regulation or digital lending, is extremely, top of the class and extremely current and robust. And therefore, we need to take it on from there. So the point I'm making is that the guardrails are in place. And let me give you a few examples of the guardrails that are in place. Look, we've been doing digital usage of algorithms, big data. It's not of recent origin. I do remember 15 years ago, and it may have been before that, we used to trade equities, primarily equities, using algorithms. And and as old as that, I mean, 15 years ago, SEBI as a regulator did talk about data localization. They did talk about protecting customer data, data that was intrinsic to this country, localizing it here and not sort of placing it in overseas jurisdictions. So this whole concept of data security, data privacy has been formalized a lot more now, but it has always existed. I mean, for 15, 20 years that I am, I can think back on. And therefore, what has happened over the years is it's only gotten more refined, sophisticated, robust, and so on. Now, just to come back to the specifics of the guardrails that we already have, and I think we have to take it on from there. For instance, RBI did introduce this credit card tokenization. What was the purpose of that? The purpose of that was to protect the details of the customer and avoid frauds on those credit cards. And therefore, merchants should not have access to your data, name, location, number of the card, your CVV, etc., etc. Then, of course, I think regulators are now emphasizing, data localization one more time in the banking space as well. So that's a guardrail. The purpose of that guardrail is that, Indian customers' data should not go overseas, and therefore the regulator losing control over any kind of deviations or exceptions happening on that data. And then, of course, we all talk about fintechs. We talked about OCIN, the India stack. Now, there again, there are very elaborate guidelines on what these fintechs can do, what regulated entities need to do with regard to customer data. How long can they store the data? What data can they store? Who can they share the data with? Under what scenarios? Can they share the data without your consent? No. Can they store, X, to the power n quantum of data? No. About you, they have to store limited data for a limited period of time. And so, several such guardrails are in place, and entities are made accountable to, resort to these and to implement these. Now, that having said, what is our role as, as organizations, as individuals? There's a lot of big data, etc., that we talk about, but at the end of the day, there is an accountability that rests on individuals, managements, teams, organizations. And that accountability is, I think, what we need to discuss. So there are these guardrails, there is this framework, but when you come to the execution level, that's where we need to focus on. And therefore, that's where, to my mind, ethics comes in. Now, the point is, do we all understand what the requirement of our job is? Perhaps not. Is the compliance culture extremely tight? Perhaps not. We all understand compliance in varying degrees. And various organizations may be at varying levels of sophistication as far as the compliance culture goes. But really speaking, with all this quantum of data available, human integrity comes in. Softer as we go down the chain. The issues become soft issues. It becomes about my integrity, my ethics, my intent to do fraud, and so on and so forth. So it is the necessary conditions exist, some of the sufficient conditions exist for security, privacy. But when it comes to individual level, of course, there'll be deviants and there'll be exceptions. And I think that's kind of, we have to operate within the broader guardrails, we have to operate within the broader regulation, and at individual level, have that culture of compliance and ethics. Now, we use so much of data, and data security is a big issue, and there are many threat vectors. The threats could come in from any direction, and, people operating in the dark web, people operating on the ground here, etc., etc. And therefore, to me, it's all a matter of integrity, a soft issue comes into play. So really speaking, machines can do a lot of work, but this cognitive intelligence of humans is most important. Machines do not have at this time cognitive intelligence. They will get it, hopefully soon. But at this time, I think we have to lay a lot of emphasis on the kind of culture that we are inculcating in organizations. And dealing with data, what you're able to derive of the data, what meaning you're able to make out of it is a function of your cognitive intelligence. And so to me, these two things are very, very important aspect of the entire game of big data, artificial intelligence, data security, and so on.
Great. Very good points made. So I understand guardrails are present. Regulatory framework for the BFSI sector is a stringent framework. We've been doing this for decades. In the olden times, it was simply termed GRC. Now it's got more fanciful as data security, information security, data privacy, cyber security, and the like. But we've always been doing this. And it's important to marry intent with execution. So that's important. You talked about cognitive intelligence of humans versus machines, and that reminded me of the Rajnikant star, where he saved the lady from the fire, but he didn't use the cognitive intelligence at that time. So that's a good example. I'll pause here. If anyone in the audience has a question, has a view to share, do you think what has been said so far is in agreement with what you think, or what your personal views are? Do you have something that you want to challenge or something you want to substantiate on? Okay, I think the silence says no then. But as I said, you're always free to just raise your hands if you think you have something to add on to what's already been said. With that, I'll come to you, Shivakumar. I know you've been waiting patiently, so I'll come to you with a question. And we talk about customer experience. Okay, so customer experience is a pivotal aspect for success in any organization within any industry, more specifically within the BFSI sector. In what ways can CXOs integrate digital technologies and what is available to enhance this experience? And how does data leadership play a role in ensuring a seamless transition while going through this journey?
Good morning, everyone. Before starting this, we all know from the childhood, find X is the term which we keep on hearing on the mathematics. And even here, BFSI CXO. So what does X stands for? CTO, CDO, CIO, CSO, anything, right? So X is anything. Now, I'll just connect back to CX, customer experience. Even though experience starts with E, they wanted to call it X. So CXO per se is a customer experience officer, a new terminology which is coming out, which says it is anything, everything actually for the entire unit as such. So with that amount of importance, which a CXO from a customer experience officer perspective can bring in to the table, I would wanted to touch upon few aspects. Anyway, in the morning, Dr. Ravi Gupta has already spoken on, and we have heard from the multiple people. But a few aspects which I would wanted to touch upon are the voice which is coming out multilingual, so that there is a digital inclusivity for all the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities getting involved, ease of app and usage. Then we would also be going through data-driven analytics and hyper-personalization, which are the new things people are picking up along with the chatbot facilities. Now, coming to the next part of the question, what should we do from the leadership perspective? Anything to try with digital or innovation, and on the other side with finance and regulation are crisscross. You always know that they go at a loggerhead. So people wanted safety, but people wanted growth. So how do we handle this? Having that innovation mindset within, we always have an backups of the product. We always use it to do pilot projects. So maybe starting something for the pilot project without disturbing the main thing, having the innovation mindset is helpful. Secondly, there are few teams in the company, say suppose even in the BFSI, the risk team or the operations team doesn't wanted to try new things and they wanted to do their job softly, smoothly. Now a digital team or growth team or innovative team in the same company wants to do something different. So cross-functional collaboration is something which I find is of extreme importance. And then the factors plays out actually. Say suppose the Aadhaar encryption which is done versus the Aadhaar signatures of papers which we store for 3 years is more secure, quicker, and even customer centric helpful. So these are the things which we should bring in the leadership traits.
Sure. Thanks a lot for that, Shiva Kumar. Thanks for giving the insight on that. Vaidyanathan, you have anything that you want to add on, substantiate on this? Customer experience CXO. Are you a CXO by way of a CIO, the X being the I?
Like I said in the beginning itself, I'm any tech leader is faced with this challenge of this two user and two customer, because the user is a customer and my customer is the end user also, and they're very demanding. Like I said, everything starts as somebody's daydream and it has to be implemented immediately. I very sarcastically tell my team, these guys are sitting with a Babaji ki pudiya. I'm very boss. It doesn't happen overnight. So that's a problem, tech for the sake of heck, like Nina was saying, one of the things I want to add, there'll be more and more new technologies, Gen AI, Chat GPT, everything, but it can't replace human beings. For the simple reasons is technology is predictable. Humans are predictably unpredictable. We learn, we will improve. And there's no way that technology is going to overtake. And I'm very proud of that. I don't want technology to take over me. But a lot of these mundane tasks, regular tasks will be taken over by technology. And end of the day, like you said, the customer, yes, everything is for the customer, because I'm a very demanding customer. So the question comes is, why should somebody bank with us? What is the difference between me and say bank A, B, C, D, and E? Nothing much. So if I start something new, I get a 6-month head start, but then suddenly somebody catches over. And then you talk about new technology or a new business need. How can I do it better than the other guy? So it's always a game on with the customer. And like I said, you can't hold on to him, even if you can catch him. 10% interest rate on FD, but how long will you do that? It has to be something more than that to retain him.
Okay, so predictably unpredictable, just like expect the unexpected, be alert, stay agile. Okay.
I have a point there. While fancily today we have something called as Chief Experience Officer or something like that. Actually, all of us are experience officers. Right from the junior most person, when you're interacting, why even in organization, in day-to-day life, whenever we are interacting with anyone, the moment of truth, a child interacting with a parent interacting with each other, or you interacting with your colleague, your neighbor, every moment of truth is an experience. And the ultimate aim that all of us have is that that experience should be the best for both the parties. It's a win-win, right? Then that experience takes it to the next level. You hit it off with the other person, you become friends. If that experience is not equitable, that's where the problem happens. So actually, Chief Experience Officer is every one of us. In our individual roles, we have to create experiences. Vaidi said that he has users who are consumers, consumers who are users. Nina mentioned about regulators. When we are interacting with regulators, with the risk officers, with the IT officers, each interaction is an experience. And both the parties have to make it sure that the experience is the best for the other party. That's when the win-win will happen.
Great. So I guess we are short of time, but I wanted to put one last question on board. And again, this is interesting. Given the digital advancement that we have had, there's this famous saying that goes, we are now IT companies with a license. Okay, and that's what they usually say. But having said that, all of us on the dais here are from the traditional financial institution space. So we are the traditional bankers, etc. With the explosion of fintechs and digital transformation, Nina, I'll ask this to you. Do you see us being able to coexist within the same ecosystem without friction, or do you think that there's at some point of time one is going to basically scavenge the other?
The traditional versus the fintech.
Traditions versus the fintech.
Yeah, the irony is that, there is no divide. I think, the coexistence is a need of the hour. The interdependence is huge. And you tell me which financial institution in India today is completely brick and mortar. That is not correct. Which securities industry organization, which MFI is completely brick and mortar? No. I mean, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we set up a depository which was dematerialized. The world was making use of paper and storing it in large sort of lockers and storage areas. So really speaking, I think it's a bit of a mythical question, I would say. The fintechs, the banks are turning into, fintechs in a manner of speaking. There is a universe of entities that we call fintechs. But can fintechs exist on their own? I don't think so. On their own, are they viable? Not all of them. Large banks, do they use technology or do they use financial technology? Yes, they do. So are they fintechs? Not in the traditional parlance that we know of. But the fact is there is intensive technology that traditional banks and financial institutions are using today. And then there is this new generation of entities called fintechs, which are adding a value of a different kind. But I think technology exists on both sides. There's no pure play brick and mortar bank today. You name one. From a very small bank to small finance bank to a large bank to a payments bank to any kind of conventional bank or financial institution, the use of technology, the use of data analytical tools is a necessity. And therefore, to me, this is the question really is, what kind of fintechs will emerge or survive, what kind of banks will survive is the question. But I think technology is intensively being used. And to my mind, there are no brick and mortar institutions left any longer. There are no dinosaurs at all. Now, the point is that these fintechs need the banking system to play the game. And the banks are very legitimately and rightly using these fintechs for customer acquisition because of their nimbleness, for online credit reviews, for loan payment, repayment, transferring money into the wallets of individuals. So I think it's a very symbiotic, mixed relationship now where I think we're losing boundaries to a great extent. So I think it is one world of technology of varying degrees, and it's like an API. Fintechs are plugging into the banks, and banks are plugging into fintechs, and I think it's a beautiful interplay of common cause, and people are uniting for a common cause, which is profit and customer service, we hope.
Okay. So our ecosystem in a way is large enough that everyone can be accommodated. We shouldn't be thinking of each other as competition, but rather than supplement and complement each other. And to Rupesh's original point, if you want to aim for digital inclusivity,
Yes.
we've got a wide enough canvas.
Correct. No, I just loved what Nina said, and I just want to add that a Ram exists because there was a Ravan. Who is Ram? Who is Ravan in between banks and fintechs? We do not know. The space that banks do not service is what fintechs take over, and the space that fintechs can't have is the bank have. So banks have the trust part, fintechs have the nimbleness. They both have to symbiotically exist and do the solution. That is what has to come through, and both will have their own space to create, and both will have to work together to create a better space for each other.
Just to add to what you guys said, while we compete, we race against each other. We work together also. While fintechs leverage us, we leverage the fintechs, and banking as a service is one example where they both are benefited by that. I mean, on one hand, we'll be fighting and competing, on the other hand, we'll be working very closely together on many counts.
Thanks everyone. I am badly out of time, so I would have liked questions to come through, but I think we can all take that offline. Sorry about extending, but I'm sure you all have had a good session. You all have been able to take in fair number of inputs. I hope it's something has been new to you all besides what you all are already aware of. Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks to my panelists for sharing their views and thoughts.
Well, before we proceed any further, I request everybody a round of applause for our wonderful moderator. Thank you very much. And of course, our esteemed panelists, a round of applause for them. Indeed, a power-packed start of this day is such an insightful session, such a wonderful connecting session. Thank you very much, our wonderful speakers. And now, as a token of gratitude, I request the presenters come kindly be on stage. Please help me to welcome Ms. Navreet Kaur, Country Head, SCL Software, and Dr. Ravi Gupta. So kindly be on stage in order to felicitate with a token of gratitude to our speakers and our moderators. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The topic was so relevant that we actually was able to connect. So it was indeed a wonderful session. I request ma'am and sir kindly start with our moderator, sir, Mr. Aston De Cruz. A round of applause for a moderator. And also I request our speakers and moderator kindly remain on stage for the group photography session. Now I request Ms. Neena Nagpal kindly come ahead for the token of gratitude on behalf of Elets. Thank you very much for your insightful session. Now I request Mr. V. Vaidyanathan kindly come ahead on behalf of Elets. This is token of gratitude. Now I would request Mr. Rupesh kindly come ahead. And now please help me to welcome Mr. Shiva Kumar. Kindly come ahead for the token of gratitude. And before we proceed any further, let's always and always look for memories. So I request our moderator along with our esteemed panelists, please come ahead for a group photography. Please come ahead. Let's have a group photography session together. A wonderful session, ladies and gentlemen. What a great start of this day. Thank you very much to our wonderful moderator and esteemed panelists for sharing your valuable suggestions, insights, experiences with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed any further, I request the team, can we distribute the, I request the Elets team, can we distribute the sheet? I request, please distribute the sheet. So, and also, let me tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen. We are having some hampers from Elets. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna, it's just like a lucky draw with a twist. What we're gonna do, our team gonna distribute one piece of paper where you have to write your name, simple as that. So the condition is, anytime between the presentation, next presentation, anytime between the presentation, I will ask our team to collect the piece of paper from you. And if you're not present here, then you will be disqualified. So you have to be here entire your presentation time. And our presenter on stage will pick up one piece of paper. And of course, the name is there, that person is winner. And we have some wonderful hampers for the winners. So I request the team, kindly distribute the sheet. Please write your name on it. Anytime between the presentation, I will request the team, Elets team will come and take it from you. And anytime in between. So you have to be here. I have to request everybody, please make sure you write your name and of course the designation or anything like from the company you are coming from, anything. So about you, so that it will be very clear for us. So in between the session, our team will collect it from you. And I request everybody be very, very ready because we have some wonderful, wonderful hampers for all of you. Okay, so before we proceed towards the next presentation, can we have my presentation? Are you ready for that? Yes? Yes? So Group A and Group B is done. It's time for Group C and Group D. Group C, please tell me how's the Josh? Group C, hi. This you can do little later on. Yes. Please, hi everybody. Group C. Lovely. Group D, are you ready? Yes. So of course, we are eagerly waiting for our next presenter's presentation, but I hope you all are waiting for my presentation also. Are you waiting? Yes? Yes? Okay, can we have it? So again, the rules are simple. We're gonna listen to this particular tune. And if you know the song, you have to come ahead, you have to raise your hand, and you have to sing the song for all of us. Can we play the, stop the music? Can we play the music? Yeah. Group C and Group D. This and this. Sure? Okay, let's do this once again. If you know the song and the movie together. You know the movie now? Who knows the song and the movie? Movie, you know the movie? Song. You come, firstly. Let's proceed with the song. And I request the team, please distribute chocolates to Jimmy sir and everybody please take your seat. Okay, you ready? What's your name? मानस जी के लिए एक तालियां होनी चाहिए सबसे पहले या it takes so much to be here not to present something official but to sing a song for all of us.
I guess it is right. I don't know. That's my total hunch. But I guess it is. आजा सनम मधुर चांदनी में हम तुम मिले तो वीराने में भी आ जाएगी बहार झूमने लगेगा आसमां. That's it. Thank you.
What do you think? He's correct? Lovely. A round of applause. Okay, who knows the name of the movie? You know the name of the movie? Who else? But sir is raising a hand from, I think, since last 2-3 minutes. Okay, it's okay. Please tell.
The movie is Chori Chori.
Chori Chori. You are a die-hard fan of Bollywood, seems like. Okay, can we have the answer now? Can we have the answer? Let's see. Oh my God, they both deserve the chocolates, huh? Lovely, a round of applause. So Team C, Team D and Team E, you guys are phenomenal, thank you. So before we proceed for the next presentation, I hope the lucky draw with some twist is clear to you. Any doubts? Because the hampers are really special from Elets. So make sure you are here. And now we proceed towards the next masterclass. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Mr. Kapil Mehta. A round of applause. Financial institutions require a digital approach to move forward. He's going to talk about it. A round of applause for Mr. Kapil Mehta. Ladies and gentlemen, enterprise architect, India, South Asia, SCL Software. Kapil has spent more than 25 years in the IT field, digital transformation solutions driving industry today. As an enterprise architect with SCS Software on assisting large clients adopt digital initiatives that deliver value to their customers. So more than 25 years, like more than 2 decades. A round of applause for Mr. Kapil Mehta. Ladies and gentlemen, all over to you, sir.
This one's okay, right? But presentation will be.
Did you write the name, ladies and gentlemen, on the sheet? Everybody did it? Tell me yes or no? Yes, everybody? Okay. All over to you, Kapil, sir. Here we go. A round of applause. Let's start with some energy, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, as was said, my name is Kapil Mehta. I work with HCL Software. I'm an enterprise architect, very much heavily focused on the BFSI space. Sorry, give me a second. Can you put the presentation? Okay. Great, thank you. So, people have been on this digital transformation journey for many, many years. That's very, very clear. We're seeing a lot of organizations today trying to keep that step ahead of where they're trying to go. And that itself is drawing multiple different challenges. But what we are seeing and where we believe that the industry is that those organizations who keep an average or a consistent view of all different aspects are the ones that become more successful. And they essentially don't just try and go in any one direction, i.e. trying to ensure that their customer experience is any further ahead. They maintain a balance between areas around the channels and the customer experience, areas around the data, areas around the infrastructure, and areas around even the software delivery lifecycle. So maintaining that balance is where we're seeing organizations move forward and become a lot more successful. And that allows various different aspects, such as connecting different individuals, different businesses, different devices, all of these maintaining that point to move forward. And that very much really does drive what is called the digital economy. And like everyone has said, within an economy, you try and maintain a balance with everyone within that economy and don't try and move forward in any one direction. And that really is driving a lot of the maturity that happens out of that economy. So areas around where you are with your customer behavior, areas around things like, for instance, personalization, and areas around like sustainability. These are areas that all try and maintain a balance as you move forward in your digital transformation journey. And what we've seen with customers is that as they try and take any one particular area, they start to look back at what is the impact to the organization in any of the other areas that they have. So for instance, in the area of AI and automation, as they try to move forward in that, they start to look at where is it the impact as far as the data is concerned, where is the impact as far as they're housing it, where is the impact in terms of being able to monitor the environments. And all of these play a vital part in to be able to move forward. But that itself poses numbers and numbers of different challenges, and some of them I've listed up here. But the main challenge, obviously, is keeping the customer at the center of everything that goes on. And that is exactly why a lot of these challenges continue to stay challenges. A lot of the areas that are driven as maturity stay as areas that are being worked upon. So whether we look at, for instance, the complexity of the infrastructure and the legacy of what's going on, where we look at things like, for instance, assets and being able to pull them across, whether we look at things like cyber threats and what is happening around those areas, where we look at regulations that are being brought in, all of these are areas that start to pose challenges to the movement of digital transformation to move forward. And that really allows and drives a lot of the financial industries to look at different types of areas that they start to work upon. The areas around the new focus, whilst a lot of organizations will bring in this slew of digital initiatives, one of the areas is that which ones do we focus upon? Which ones do we start first? Which ones do we maintain? And which ones do we move forward in priority? When we start to look at areas of expertise, how do we bring in expertise into our digital transformation journey? A lot of people have talked about the fact that what's top of their mind is around Gen AI. But they start to then bring in that, how do I bring in that AI expertise? Coupled with that, a lot of people talk about the fact that legacy modernization is an area that we've got to work upon. But how do I bring in those areas around systems that have been worked upon for many, many years, and I don't have that expertise anymore? And that then drives new ways of working. That drives areas of being able to be open, being cognitive, having APIs in place, looking at areas of collaboration, not just as what was said with the fintechs and others, but within the areas. So as you keep the customer in mind, you have both the internal customer, you have the external customer, and you have the vendor as a customer as well. So all of these are areas that you keep in mind when it comes to collaboration. As you start to look at a digital services architecture primarily focused around BFSI, you again start to look at 4 areas that play a part. And as I said, all of these go hand in hand as you move them forward. So as you start to look at areas around your channels and integration and your services, the one thing that you're keeping in mind is that you really want to be able to move towards that one view for the customer of every channel that you have. That couples itself with a number of different services that need to be placed. You don't want to keep building those services. You want to keep moving them forward, right? And you want to keep reusing them. As you start to then look at what is happening with your channels, what's mindful of that is where all your data is. and areas around things like the customer data platform, areas around data science platforms, areas around where you have all your data today, let alone what is happening around core banking and core banking systems and ERP systems. All of that play a part. But as you try and bring that forward, you're not just looking at data in isolation, you're looking at where you're housing the data. And you're looking at areas, as what was said, that do you start to make this decision, moving this all to areas around the cloud? Do you keep it on premise? Where do you move it? And so the two go hand in hand. So channels, as I said, is not an area that stays in isolation. Channels will come in conjunction with your data. And with your data also will start to play a part, because as you start to look at where you house your data, if you don't have the right type of data or the right amount of data, then areas of what was talked about around bias of, let's say, for instance, your models start to play a very large part. As you start to look at channels, you start to look at data, you start to look at monitoring and observability of your infrastructure. And therefore, all these areas in terms of what am I doing around being able to provision my environments on the fly, what am I doing in terms of being able to monitor my environments, what am I doing in terms of being able to observe what is happening and being able to remediate as I go forward. All of these play a part as I look at that in conjunction with my data and I look at in conjunction with my channels, which is what is the end view for the end customer. And last but not least, to look at all these areas in turn, but to look at it in terms of what is it happening as I try and get my products and my services to the market. So the SDLC that I have in place continually keeps getting looked at, and that gets looked at in terms of areas like DevSecOps, and in areas around cyber threat and cyber security. So as I start to look at areas around security, I look at areas around getting my products to market. I also look at areas around what am I measuring in terms of my metrics, and what am I looking in terms of my business analysis. So all of these four areas, as we see organizations move forward in the digital transformation, have got to go hand in hand, right, to be able to move forward. One of the points as far as HCL software is concerned is that we play in all these areas. We have solutions that focus on this, very much with, as what was said before, with the end goal of having the customer in mind. And the customer being sacrosanct requires all these areas to be there. Let me just then take a second to introduce the HCL software portfolio. Again, as I said, focused in four different areas. Areas around experience and what happens both for my end customers, for my internal customers, and what is the experience that I have, whether it's around displaying of information, process, around areas of what I'm doing for marketing, areas around what was talked about, of personalizing information to the end customer, areas around intelligent automation and AI. We've talked about areas around what is happening in terms of moving my data science models forward. But again, automation of everything that I do in my infrastructure is as vitally important as moving forward the data I have for my artificial intelligence. And therefore, when you look at things like data and analytics, again, what is it I have in my data, the nimbleness of my data, where am I housing my data, and what am I getting as analytics that come out of that data is another area where HCL software focuses very heavily. And last but not least, around the enterprise security, areas around what we have as application views, areas around what we're doing for monitoring of our applications, what we're doing around observability of our applications, and ensuring that all our applications stay secure and up to date in terms of what's going on. So HCL software is focused in all these areas around digital transformation. As we look at some of the success stories that we've seen from organizations here in India being able to do that, as they start to look at all these areas, it starts to drive digital transformation at scale. In terms of areas like, for instance, being able to ensure that I secure everything that I have. So being able to work through and say that, for instance, I want to ensure that all my endpoints, all my servers are in place and are secure, right? Is something that we've seen happen very much right across the financial industry. And we've seen it happen now at scale. If I take another example of an organization that has been heavily focused on marketing, and that is, again, when you look at areas around hyper-personalization and being able to move that forward, is something that allows them, as they look at personalization in conjunction with where they're housing the data and what the channels are for their customers allows them to get a significant uplift in the average view as far as the end customer is concerned, and especially around the number of leads that are being generated. If I start to look at areas around, for instance, the products and the services to the market, again, another end customer that we worked upon, right, looked at how they can be able to move their products and their services to the end users, not within a matter of months and days, but within a matter of hours. And that allowed them to really radically look at where they are in their SDLC and where they are in terms of DevSecOps as their processes. And that allowed them really very much to be able to measure what it is that the end customer was looking for. Again, when we look at some of the areas like, for instance, the channels, working with end customers has driven them with a different view as to how they would look at the channels. One organization that we worked with significantly was able to increase their digital sales platform by looking at where it was the conjunction of process and data and what the end customer was looking at. And that allowed them not only to be able to move data significantly out to the end customer, but actually drive contextual data very, very quickly. And that allowed them to be able to look at radically changing the way that they got information to the end customer and the way they look at the channels. Last but not least, and I'll leave it at this point here, right? We're mindful of the fact that whatever we're doing around digital transformation today drives a lot of areas around things like sustainability. And so an end customer that we worked upon took it on board to be able to look at where they can reduce a lot of the carbon emissions that they're having and look at the power usage to be able to do that. And that for them was driving digital transformation to the next level as far as sustainability is concerned. So as we say, when we see customers today that are looking at digital transformations, customers are ensuring that they don't move forward too fast in any one area. They keep a balance of everything they do. But most importantly, they keep everything in mind for the end customer. And that is where we're seeing a lot more success in digital transformations, especially within the BFSI, than in any one area that people are working upon. With that, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Well, I would say one-man army, isn't it? What a wonderful masterclass. A round of applause for sir. Thank you, Mr. Kapil. Can you be on stage, please? We want to appreciate you together. And now I would request Mr. Ayande, Head Technology, SDFC Life Insurance, kindly be on stage. And please help us to appreciate Mr. Kapil with the token of gratitude. Thank you very much. Of course, it was an inspiring session for all of us. Congratulations, Mr. Mehta. Thank you. Elets express its gratitude. Thank you very much. All right, so before we proceed for the next tech masterclass, we will have 10 minutes short break. Please make sure it's like a high tea break or biological break, whatever you want to take it. But please make sure after 10 minutes you are present in the hall. Please enjoy the break. Thank you.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा प्राप्त किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साफ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया
Hi, my name is Manoj Kumar Dronadala. I am one of the founding team members of MoneyView. I head product and partnership for personal loans at MoneyView. Our association with SquadStack began in August 2022, and within a very short span, we realized how much it has changed and strengthened our internal processes. By then, we already had our internal process, but SquadStack brought us better structure and some great customer insights. We saw, I think, overall connectivity of 89% in the last quarter. And the conversion metrics for some specific lead categories have grown really well. With this partnership, we now have access to a lot of actionable data and insights as well. And of course, there is a lot of transparency they bring in to the table. To see any result in any new process with a new partner can take time. But what makes SquadStack stand out from the rest is their dedication to being process driven and the structure that they bring to the table. Doing anything in-house requires much time to scale up and execute campaigns faster. Outsourcing gives us a lot of flexibility. Their network of telecallers actively incorporates every feedback backed up by their quality monitoring processes, which drives better quality, performance, and results.
भारत एक युवा देश है।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our next masterclass. I request everybody, please take your seat. I hope I'm audible to one and all. We are ready with our next masterclass. Please take your seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I request you all, please take your seat. We are here for the next masterclass, and we're going to talk about transforming sales with better CX in 2024. Well, I hope my voice is audible to one and all. Can we stop the music? Thank you. And also, you all have the piece of paper where you wrote the names on it. You have it, gentlemen? There. Hello. Hi, sir. Do you have the piece of paper with you where you wrote the name? Yes. So you? Everybody, please take your seat. I request you all kindly take your seat. If you don't have the piece of paper, I request the team kindly provide them. And on this note, we are ready for our next session. Your presence matters the most, and that's why I'm requesting again and again, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. I request Elets team also kindly tell people nearby the snack area, kindly tell people to join us because we are here waiting for them. We are about to proceed for the next masterclass. Thank you. If you don't have the cheat, please raise your hand. Do you have it? You don't have it, sir? You have the cheat, sir? A naam likha tha? You wrote the name, sir, on it? You have the cheat, the piece of paper where you have to write the name? Please take your seat, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all as we are about to proceed for the next masterclass. How many of you have the piece of paper? Raise your hand. How many of you don't have the paper? Please raise your hand. I request the team kindly give the paper to them. Sir, you don't have? Don't have? Once again, can you raise the hand if you don't have the piece of paper? Then I will tell you this twisted lucky draw, the condition. So simply you have to write the name, your name and your designation on it. And what we're going to do, in between the masterclass, I will ask you to return the piece of paper. We will collect it. And our presenter, our tech guru, will take one of the piece and will announce the name, and that person is winner. But the only condition is you don't have to leave the room. Once you leave the room, you are just disqualified. So that's the only condition. And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, we're going to proceed with our next masterclass, where we're going to talk about transforming sales with a better CX 2024. In order to do this masterclass, please help me to welcome with some round of applause Mr. Rishabh Lada, co-founder and Chief Business Officer, Scott Stack. Well, Mr. Rishabh Lada is the co-founder and Chief Business Officer at Scott Stack, drawing upon a rich 14-year journey spanning sales, customer success, product management, and venture capital. He has scaled sales and go-to-market teams in India and US. Passionate about sales operations, coaching, and data-driven sales teams, Rishabh's previous experience includes venture capital and Elevar Equity, where he contributed to one of the world's top-performing impact funds. Recognized on Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia and British Council Global Change Makers, he is now focused on helping leader consumer companies drive sales. So ladies and gentlemen, with some round of applause, Please help me to welcome this tech guru himself, this wonderful personality, Mr. Rishabh. All over to you. A round of applause for Mr. Rishabh, ladies and gentlemen. I was expecting a little more energy because we just had the break. Yeah. I hope you all had the coffee. Yes or no? Are you feeling more energized? I'm so sorry. Whenever I'm on stage, मैं थोड़ा ऊंचा सुनती हूँ. So yeah. Are you ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, all over to Mr. Rishabh. Here we go.
Hi, can you all hear me? Yeah? All right. Thank you. Just give me 1 minute. All right. I think I had my slide loaded up just for this moment, and now it's not there. Just bear with me for 1 second. Everything that could go wrong it already has happened. This is not my laptop. It didn't work with my laptop this morning. And 499564. Is the screen sharing? All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm actually incredibly grateful to be in this room. I am not in the BFSI industry. Like you heard from the MC, I used to work in venture capital and engineering by training, and now I lead the business team here at Scott Stack with no background in business whatsoever. Let me start by telling you a story of my personal CX experience nightmare, and I'm sure each one of you has had that. This is one of the biggest banks in the country. I'm a customer. I took a car loan from them. So I get a cross-sell call. Sir, आपके लिए free credit card है. लेना है लो. Use करोगे, नहीं करोगे, कोई charge नहीं लगेगा. That was the pitch on a call. And I'm like, there are two problems with this. And I told the guy on the phone, I'm like, ye kaisi pitch hai? Right? One, you're mis-selling. If I don't use the card, the RBI will deactivate it in 1 month. Two, why are you selling me a free credit card? Sell me something better. You know my profile. You can actually sell me something premium. Except, and while I said this, I did not get a response. The call got cut because it's on a dialer. And all the system at your end would have is NI, not interested. That's it. And the reality is, I still don't have the credit card I want. And you've lost me as a customer because that was a really poor CX experience. And I'm sure each one of us has faced this at some point in our lives where we get such a call, that pesky phone call we don't enjoy, right? And why am I telling you this story is because in each one of your organizations, every day, there are millions of such calls happening that you have absolutely no idea about. Like this is happening every day, right? And so this is important to solve because, India is not a DIY economy. I know we talk a lot about digital, we talk about DIY, we talk about, improving the journeys. But we're fundamentally a DIFM, do it for me economy. You've seen those DigiYatra people on the airport, like they're helping you enter, getting you to install the app. You got assistance in every layer, right? Especially for higher ticket products, especially for India too, especially for new to bank customers, especially for new to market customers. So and while all of you talk about, and I can pick any quarterly report out here, there is a slide on digital transformation. There's a slide that says these many journeys originated digitally, these many completed digitally. That's a tip of the spear. It's less than 10, 20%. There's a huge drop off in your digital journeys. And the problem is when that customer drops off, The assistance is broken. Instead of it being assistive, it is pushy. And it turns into that pesky phone call, which I didn't like. And that's where, as an organization, the DNA that we need to really think about what that customer experience looks like changes. And here's where it gets problematic. There are CDOs in this room, and each one of your entities has spent millions of dollars building digital transformation teams, right? But there is no unit in your organization called a sales transformation team. Your digital transformation team has no sales transformation counterpart. It is still a body shop where everything goes, and because there is no sales transformation, the experience of the customer, all the hard work that you did in the beginning falls apart towards the end, right? And that's where you lead to bad CX, because as a customer, I am spammed. I don't have any rapport building. I don't get assistance. And hence, I am not activating and buying more products from you, which is why you acquired me in the first place. And for you guys, your systems don't talk to each other. You're not able to capture enough information about the customer or the conversation you had. You have very limited analytics. Your agents are, not fully trained. There's massive attrition on the ground, which we know we can't solve. But each agent, each experience differs. No voice of customer, questionable quality audit processes. So these are all our problem statements, right? Now, why do we need to do and care about this? Because we're all spending millions of dollars to acquire hundreds of thousands of customers every month with the hope that we will cross-sell them another product. And in this market, where everything looks largely undifferentiated with very flaky, limited customer loyalty, I think that's very, very difficult, right? I will go where that immediate brand affinity takes me, right? And as a modern sales professional myself, the only thing I can differentiate about my brand is my customer experience. As you get better customer experience, you get better conversion, you get lower cost of acquisition, long-term value, you get higher NPS, get better insights, get better customer experience, and then this loop goes on and on and on. And like a great example of this, everyone likes to give is Amex, which is true. Like, it's exclusive, it's got great CX, they've really thought about how to invest that time and effort. And it's not rocket science though, it is doable, right? Now, that's the dream, right? Like, this is my dream. This is my dream where I get a call which is high empathy, which is personalized, talks to me about why I need something. Sir, आपके लिए pre-approved loan है. अरे मैंने मांगा, मुझे चाहिए. पूछो तो चाहिए क्या? At least have that conversation in terms of when you're starting to, engage me. Use that data from your conversation that doesn't get used right now, by the way, right? Like, it's NI dialer next, NI dialer next. That's broken. That's what needs fixing. And before this, there was a panel which talked a lot about technology for the sake of technology and technology for the sake of business, right? And I think we fundamentally believe that the future is humans being assisted by technology, not technology, solving things for the sake of solving things. We will be in a place where AI is assisting humans, humans get better using machines, and that is what we strongly believe in. But the problem is we don't know. Like, we actually don't know what's going on at the ground level with our contact centers, with the teams on the ground, who's actually interacting with the customers. We absolutely don't know enough. Surprisingly, just 2 days ago, we were talking with one of the largest issuers of credit cards in the country. And they said that the regulator has asked them to audit 100% of their calls. Today, only 1% of calls are audited, right? So it's anyway very little. 100% ke liye, you need to use AI, which is there. But why do you do that? Like, what is the point? Are you actually going to do something with that information? Or is it just about like, okay, I'm checking a box, right? And we don't use this data. And let me actually give you an example of this in a very real situation. So what we have here is our backend. At our backend, we built, I think Siva from FedFina talked about having voice AI as a key component in what you do. What we built is a homegrown speech to text model, but it doesn't stop there. It handles multiple languages, English, Hindi, because off the shelf stuff doesn't. But the problem is when you audit a call, it's not just about the quality of the call, it's about what can you learn from this conversation, right? So I've actually taken a call. Let's say I just take this call. And I'm going to just play this recording. I'm hoping that the audio works out.
And I hope this is the right time to speak with you.
Okay.
You recently traveled from the last.
Maybe not this. There was one call I wanted to play for you all where the customer actually said, "Do baar call aa gaya hai, teesri baar mat karna." And that didn't quite work out in the end, right? But what a call can do for you is it can tell you everything. So obviously we've seen ChatGPT, it can summarize anything, right? So now you have a transcript of the call and I have a summary of the call that the customer is happy, blah, blah, blah. This is actually an okay call. But there was another call which, let me pull that out. Let's see, call recording 2. Yeah, okay, this is the one.
With Kiran Vakde. बोलो हाँ किसके regarding है? You recently traveled from Sangli to Mumbai. Would you like to share any concern related to service? मुझे 2 बार आके गया है कॉल, अगली बार नहीं आना चाहिए, मैंने ऑलरेडी दे दिया है। और तो मैम फीडबैक दे दिए, मुझे आपका 3rd कॉल आ रहा है, ठीक है? आपके सिस्टम.
This was my, in case everyone didn't hear that correctly, and I'm going to highlight the transcript for you. This is the 3rd time you're calling me. I've already given you feedback. This is a system issue. It happens all the time. Except you have an irate customer who may or may not go to Twitter and yell at you, and you lose brand value in the process. This information is never captured in our systems. This information never goes back upstream to tell us, hey, this is something that we need to do something about, right? But it doesn't stop there. What I can do with this is take out issues where my agent did not do a good job. My agent did not handle this repeat issue properly, right? The insight from the call, the customer has received multiple calls on feedback. So this needs to get escalated up to the lead management team, except it doesn't, but now it can, right? What are my coaching insights? What can I do with that, right? And then obviously you have your quality parameters. And again, this is completely AI generated. Did I greet the lead properly? No, I did not. Did I read the lead with good energy? No, I did not. Did I close the call properly? Did I pronounce the brand correctly? Did I verify myself, etc., right? So a lot of it can be objectified, codified, and used to actually improve your CX, except we don't do much of that, right? And that's where you can also do question answers. What question was asked, what answer was given? If I get a personal loan call, which I do, and I say, Kiar, why should I take this loan offer from you, right? What is better about your bank? 5 agents will give me 5 different answers, and each one of those answers are different, and I don't know which answer is right. But actually, you can summarize all your question answers and use that information to make sense of what's actually working. Attrition is a huge problem with our field force, with our contact center folks across the board, right? It's a tough job. People switch roles all the time. Huge problem statements for all BFSI brands. And why is it a problem statement? Because if your best agent leaves, they take all of that knowledge of best practices with them, right? It's all in their head. Now it's not. It's in your system. You know what your best agent was doing. You know exactly why my product sells better than someone else. You know, if someone says, I'm going to take a loan from Bajaj versus your brand, you know why, or you know how you can counteract that pitch. And then use that to create knowledge, create a better system, create The ability to say, hey, these are all the things that I actually never put in my training material. These are things that my team learned on the ground. These are things they learned from experience, right? And this is just a very simple example of using AI to actually understand every customer interaction, and only thing that gets measured gets managed. We cannot talk about CX without actually listening to calls at that level. And believe you me, not enough leaders actually listen to calls because it's physically not possible, right? You can't really scale it to that point. But with AI, you can. Coming back to where we were, see, this is still it's right? We can sit here in a boardroom, talk about this, all be happy. Yes, I found that insight. Problem is, unless it goes down to the bottom most agent, the last mile who's interacting with your customer, it means nothing. And that is where it all breaks apart. Teams are, I think a phrase was used here earlier called plug and play, right? I got this tech, I plugged and played. But unless it is actually built as part of your entire workflow, it doesn't scale, right? And some teams, I'm not saying this is everyone, some teams do definitely do a better job of it than others, but it is still a huge issue that we end up seeing across the board. And that's where what we build at ScotStack, our passion, our DNA lies with the agent. Our vision as a company was creating access to millions of jobs, for tech-enabled jobs for these agents across the country, because it is the second largest job in the country. 70 million people do telecalling, contact centers, DSAs, and retail sales is the largest with about 3 crore people. 70 million people are doing contact centers jobs. And their lives are really hard. Imagine someone making, how many people in Bombay? From Bombay? Bunch of hands, right? Imagine if you made 15,000 rupees a month in Bombay. So it's very hard to imagine that life. Versus if that person can be empowered to make 50,000, suddenly that changes things, right? How we share incentives with them, how we upskill them, how we improve the quality of their lives, which then overall improves your customer experience. So the agent is quite critical to all this. You give them the right technology to drive better outcomes. You analyze what is working well and what is not working well. You put it all in the system, and then you get a human to run it for you. You can't rely on a machine. The human still has to make a decision to drive that outcome, right? And that's what we're building here at Scott. We want to be the sales transformation arm to your digital transformation arm. And we hope that we can help revolutionize, improve customer experience, and overall drive better outcomes in the long run. That was my time. Happy to take any questions. And we're here for the rest of the days, and we have a booth there. But thank you all for taking the time and listening to me. I'm not an industry insider. In case I've hurt any practitioners' feelings, my apologies. I say things the way I see them right now. So this has been my experience dealing with a lot of BFSI teams and the challenges that they face, and this is what we end up seeing on the ground a lot. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Well, first of all, I think the round of applause has to be really like loudest one, because it was a great session to be in. Thank you, Mr. Rishabh, for this delightful, wonderful, connecting, relevant topic you just took. Thank you. So before we proceed any further, you have to do an honor. Guess what? Please come here. So can we bring that bowl, which is full of names? I request the team. Yeah, so you're gonna take one of the piece of paper, and we're gonna decide the lucky person for your session. We have a small hamper for you. Let's see. Any guesses, guys? Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? Okay.
Like dreamt of when as a child, never won the lottery, but let's. Can I just fake this and just oh, actually it's not even funny. It's Vikas, my co-founder. It's his name.
Oh my God. A round of applause for Mr. Vikas. Come on. A round of applause. I think भगवान ने आपकी आवाज सुन ली. Gift घर पे जाने वाला है. Can we bring the gift now?
Gets it, so if not me.
Please come on stage, sir. Please. Kindly be on stage. A round of applause for Mr. Vikas. Lovely. So now on this note, so so this is a gift from Mr. Rishabh. Elets gives you this hamper. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. All right. Sir, you have to wait, Rishabh, sir, please. So before we proceed any further, we want to actually express our gratitude on behalf of Elets for this wonderful session. And I request Mr. Ayaz Kant Mohapatra, a round of applause for him. Kindly be on stage, sir, and please help us in order to present the token of gratitude to Mr. Rishabh. And after this, we have industry insights, and we have some wonderful personalities. We're going to talk about Gen AI integration and BFSI securing a thriving future in today's ever-evolving world. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Now we're going to proceed for our next session. That's the panel discussion. We're going to talk about industry insights. And between that, I request my team, can we have PPT now? So this is the time for row A and row B. Let's see. Are we ready? Row A, hi, how are you, gentlemen? And one lucky lady is there. I think high probability to win this time. Yes. Here, gentlemen, are you ready? I'm so sorry. I mean, I can't hear you. Sorry, sir. Yes? Little louder, please. Thank you. You gentlemen, you ready? I hope you all are enjoying these small break session, isn't it? Do you? Gentlemen at last, are you enjoying? Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna make it a little quick this time. This is team A, team B, team C, team D, and team E. So if team A will get only 10 seconds, if you are unable to figure out the song, then team B, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Okay, can we have the... Again, the same thing. Team A. You have to sing the song. You know the song? Come on, come on, come on. No, you have to sing. That's the only condition, sir. Tell me quickly. Come on, come on, come on. You know the song? A round of applause for sir. What's your name? Jimmy, you already won, I believe. Yeah, can we have other faces too? Yeah, anyone else from team A? No? Team B? Please come, sir. Please come. What's your good name? Mr. Suresh ke liye taaliya. Come on, everybody. A round of applause for him. So you have to sing the song and you have to name the movie.
I think the movie name is Blackmail, and it's Pal Pal Dil Ke Paas. Okay. Pal Pal Dil Ke Paas तुम रहती हो जीवन मीठी प्यास ये कहती हो.
Wow. And also, we have something for you. Please, the team also. Can we have them answer also? Let me recheck. इन्होंने इतना अच्छा गाया कि हम भूल गए. Check करना. Okay. The answer is okay. Lovely. Please, the team, please for him. Okay. I have to admit this. So many talented people here. I think Elets gonna add some new segment. Now we are searching for some Indian Idol or something. Wonderful, wonderful, gentlemen. Here we go. Can we have the next one before we proceed for the panel discussion? Next one. Yes. This is for the team C. Let's see what we have for you. Yeah, play it, please. You know it? You sure? Sir's smile is saying it all. Come on, be here. What's your good name, sir? Mr. Mohapatra, right? A round of applause for sir.
It's O Mere Dil Ke Chain. ओ मेरे दिल की चैन चैन आई मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए ओ मेरे.
Movie name, sir? You don't know? Anyone knows? Anyone knows? Anyone? No one? Let's see. Let me check. Can we have the answers? Okay. Sir ने कहा उनको भी. Please give him. All right. So on this note, we are ready for our next industry discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, you all have to help me to welcome our moderator, where we're going to talk about Gen AI integration in BFSI, securing a thriving future in today's ever-evolving world. In order to moderate this session, I'm happy to welcome Mr. Mohapatra. Please, a round of applause for sir. Kindly be on stage. Chief Information Officer, BOF Financial Solutions Limited. Welcome, sir. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Vamsi, Chief Technology Officer, Axis Mutual Fund. A round of applause for sir. Energy is gone, ladies and gentlemen. Reminder, we are in Trivandrum. Yes, fresh air, purity in the air, the spiritual aspect of Trivandrum, Kerala. Remember, guys. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Kalol Vasu, Chief Technology Officer, National Insurance Company. A round of applause for Mr. Kalol. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Sumod C, Head of Digital Federal Bank. Please help me to welcome Mr. Malesh, Chief Data Scientist, Echo General Insurance. A round of applause for Mr. Malesh. Please help me to welcome Mr. Sunil Mishra, Chief Technology Officer, Court of Securities. Mr. Sunil Mishra. And please help me to join me in order to welcome Mr. Rishabh Garg, Chief Technology Officer. A round of applause for Argo Capital. So these are our esteemed panelists with our moderator. As we said in the morning, our founder, Dr. Ravi Gupta also said, I request the moderator, Mr. Mohapatra. So this is a small request on behalf of Elets. We have to make it more engaging with the audience also. So that's on your shoulder. And I know you're going to nail it. Please take your seat. Please help me to welcome the distinguished personalities on stage. We're going to learn a lot from them. A round of applause for them. They are here for us, isn't it? And very interesting topic to talk about. All over to our moderator and a warm welcome to all the panelists. Thank you for being here and joining us.
Hi, good afternoon. So now today's topic, what we are going to have a discussion is more into GenAI. So now it's the talk of the town. Every conference, everywhere you go, you heard this topic about what is GenAI. Earlier you talk about AI, ML, lot of things discussion happen. So now little kind of add to a kind of adjectives to us, and you say what is GenAI and what is doing for that one. Today I'm extremely happy that we have a great panelist from across various functional domains. So we have people from insurance industry, we have people from broking, we have from banking fraternity and AMCs. BFSI I conclude about on this side. Before we move forward, so let me set the context what is going to we discuss today on this side. Let me make it more interactive kind of thing. We'll go around with the questions. Anybody has any thought on this side? You can raise your hands, you can go for that one. Or else if you choose to go for the last, that the way you can do that one. If you start on this side, so I'll request my panelists to introduce them, what the industry they represent, and the short introduction. And second, add to that one is that let's hear them out on this side, what they have to say before you start the GenAI, the main part, the data, right? how structured the data and how the availability of data on their particular domains. Let's hear them out. We'll start with this, sir.
My name is Rishabh. I am CTO at Euro Capital. Euro Capital is an MSME lender, and we are present in across more than 100 plus cities right now. And our AUM is currently more than 8,300 crores. And for us, Gen AI marks, or AI basically it marks it's a huge use case for us basically as a lender. As a lender, it's very important for us to assess a person credit worthiness quickly as soon as possible, and to reduce the time gap between onboarding and disbursement of the loan. Apart from this, we need to be very mindful of disbursing loan to the right person, basically.
Hello everyone. This is Mallesh. I'm Chief Data Scientist at ACO Technology, in fact, and all of ACO's businesses, namely general insurance, life insurance, and ACO Drive, which is into motor sales, come under ACO Technology. And we are a D2C digital insurer. So for us, customer experience is extremely important. And having the advantage that we connect with the customers directly through app, through call centers, etc. We have much better much better power to control our risk in terms of underwriting as well as claims and fraud. So the objective for us to leverage Gen AI is very clear, which is to boost our customer experience as well as use it for better risk control across underwriting, claims, and fraud.
Hi, my name is Vamsi. I'm Chief Technology Officer with Axis Mutual Fund. For us, the use cases range from the customer experience to tapping unstructured data. A lot of investment research for us. We're in the business of managing public money. Therefore, a lot of investment research that goes behind, shortlisting the fund selection or the script selection, etc. has to do with how we can go through masses of data and then quickly derive it insight. So I think that's a number one use case, but there are all the other usual suspects also follow, ranging from co-pilots to customer experience to how you can better collaborate while you're away. Today I'm here, how can I still tap onto the meeting that I missed, etc. I think the range of use cases that are relevant for everyone else in BFSI hold good for us, with the added use case around investment research. I think that's where there's a lot of unstructured data, and how we can tap Gen AI there is an interesting story.
Hi, my name is Kallol Basu. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of National Insurance. We being the oldest general insurance company in India, 117 years and going. So I cannot claim myself as a digital insurer as my friend Mr. Mallesh has done. But there are no truly legacy insurer today, or there are no truly a brick and mortar bank today, as Nina Madam has said earlier. Now all insurers are digital insurer. So the degree of digital adoption varies, but all have been using AI to some extent. So we are also using AI for quite some years now, primarily in claim processing. We are considering generative AI mostly in customer experience. So we'll be detailing on that as we speak about. So that's primarily my background.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sumod. I head the digital banking vertical of Federal Bank. Federal Bank is a 90-plus-year-old banking company in the country. And since Aiskan was specifically telling about data, this 90-plus-year-old was one of the issues for the data legacies. So we had a lot of data cleaning happen, because any Gen AI or AI to work, data is the oil. Data is the critical part. So that was the first step we had done on the data cleansing, data lake, data mart. On the Gen AI, of course, I'll come later when we speak on that particular topic. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, I'm Sunil Mishra. I'm the CIO of Kotak Securities. And like Mr. Kalol said, we're probably one of the oldest brokers in India. And we're one of the most regulated entities by, everybody looks up and provides new regulations every week and every month now. I think the major, we have like users who are still physical, who wants to go to branch and sign a form and to open an account. They feel more comfortable than giving information on the branch. You'll be surprised to hear that. And of course, there is new ways, customers who doesn't want the UI, they just want API to transact, and I'll build my own UI. You just give me the API, and they look at milliseconds, nanoseconds performance as well in that. I think there are two sides of the customer. Is the one area which you're using heavily on the customer representative side, how to enhance their ability to serve the customer. And the second is the customer onboarding or customer behavior analytics. I think those are the two areas which we use GenAI right now. And there are a few areas which you're exploring in terms of what they just showed before this quad stack, like analyzing the calls of dealers, whether he has given a consent before the trade happens or not. And that is a couple of areas which we are looking at using GenAI as you go on, actually.
Thank you. Yeah. So now, and the panelists, I think what I can see is that you have covered by all the regulators, right? We have RBI, we have SEBI, we have a IRDI, we have AMFI. Everybody's connected, so that is not left out kind of thing. Good part. So when you would implement and you talk about something as a use case kind of thing. So on our industry, what could be our use case, or might be kind of a case study we can talk about where generative AI can be used, which can enhance customer experience and ease our operations. We people talk about automation slot kind of thing. We do automation, our process is automation and everything do kind of, there are a lot of tools available, right? So you do that one. So GenAI is slightly on top of that. Let's see something, what are the use cases in the industry you can think about, which can give a better customer experience and ease our operations. Rishabh, if you want to speak something about the use cases, how you want to use some of them.
So we can leverage AI for multiple use cases in the lending industry per se, from customer onboarding, fraud detection, underwriting, servicing, and chatbots again as a key part of servicing. From customer onboarding, if I talk about generative AI use case, I can visualize that as a use case, generative AI can be used to guide customers in filling up the complicated loan application forms, basically. And in fraud detection, we can see AI playing a very important role in detecting early frauds in terms of the documents and the details they provide in the loan application documents, basically. We had seen certain instances where our AI-based systems had flagged the fraudulent bank statements being uploaded by the customers. So these are the strengths of having AI-based systems in place. Apart from the underwriting, we invested a good amount of money in building underwriting models, basically, which are trained on large amount of data, banking data, GST data, and bureau data of the customers. And they provide a guidance score. We have our own proprietary credit score, which is being provided for each loan application, which helps us underwriters in making a informed and quick decision about a particular loan application file. In servicing per se, I feel there is a strong use case of generative AI because customers can ask for any queries and servicing requests in a natural language, and generative AI based chatbots, which we are going to see in years to come, basically in months to come out, I can say, may mimic the actual human agent, which can guide customers and solve all their queries. And apart from this, if I talk about a specific use case of AI, we had built early warning signals, basically, which typically shifts through all the data of the customer, whether it's repayment data, it's bureau data, or it's banking data on a regular basis, and raise any red flags about a customer, whether he's going to default or not. So these are the critical use cases, and all these use cases, I can say that will be more focused in building a more financial inclusive industry, basically, and help us to reach newer segments where we haven't reached before.
Thanks, Rishabh, for giving an insight on this lending industry, what the case can be on this side. So let me come to Sumot on the side, on the banking side. Like Fed Bank is kind of traditional bank you can talk about, and they have also very good kind of interaction with fintechs. So they are a mix of both kind of thing. So I want to hear from you, Sumod, that what do you think about the GenAI can be implemented for enhancing customer experience and operations?
Yeah, thanks, Aisha. Recently, actually, I was going through a McKinsey report, especially on the GenAI in banking. So what it said was that banking is one of the industry which can exploit the new GenAI concepts, and as per the report, it says uh, the revenue impact which can generate in the banking industry is to the tune of 200 to 350 billion USD. So that's what they project maybe in the next maybe 3 to 4 years to come. If you specifically come to GenAI, frankly, I don't think right now real GenAI use cases are implemented in the industry. Maybe here and there, maybe use case. AI use cases, of course, we have a lot many use cases adopted by many industries. GenAI, everyone is exploring what are the possibilities, what are we can adopt, or we can maybe migrate from the normal traditional AI to the GenAI. That's what people are exploring. Coming to Federal Bank in particular, we are also exploring multiple GenAI use cases and AI use cases. Two examples, maybe I'll just quote for the information, where it's something unique which you have done adopting AI to the customer benefits and all. Before that, maybe there are three major areas where, according to me, GenAI can be put into use. One, of course, customer experience, customer interactions, as Rishabh was explaining at the call center use cases and all. Second, backend operations, paperless. She was telling about paperless, how we can streamline the operation, how we can automate the mundane tasks and all. Third, of course, fraud and risk monitoring and security aspects. So the first two, the customer experience as well as the backend operations, I'll just quote two examples where Federal Bank has adopted. One, I don't know anybody in the industry has done that. We have done is that for ATM, we do ATM transaction monitoring, fraud monitoring, everyone does this. But what we have done is, there is another hygiene factor for ATM. If somebody walks in, ATM is also a brand of the particular institution. So customer walks into the ATM, the look and feel, the tidiness, it creates a very much image impact of the bank. So what we have done is that we have photographed an ideal ATM cabin with that ATM, with the name boards, location boards. We took actual photo of an ATM cabin and feed it into the system. And we have got an automated monitoring system for the ATMs. So it scans all the ATM cabins and compares with that ideal photo. So wherever the system finds that it doesn't match with that ideal ATM cabin, it throws alerts that it is not clean or it's not shabby. But GenAI can do only that. Actual cleaning has to be done by manual. So, but of course, it reduces the efforts of a monitoring persons to manually go through each of the ATM images, find out, then call. Here, automatically the call goes to the agency who manage the tidiness of the ATM. Of course, we have a specified TAT agreed with the agencies. So naturally, they go and clean up the cabin if something's amiss. So that's one of the use cases which we recently employed, and it's very good results for the bank. Second thing on the customer experience, what we have done is that normally we have chatbots and all. So we took it one more step ahead. Using AI ML, we have modified the chatbot to a conversational banking experience through WhatsApp, through Alexa and all. So if you want to transfer some funds to maybe my mom, I can just say transfer 500 rupees to my mom. So it understand the intent of that customer. So you understand the intent and understand that fund transfer request. So based on that, it calls that fund transfer API, and it also understands mom is the beneficiary to whom I want to transfer fund. So it picks up the account number from the backend database and transfers fund. So these are the two maybe use cases which we recently introduced in the industry. Maybe multiple other use cases are in the pipeline. Maybe we'll see how GenAI comes into the evolving. And of course, those who have heard Satya, Microsoft Satya was in Bangalore 2 days back. So he was very specifically about telling about the future of GenAI in the country. Maybe those who have not watched, it's in the YouTube. I request all of to watch what Microsoft vision on GenAI in the coming years, especially in India. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Now let's see GenAI, talk about customer experience and how the operations might. Let's hear out somebody from our friend from mutual fund industry. So mutual fund industry, the operation is more into kind of outsource, kind of everybody know that the two entity who does that one. Talk about experience point of view. So Vamsi, you want to say something about the experience part, how GenAI can help
sure.
from the MC point of view, mutual fund investments?
Absolutely, I think. And
Not saying mutual fund is subject to market risk, like something on the top of that. What can? Yeah, please.
No, de-risked approach. Some of these experience related use cases are not necessarily directly to the customer. Even if you look inwards, a corporate function like HR. Let's take a organization with 10,000 employees, right? At any point of time, there are around a few hundreds of hiring mandates, right? So one of the first things the HR team goes and does is to create a job description. The second thing they would do is to post it on a number of sources, create campaigns around it, gather all these CVs, etc. The immediate opportunity is to kind of take this mundane work away from HR so that they focus on, quality of screening rather than just creating these boring documents, right? So to say, the job description is one of, I understand, having interacted with my head of HR, that it's one of the most dreadful jobs that they hate like anything, but then there's no running away from it.
Empowering human skills rather than
Absolutely,
focusing.
absolutely. And whether I give it to them or not, I'm pretty sure most corporates today use Chat GPT somewhere on their phones, etc., and then they're transporting there. So the idea was first to stop that, and bring these co-pilot capabilities in house. So since to some extent we are blessed that we are a Microsoft shop and we're an M365 shop. So the idea is to extend what comes along with M365 in terms of co-pilot capabilities to some of these corporate functions. A very, very de-risked approach, right? The data stays inside. They just have to punch in the skills. They get a job description. Give it to your marketing team. They'll use it to create marketing collateral. They will use it to create campaigns. Of course, there is human intervention. Once the base comes, there is human intervention in kind of customizing it for a new fund offer or for a new campaign where you want to increase the SIP penetration. You do put in human intervention, but then the base comes very handy. So that's where I think corporate functions like HR, marketing have been early beneficiaries. So we are seeing a lot of interest. Unfortunately, the demand is far higher than the supply that I give today. So I'm pushing for budgets as well as we speak. It's the right time. February, March is the time when we all ask for budgets. So we're asking for that. The second is again experience that we give to the research analysts. Now again, an internal function. Within a mutual fund house, there are equity research analysts. There are fixed income research analysts. There are alternate investments fund managers. Each of them pour over Bloomberg's and you name it, right? All the reports that people get, MSCI reports to Morning Stars to, they have endless sources of information. Imagine the WhatsApp university overload on us. So if you have to look at a professional, investment professional, and how much structured and more than structured, unstructured data that he or she has to pour over before he can actually, kind of narrow down, the short list where he's going to put the money into. It's a tricky job. So that's also a very, very fine use case for us, wherein, a co-pilot can tell them, okay, look, out of these 10 things that I read this morning, this is the synopsis, this is the summary, this is one thing that has been trending 105 times across 110 articles. So they quickly know where to focus on. For example, if you want to do a research on coal, for example, you already see globally how many papers covered coal today, what's happening with coal at a global level within India, etc. So that's been helping them. So experience for me so far has been mostly internal. Customer side experience, I think, will come. So we are in the process of doing the CRM transformation. So today we use Microsoft's Dynamics for servicing. So the idea was to extend it and bring it to sales also. So there's one unified CRM platform. And then since we are on M365, kind of integrate these enterprise capabilities to bring co-pilot opportunities for our field force. Right? If somebody wants to know when was the last time that a particular client was met and what was the synopsis from the last meeting, etc., he doesn't have to pour over and look at multiple data sources. It comes handy for them. So this is where I think customer experience will improve, and there can be a lot more contextualization and personalization in terms of the conversation that the field guy can have.
Thanks, Amsi. Taking a pause here, anybody from the audience want to highlight some use cases? Yeah, please. Somebody can give the mic. Yeah, I can hear you.
Data is outside.
I'd get processed outside of the yes.
Yeah, maybe.
So Ramsey, my question is basically
I
most
think
of
you have to switch it on.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay. So my question is, most of your data is outside, like RB or CAMS or some other parties are basically maintaining. So how do you drive your customer experience when your data itself is basically outside? That is something which I would like to understand.
Yeah, thanks for asking that. As contrary as it may sound, we are one of the most gifted industry, right? For a bank or for an insurance company or any other company, they have to look at n number of sources. For it's just one source. That's your RTA.
Correct.
Right? Your RTA becomes your single source of truth. The better your replication is, the better you have hold of that data. The more real time your replication is, the amount of money you want to pour into real time replication depends on how real you get that. But the data per se is all there and it's at one single source. That's your RTA. So you're as good as your RTA as far as data goes, right? You can't improvise on your RTA. So we are actually a very, very blessed industry that way. Maybe. Yeah. Understood. So the idea is to basically, once you have the data replicated overnight, the idea is to move what is relevant from a customer standpoint to a warehouse or a lake formation, where you have all customer data aggregated, whether it is from the digital side, whether it is from the CRM end. There's a data mart sort of in the lack of a CDP. One idea is to go with an off-the-shelf customer data platform, which can kind of give that one view of all customer data. The other idea is you just build a data mart from 5-6 sources. One of it is obviously your app and the website data, right? The other is your CRM data, right? Then there is a lot of offline data which gets captured. Since mutual fund industry is one of the largest phygital industry, right? So there's still a very large physical footprint in addition to the digital footprint. If you go to the branches today across India, that's where most applications are filled, right? There has to be a way to integrate all that unstructured data also back into your CDP. So is it doable? Absolutely doable. Is it expensive? It's expensive, especially if you want it real time and if you want to do it on cloud, etc. It's expensive, right? You have to make an architecture that's conducive to bringing in data at the right time and then not holding on to it for too long. So data comes in, goes out. For example, in my own architecture, while all this comes on to Redshift, it doesn't sit on Redshift. It quickly moves to an S3. I mean, I'm just assuming that some of this nomenclature is familiar. So I'm talking about Amazon services. So the idea is to move from data warehouse to a dumb storage, which is inexpensive the moment the processing is over.
Does it answer that? Yeah, Pritesh, you have some point. You can please.
I just had a question, and thanks for that. Role of Gen AI and the guardrails to risks, etc. We keep discussing. So, and perhaps on the mutual fund industry to continue, as you continue using Gen AI in the core functions, a bank, a lending, or a mutual fund, the actual trades. I mean, there are some risks that may come up unless, like, for example, it may lead to herding behavior, right?
No,
you see? So the question, therefore, is: do you see certain guardrails or certain do's and don'ts? Because as you use Gen AI for core functions of an entity, say, for example, in mutual fund industry, if I use Gen AI to directionally get an idea on trade within the AMC.
If the question is, can I have a bot execute a trade? No.
No, not
Can
a
I
bot
have
execute
Gen
a
AI
trade.
execute a trade and do a dealer's job or a fund manager's job?
Correct.
I
Hopefully,
think
we'll not get there. Yes, but I'm saying
Never.
if it leads to kind of a herding effect, that's what I want to just understand a little better.
Yeah. So one is, even for the use cases that I spoke about, the idea is to do all that in a very controlled environment, right? In slightly technical terms, in a browser isolated environment. So wherein you are sitting within the corporate network, but the GPT capabilities, the generative capabilities that you're running, whether it is Microsoft or something else, whatever you run, is kind of isolated to the rest of the network. So most of the zero trust platforms today, Zscaler is one example, but there are other zero trust platforms. Most of them are working towards what they call browser isolation technique, right? So So you get to sit within a premise, but you are not really uh, able to access other parts of the network, right? So you can only, while you're using GPT, you're only using GPT. Therefore, the network is completely isolated. So once you have an insight, once you have an output that you got, you only you only consume the insight, etc. But you don't really upload anything. So today, a long story short, we are not today at a trust level where we can let people upload documents. Most of the document assimilation research that goes on content, etc., is on publicly available data. And can I already let a fund manager upload something from his desktop, etc., and run research on it? I don't think we are there yet. The idea is to reach there, but today it's mostly publicly available data. Got it.
Maybe I'll just
Thanks.
add.
Yeah, thanks.
I just add one point to your answer. Maybe the two critical components of the concerns you expressed is for Gen AI use cases, auditability and explainability. The first session, Rubesh was telling about ethical. So basically, we have to have a clear audit trace, what happened, how the data gets generated, and explainability, how the decision was arrived at. If these are very clearly defined, I don't think that risk exists.
Absolutely.
I just
The
want to add
guardrails
this
need to
point.
be there. Yes. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Sumesh, on this side. So moving forward on this side, so it's a lot of use cases we have discussed about, right? So now you see that how do we implement? So two things comes up, kind of thing. The challenges what we have, and looking at the regulations and fraud, all these angles, the security aspect of it, right? Let's see, keeping this ethic of AI, right? If you implement wrongly, it can do something which is not beyond control, beyond control kind of thing. So you have to be implement something which is under control with regulatory guidelines, and same time it's given kind of opportunity to serve better, not for the destructive way kind of thing, right? More towards the constructive way. So coming to that one, Mr. Basu, what is your view on that, saying what are the security or the challenges will be, and how do you see beyond 5 to 10 years on this DNA helping business and industries?
Okay. So before answering that question in specific, so today morning in his opening speech, Dr. Ravi actually mentioned about like a GenAI led incident that has happened 2-3 days back in Hong Kong. How many of you actually have heard of it? Anyone? Can you raise your hand? Yeah, you know. So those of you who have not heard of it, this is pretty interesting and pretty scary about how GenAI can be exploited. So this happened in a BFSI company, multinational BFSI company's Hong Kong office. So an employee, he was targeted. He was invited to a Zoom meeting, and in that meeting, multiple people from across the world attended, including the CFO of the company, who is located in London. And like during that meeting, everyone had to introduce themselves. Everyone had to share some information about that particular department's working. And in that meeting, the CFO instructed that employee in Hong Kong to transfer 200 million Hong Kong dollar, which translates to around 25 million US dollar, to his account, to some particular account. And the person did. And it actually was the way it came out that Hong Kong employee was the only human employee in that breach. Okay, the rest of it were all deep fakes. So it was a live meeting, but all the other attendees were like generated by like a part of generative AI, which is deepfake technology. Like if you know about ChatGPT, OpenAI has another product called Del E, right? They actually have developed it from Salvatore Dali's Del and Wall-E's E. So, and there are many other tools like that available using which deepfakes can be generated. So this probably for now is the kind of biggest security flaw that GenAI has witnessed in recent times. Okay. Now, so security is extremely important when we are talking about GenAI adoption, because then as the name suggests, generative AI, it can generate a lot of content. So all my peers over here, and we are also considering using GenAI in a number of areas where content can be generated. Like in insurance, IRDAI came with a requirement that from 1st of January, for every health insurance policy, something called customer information sheet or CIS need to be developed, okay, and given to the customer with all the policies. And this needs to be dynamic, a perfect use case for GenAI, where GenAI can be used, right? But the data you are giving that AI model access to can potentially lead you to data breach or not. That is something that need to be explored. And with DPDP Act coming in full view, where single breach can come to the tune of 250 crore, I think all of us need to be super sensitive about this particular area. And that is one primary reason while like most of us are still in exploratory mode when it comes to Gen AI. We are doing POC, we are using it mostly in our contact center or customer experience area in chatbots. We are taking the conversational AI chatbots one level higher, but not beyond that, because giving it access to a large scale of private data, it has to be absolutely watertight. There should not be any chances of that should be ensured. So to me, that is the biggest worry that need to be addressed while adopting GenAI in BFSI.
Thanks, Mr. Vasu, for highlighting. See, this organization on 115 years kind of organization thinking about AI and looking at the challenges. See, where the experience plus the new ways matters. That's what well said, Mr. Vasu, on this side. What is on your take out on this security industry, right? When the trading happens, like a lot of stock market investments happens, you're more into that business. Where do you see the challenges? What and how you can mitigate those and implement for this better for next 5 to 10 years kind of horizon, if you look at?
I think everybody understands that the biggest challenge is the PI data. Where are you running these algorithms? If it's cloud or on-prem, who are you sharing the data with? That's a pretty big challenge to start with. And also, how do you trust these algorithms? If the algorithm is not written by you, are they written, who are the maker checker of this algorithm? If you are using somebody else's algorithm, has it written in a way such that it can, you can bias towards someone and unbiased to someone. Those are the major challenges which are going to come up as you go and start using more and more of these predefined algorithms. And the second major challenge is going to be the people who are not in this room, all your non-tech peers and bosses. How are you going to convince them that this is going to work or this is going to not work? Because they, like somebody said in the first panel discussion, right? There are a lot of marketing gimmicks around Gen AI, which is going on across everywhere, and everybody talks about it. But how much of them are actually really use cases which are going to be used in right way? That's going to be a very big challenge as you go on, actually. Because everybody who thinks that, even my boss thinks that Gen AI can create a trading platform as well for you, which is not really probably possible at all, right? But yes, it can give you directions how to do this, how to not to do this. Those things, how you use it, is also very, very important there, actually.
Do you see it's going to replace the algo?
I don't think so. It will not.
I don't say.
It can give you algorithms which probably the way you are wanting to. If I define my how I am looking at the spread, and based on that what the algorithm should be, it can give you a code, but you still have to take it and use it yourself, actually.
On the lighter note side, on the medical report, like system can generate lot of. But when the critical case happens, the doctor has to be there to make it right.
You need a doctor certificate on top of that to take a medication. That's what like that.
So let's think about something in the new age kind of insurance, how people think about on this side. So Manish, you will just want to say something about that. What is your view on the security aspect, and how do you see 5 to 10 years and this Gen AI going in there?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of very fundamental security aspects, not just for Gen AI, but any kind of AI in general, because machine learning models fundamentally are statistical models, and the accuracy is never going to be 100%. That's a given. So which means that, as we build the models and put them, we also need to think about how are we going to identify exceptions where the model is making a mistake. and how do you handle those exceptions? And then both combined, it needs to come down, like for insurance, less than 1% for us to put in production, right? So I think this is very fundamental. To give you an example from Gen AI perspective, a lot of marketing material says that models are hallucinating, and that's a bug. But to be honest, from data science perspective, hallucination is a feature. It's not a bug. It is always going to be there. That's what the model is supposed to do. You have given X amount of training data, and it is supposed to, do generalization on that X data, the data that it has never seen. So hallucination is a feature. It's not a bug. It's always going to be there. So these are the kind of security issues that need to be solved. But I think there are some techniques which are already evolving very rapidly. Uh, just in 2 minutes, what I think all of us in BFSI can expect to happen 5 years down the line. I think one major area of like something that we will see first and quickest, maybe in next 12 months, is what some of the folks from Squad Stack presented. I think CX operations are going to be transformed in a major manner, and even at ACO, we see a lot of that happening. To give you an example, insurance is a low NPS industry world over. In BFSI, insurer like people are always complaining, and nobody trusts insurance companies, right? So how do we transform that? So we did a very simple thing. We built a escalation prediction model on top of our call support calls. So as soon as the call is over, we are able to predict whether this person is going to escalate it, and then pass it on to a better customer support executive or reach them out proactively and stop that escalation from happening. So I think a lot of very creative use cases like this are going to happen. CX operations for sure. Another one is underwriting. While I'm pretty sure that models are not going to underwrite, but I think key role models Gen AI will play in underwriting is it will transform all the unstructured data into structured data, which can then go into underwriting. And that's also something that's already happening at ACO. One data point there is that we are able to predict our loss ratio with less than 1% error every year, which is sort of really fantastic, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot of great insight from this, like what can happen. Actually, I think it's sort of time now. So I think this is very much an enlightening session this time. Thanks to my panelists that to share their views, knowledges, and what the industry think about next 5 to 10 years kind of thing. Happy to hear out from anybody outside. The time is short on this side. Any happy to take it out from outside, you can just get in touch with my co-panelists and me anywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful session we had. I appreciate our moderator along with our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much. एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Come on, everybody. What a wonderful session we had. In order to appreciate our moderator and our panelist, I request Mr. Moin Saimola, Head National Sales, ISWAP. Please help me. Is he here? Mr. Moin Saimola? I request if he's here, Mr. Moin Saimola, kindly be on stage in order to present the token of gratitude. Please help me to welcome on stage Ms. Anita Kukreja, Country Head, SCL Software. A round of applause for her. And please help us to present the token of gratitude to our wonderful panelist and our really amazing moderator. Can we have the token of gratitude? A round of applause. A round of applause for the moderator. Let's do this together. Please, I request Vamsi sir, kindly be there. Then I request Mr. Kalol Basu. Mr. Kalol Basu, please come ahead. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now I request Mr. Sumot C. Please help me to welcome Mr. Sumot C. Please help me to welcome Mr. Malesh. A round of applause. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Sunil Mishra. Mr. Sunil Mishra. Now, please help me to welcome Rishabh Garg. Wow, a round of applause. Can we have a group photography with Ms. Anita Kukreja, country head, ISWAP, and all our distinguished panelists along with moderator. Let's have a group photograph together. It was an insightful session. We can't deny to it. Come on, a round of applause, everybody. Lovely. Thank you. Thank you very much. So before we proceed for the lunch session, we have something special for all of you. Can we have the PPT, my PPT? And this is so basically, this was also an important thing to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. So whosoever participated for the fun session, their video will be there on Instagram and LinkedIn, and we're gonna tag you there. So you can reshare, you can show it to, I mean, I have seen wonderful men singing wonderfully, so you can share with your wife also. Yeah, better halves. It was a wonderful session, and we will have one more session before we proceed for the lunch. We are sharing on Instagram, on LinkedIn, and we're gonna tag you. So whenever you're coming for the participation, make sure you take your name along with your designation and the company name. Okay, so this is a time for team C, I think. Yeah, can we have the audio? Who knows the song? This is for the team C. Team C already participated or what? You got it? Okay, team D. So you know, please come here. Please come here. You have to tell your name with the designation and the company name. Please come.
Okay, my name is Cyril. I represent Innocent. And the song is Iqbal Ka Jeena from.
You have to sing it. That's the only condition.
I'm very bad in singing.
No,
Thanks.
we will, trust me, we will not judge. Trust me.
No, I'm
we
very
all are
bad
bad
in
singers.
singing.
Do you agree? We all are bad singers? Yeah, we all are washroom singers. Don't
Okay.
worry.
एक पल का जीना फिर तो है जाना धोखा ना लेके जाइए कि ये बताना खाली हाथ आएंगे हम खाली हाथ जाएंगे बस प्यार के दो मीठे जो बोल मुस्कुराएंगे
तो हंसना है थोड़ा गाना है साथ में okay okay who knows the name of the movie क्या बात है सर आपकी वीडियो एक्चुअली वायरल होने वाली है ऑन इंस्टाग्राम एंड लिंक्डइन या okay, so we ready to get viral. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we're gonna have a short break of only an hour. Please make sure in next 1 hour or 45 minutes you have to be here because we're gonna start with our next masterclass. Okay, before the masterclass and panel discussion, we have something very special for all of you. So we are here in Kerala, the land of, I have to say, culture, tradition, and food. Outside, you're going to witness some authentic Kerala food also. So we also thought, why not to introduce you all with Kerala? And we have a wonderful curated cultural program for all of you. So before we proceed for the panel discussion, we have one session for all of you where we're gonna, not we gonna, actually the wonderful artist gonna introduce you all with Kerala, with wonderful, vibrant land in the form of some dancing, singing, and so much more to offer. So, are you ready for that? So no panel before the cultural program we have. So I hope कि हम जल्दी से lunch के बाद आ जाएंगे, isn't it? Because we're gonna enjoy. So 2:45 sharp, we're gonna proceed. 2:45. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's have a quick lunch. 2:45 sharp. Please be in the hall for the cultural program where we're gonna introduce you the vibrant Kerala. Be ready for that. I request everybody, please be on time. Thank you.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता है, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया
In a world where companies are increasingly investing in digital transformation and expensive marketing for lead generation, having a tech-first telesales partner focused on sales transformation has become a strategic necessity. For enterprises, traditional outsourced telecalling agencies operate like body shops, struggling with manual lead management, low connectivity, low productivity, high attrition, and knowledge management challenges, along with legacy quality audit processes. Additionally, they provide limited analytics and insights on lead quality, customer needs, and product insights. This is where SquadStack, a future-ready telecalling outsourcing partner, steps in. SquadStack offers a tech-first alternative to traditional call centers, serving as an end-to-end telecalling outsourcing solution. We enhance connectivity, increase conversions, reduce CAC, and provide rich insights through AI-led call and performance analytics. This directly impacts your marketing effectiveness, drives better ROI, and improves customer experience. Leading businesses in industries like banking and financial services, e-commerce, logistics, and healthcare use SquadStack to improve their business results and customer experience. Businesses choose SquadStack to scale with a tech-first approach, and here's what makes us different. A robust network of diverse and vetted telecallers in call center and remote setups across India. Rigorous system-driven hiring and training process to objectively assess telecalling capabilities, verify past experience, evaluate speech and fluency, and industry knowledge. Agent enablement and knowledge management interfaces for improved productivity and driving better conversations with leads. Smart omni-channel outreach, driving high connectivity rates of up to 90%. Real-time visibility and transparency through analytics and business intelligence, funnel reporting, agent insights. Industry-leading call analytics to drive AI-powered quality audits for best compliance, training, and conversion insights at scale. Seamless CRM integrations and enterprise-grade data security with PII access control and encrypted systems. Everything is done for you. Our team of expert recruiters, trainers, auditors, account managers, and data scientists take responsibility for your deliverables and outcomes. At SquadStack, our sales transformation-led approach to scaling your contact center with high-quality agents, best-in-class connectivity, and powerful analytics helps you scale and improve conversions.
Hi, I'm Sunny Kumar, and I'm the onboarding and telesales manager at SmartCoin. We started working with Squad Stack in March 2022 and have seen drastic improvement in our process. Compared to other solutions in the market, I would say the best part about Squad Stack is the cost optimization and how we can quickly scale up campaigns as per our business needs. When we started working with Squad Stack, we expected a conversion rate around of 30% for a particular campaign, and they have consistently delivered a conversion rate of more than 30%. The quality reports also provides us with end-to-end tracking of the telecallers. I would like to conclude that Squad Stack's data-driven and process-driven approach helps maintain consistency in results and deliver better quality. The team eagerly works on feedback and continues to overachieve its goals. There are multiple contact points, making it easy for us to approach anybody on their team. Every time we have raised a request to Squad Stack, they have gone above and beyond to fulfill our requirements. I would say, as an outsourcing partner, Squad Stack is the right fit for SmartCoin in the way they work and positively impact our business.
Yes. Yes.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता है, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया
In a world where companies are increasingly investing in digital transformation and expensive marketing for lead generation, having a tech first telesales partner focused on sales transformation has become a strategic necessity. For enterprises, traditional outsourced telecalling agencies operate like body shops, struggling with manual lead management, low connectivity, low productivity, high attrition, and knowledge management challenges, along with legacy quality audit processes. Additionally, they provide limited analytics and insights on lead quality, customer needs, and product insights. This is where SquadStack, a future-ready telecalling outsourcing partner, steps in. SquadStack offers a tech-first alternative to traditional call centers, serving as an end-to-end telecalling outsourcing solution. We enhance connectivity, increase conversions, reduce CAC, and provide rich insights through AI-led call and performance analytics. This directly impacts your marketing effectiveness, drives better ROI, and improves customer experience. Leading businesses in industries like banking and financial services, e-commerce, logistics, and healthcare use SquadStack to improve their business results and customer experience. Businesses choose SquadStack to scale with a tech-first approach, and here's what makes us different. A robust network of diverse and vetted telecallers in call center and remote setups across India. Rigorous system-driven hiring and training process to objectively assess telecalling capabilities, verify past experience, evaluate speech and fluency, and industry knowledge. agent enablement, and knowledge management interfaces for improved productivity and driving better conversations with leads. Smart omnichannel outreach, driving high connectivity rates of up to 90%. Real-time visibility and transparency through analytics and business intelligence, funnel reporting, agent insights. Industry-leading call analytics to drive AI-powered quality audits for best compliance, training, and conversion insights at scale. Seamless CRM integrations and enterprise-grade data security with PII access control and encrypted systems. Everything is done for you. Our team of expert recruiters, trainers, auditors, account managers, and data scientists take responsibility for your deliverables and outcomes. At SquadStack, our sales transformation-led approach to scaling your contact center with high-quality agents, best-in-class connectivity, and powerful analytics helps you scale and improve conversions.
Hi, I'm Sunny Kumar, and I'm the onboarding and telesales manager at SmartCoin. We started working with SquadStack in March 2022 and have seen drastic improvement in our process. Compared to other solutions in the market, I would say the best part about SquadStack is the cost optimization and how we can quickly scale up campaigns as per our business needs. When we started working with SquadStack, we expected a conversion rate around of 30% for a particular campaign, and they have consistently delivered a conversion rate of more than 30%. The quality reports also provides us with end-to-end tracking of the telecallers. I would like to conclude that SquadStack's data-driven and process-driven approach helps maintain consistency in results and deliver better quality. The team eagerly works on feedback and continues to overachieve its goals. There are multiple contact points, making it easy for us to approach anybody on their team. Every time we have raised a request to SquadStack, they have gone above and beyond to fulfill our requirements. I would say, as an outsourcing partner, SquadStack is the right fit for SmartCoin in the way they work and positively impact our business.
Yes.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता है, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया
In a world where companies are increasingly investing in digital transformation and expensive marketing for lead generation, having a tech first telesales partner focused on sales transformation has become a strategic necessity. For enterprises, traditional outsourced telecalling agencies operate like body shops, struggling with manual lead management, low connectivity, low productivity, high attrition, and knowledge management challenges, along with legacy quality audit processes. Additionally, they provide limited analytics and insights on lead quality, customer needs, and product insights. This is where SquadStack, a future-ready telecalling outsourcing partner, steps in. SquadStack offers a tech-first alternative to traditional call centers, serving as an end-to-end telecalling outsourcing solution. We enhance connectivity, increase conversions, reduce CAC, and provide rich insights through AI-led call and performance analytics. This directly impacts your marketing effectiveness, drives better ROI, and improves customer experience. Leading businesses in industries like banking and financial services, e-commerce, logistics, and healthcare use SquadStack to improve their business results and customer experience. Businesses choose SquadStack to scale with a tech-first approach, and here's what makes us different. A robust network of diverse and vetted telecallers in call center and remote setups across India. Rigorous system-driven hiring and training process to objectively assess telecalling capabilities, verify past experience, evaluate speech and fluency, and industry knowledge. Agent enablement and knowledge management interfaces for improved productivity and driving better conversations with leads. Smart omni-channel outreach, driving high connectivity rates of up to 90%. Real-time visibility and transparency through analytics and business intelligence, funnel reporting, agent insights. Industry-leading call analytics to drive AI-powered quality audits for best compliance, training, and conversion insights at scale. Seamless CRM integrations and enterprise-grade data security with PII access control and encrypted systems. Everything is done for you. Our team of expert recruiters, trainers, auditors, account managers, and data scientists take responsibility for your deliverables and outcomes. At SquadStack, our sales transformation-led approach to scaling your contact center with high-quality agents, best-in-class connectivity, and powerful analytics helps you scale and improve conversions.
Hi, I'm Sunny Kumar, and I'm the onboarding and telesales manager at SmartCoin. We started working with Squad Stack in March 2022 and have seen drastic improvement in our process. Compared to other solutions in the market, I would say the best part about Squad Stack is the cost optimization and how we can quickly scale up campaigns as per our business needs. When we started working with Squad Stack, we expected a conversion rate around of 30% for a particular campaign, and they have consistently delivered a conversion rate of more than 30%. The quality reports also provides us with end-to-end tracking of the teleconers. I would like to conclude that Squad Stack's data-driven and process-driven approach helps maintain consistency in results and deliver better quality. The team eagerly works on feedback and continues to overachieve its goals. There are multiple contact points, making it easy for us to approach anybody on their team. Every time we have raised a request to Squad Stack, they have gone above and beyond to fulfill our requirements. I would say, as an outsourcing partner, Squad Stack is the right fit for SmartPoint in the way they work and positively impact our business.
Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start our program presented by Kalakeli Events. Our first item is a Kuchipudi Tarangam.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टैलेंट।
In a world where companies are increasingly investing in digital transformation and expensive marketing for lead generation, having a tech first telesales partner focused on sales transformation has become a strategic necessity. For enterprises, traditional outsourced telecalling agencies operate like body shops, struggling with manual lead management, low connectivity, low production.
Sorry? No, no, wait. I'm waiting lot of time. Just 5 minutes. Everyone needs to come inside and then we will start. My program is at 10 minutes. The people are coming and start the show. Yeah, if it's 10 minutes, everyone will leave. Not to see. Not 10 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll bring everyone. I'll build a call and then we will start. Because just be one night it start and this place is going very far away.
Just give me 5 minutes. I'm calling.
Three people are waiting here. Only one man is standing and yeah, I'm just informed.
Check one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody, please take your seat. We are here to witness the beauty of Kerala. And I think this is not a moment to miss, actually. I request everybody, if I'm audible enough, and also I will request Elets team, kindly tell all the people who are still outside or having lunch, please tell them to come inside and take their seat. Can we settle down, everybody? It's time to witness the beauty of Kerala. How many of you earlier came to Kerala like twice or thrice? Not only once, but you've been to Kerala, Munnar, Kochi, everywhere? You, sir? You, sir? So I think you must be knowing this fact that Kerala is one of the most beautiful places to visit. Not only India, but people from abroad are coming nowadays. So Kerala tourism is on peak. And of course, Kerala is known for its beautiful, serene view. At the same time, rich in culture, tradition, food. Food, did you like the Kerala food? Did you try something new? Gentlemen? So are you ready to witness the culture of Kerala finally on stage? Yes? Why this is very cold, yes? Tell me, what's the reason? Gentlemen, what do you think? Are you ready? But there is a special demand from our performers, from the artists itself. They are saying they really want to know the energy of Mumbaikars and Delhi Heights and people from Chennai, Bangalore, so many other places. So can you just have some cheers for them? Come on, everybody, all together. All together, gentlemen. How many of you are here from Mumbai? Mumbai. Please give us some cheers for Mumbai, everybody. Mumbai ke cheers un tak jani chahiye. They should know that Mumbaikars are here. Come on, lovely. How many of you are here from Delhi? Delhi is always known for the love we have in our heart, isn't it? Delhi हमेशा दिल वालों की है, तो double नहीं, 10 times sure होना चाहिए. I'm also gonna join you guys. Come on, all the Delhi Heights. Delhi Heights, make some noise. Come on, together. Lovely, lovely. Thank you. Okay, and people from South, can you make some noise for our performers? Lovely. Okay, so on this note, I hand over the stage. Let's visit Kerala virtually. नहीं अभी बिल्कुल stage पे देखने वाले हैं. Make some noise. All over to you guys. Here we go. Can we have the music now? All right, I think he was waiting for your applause. Can we have it? What a phenomenal performance. Lovely. We just loved it. Okay, so now we all know in Kerala, in South India, we all know that Bharatnatyam is one of the most authentic form of art when it comes to dance. So today, our wonderful artists, they will be on stage, and this Bharatnatyam will be specifically for Ganapati. So a round of applause. And sabhi bolenge Ganpati Matpa. Mangal Murthy. Kya baat hai? Here we go. All over to you. Can we have the music now? Wow, I mean, just for a moment, we forgot कि हम किसी conference के लिए आए हैं. Isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Yes? So now be ready to witness some fusion, like it's gonna be a proper fusion of Kerala art and this new modern dance form. All over to you. Can we have the music now? They are requesting for more round of applause actually. Can we do this? Let's appreciate. वो कहते हैं ना किसी भी कलाकार के लिए सबसे बड़ी चीज होती है आपका प्यार आपका सम्मान जो आपकी तालियों में नजर आता है सो राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन थैंक यू Okay, so now, firstly, more energy. I request you, everybody. Come on. So, last performance would be Shiva Tandava. Are you ready for that? I think the most powerful performance, the most connecting one. But the energy has to be high for this. Can we welcome the wonderful performers? Actually, आपकी तालियां उनके लिए ना actually में feel होती है. तो please जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. They should know that people from Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, any other state, if I haven't covered, any other state? Kolkata. Kolkata. Okay, West Bengal. So they should know that we are from, some wonderful places. So the energy reach. Okay, round of applause. Here we go. Can we have the music now? Let's go. Here we go for Shiva Tandava. Wow, I mean, what a beautiful performance. I request all the performers, please come on stage once. And everybody around, the loudest round of applause for them. Come on, everybody. A standing ovation should be there. Yes. What a, you ladies, you understand English? You are phenomenal. Thank you. We loved you. A round of applause, everybody. Come on. And 3 cheers specifically for you girls. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Thank you. Thank you very much. You made our day. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So here, once again, a very warm welcome. So now I feel the energy is really high, isn't it? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we proceed to our next masterclass, I request the team, can we once again distribute the sheet once again? You have to write the name. How many of you know the rules? Please raise your hand. You know the rules? You know the rules of this twisted lucky draw? So you know? Okay, so what we're gonna do, our team gonna give you a piece of paper. You have to write down the name, simple. Then in any moment between the masterclass, our team will come back to you and collect the paper. Please make sure you fold the paper properly. Then our presenter will take one of the paper and see whose name is there. Simple. So that person gonna be winner. We have the hampers for you. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to leave the room until and unless the masterclass is finished. If you are not here, you are just disqualified. Am I clear? Anything, any queries, any questions? Got it? Got it? Okay, lovely. Thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed for the masterclass by Mahesh. A round of applause for Mr. Mahesh, Chief Information Officer, Yes Bank. Mr. Mahesh is a Chief Information Officer of Yes Bank. In his role, he is leading technology and digital capabilities for the bank. In this role, he leads key initiatives such as API First, AI, ML, and generative AI lead initiatives that aim to transform the engagement and experience across the stakeholders within and externally for the bank. Enablement and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Please help me to welcome Mr. Mahesh, Chief Information Officer, Yes Bank. Here we go. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Mahesh Ramamurthy? A round of applause. Here we go for Chief Information Officer, Yes Bank. All over to you, sir, for this most awaited masterclass. Here we go.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. And I think it's been a honor to be called out here and to talk to you guys. I think all of you have carried immense experience. And what I will probably speak over the next 15 minutes is predominantly coming in from a practitioner's approach, having spent over 30 plus, 3 decades plus in the technology space, and more importantly in banking. I think it's going to be an opportunity of a free-flowing dialogue. And I would call the word dialogue because I think it's very important at the end of it to be asking for some questions, to be able to get some interaction around it. I think that's the best way for us to go forward. I think the topic what was really given to us is essentially about, hey, what's really transformed out here? And I must start with the fact that, for me personally, what I started from a technology engagement perspective way back in '89, and what I do today, there's huge change that has gone through. But what has really struck the chord is the last, I would say, 7-8 years. The 7-8 years has been the most transformative years of what you see technology. I limit myself to a lot on banking because that's where my experience has been, banking and payments. If you see, we started off a huge revolution. While we kicked off a lot of technology enablement, probably from a core banking way back in the early 90s, I think the transformation really accelerated when you had the UPIs, and the UPI, the phenomena, the UPI moment, I would call it. You then had a lot more digital engagements coming in. And I think the most significant change that really came about was the fact that the government took some significant initiatives in democratizing data, and more importantly, putting in place a huge amount of digital public infrastructure. Now, that is one single one which has changed the game in my mind, which has essentially started exploiting and, more importantly, forcing adoption of how one should look for technology to be enabled for servicing, as well as in terms of utilizing the data more constructively. So I just want to touch upon a few things, which essentially I would say. Now, look at the data today. Today, you look at any bank, any financial institution looks for its your data, which is in terms of your validation of your own entity from a KYC perspective, your income perspective, there is everything available in the digital public infrastructure. But when the data has been democratized, it has been done with your consent. Nothing happens without your consent. And today, that's going to be the next wave, what's going to emerge itself. But I think what's happened when you look at these opportunities, the banking and the financial services has really embarked upon has adopted it and adapted it hugely in terms of creating technology enablement and force the change. Gone are the days when we have seen where account openings are going to be a day. Now, if today you take more than, say, 5 minutes, I think that instant gratification that is expected from a retailer is probably gone. Ability for you to be able to get documents probably validated, signed out immediately is what is expected. Now, all this is possible because you're able to use the advancement in technology using APIs, integration to third-party infrastructures, and all of them coming together. Now, as Yes Bank, now, which is one of being the leading banks in terms of its infrastructure, we've always looked at how we can be at the edge of innovation. While we innovate, you've seen that today we run close to 42% of the overall UPI infrastructure across our ecosystem. And more importantly, today, we also make sure that our entire capabilities are API enabled. So today, my API infrastructure, our API infrastructure just does about 6 crore plus transactions on that API infrastructure, which is huge. Now, all this is any interaction that happens runs through our API infrastructure, which means core banking may be there, accounting, but what's really dimensioning ourselves for us is how do you take it in front? How do you make it more nimble? How do you make yourself more agile in the front end? So what does business expect at the end of it? That's most important, right? Everyone looks at what is the expectations from the business is agility. Is to say that, hey, how can you really enable the capabilities for creating a better experience in the front end? How can you create better capabilities in terms of journeys? How can you do all of this in terms of using data? Today, every bank, every financial institution has huge amounts of data. How do you utilize this data? So the demands on a daily basis actually starts to dimension itself into multifold. And that's what is very important. We as technologists, it's very important for us to make sure that at the end of the day, you're able to look at the larger picture, the big picture. The architecture, the traditional models of architecture that we've all gone with, I think starts to break down. Has started to break down into ability for us to use the next generation capabilities of microservices, next generation capabilities of managed capabilities around APIs, and the enterprise services buses to be able to see how you can proliferate your architecture to create on-scale demands. to be able to integrate with third-party ecosystems, which is not just the digital public infrastructure, but also with third parties who today come out with very, very significant innovation in the front ends. Now, when we do all of this, your architecture gets exposed. It's now starting to make it more digital, which is fantastic. You have to be there. But what's most important there is the ability for you to manage risk. When you grow digital, when you become more exposed yourself to becoming more front end, our risk practices, risk management practices by itself have undergone significant change. What we used to do as offline checks are no longer offline. It has to be inline. If I were to say real time, maybe it's a bit noisy because not every transaction gets there, while most of it on the payment space does it. But you make it inline, near time, near real time, for it to be there, because money movement has become very simple. It's moving across and moves across a very fast pace. So, which is very important for us, and also I would say the kind of risk practices that banks have followed in the past, say, decade plus, has now started to challenge itself. Each of us today in the risk management units no longer probably look at what traditional models are. Traditional models are for you to learn, but for you now to use the next generation of risk practices to imbibe it into your ecosystem, change everything. So, which means any transaction that you do, any kind of engagement that you do, how do you use this data to make it much more infused into your risk management processes? I think that's a big area of challenge that every organization is going through. I think that's going to be a big area because as you start to get online from a payments perspective, as UPI is a classic example, the way you cross-border transactions are going to increase. Now you are going to be at the center of how you manage risk more proactively than reactively. I mean, that's a significant area of challenge as you go digital and as you create more experiences. It is also important for us to now make sure that as you expand into your new architecture, from a capability perspective, the digital strategy comes in place. I think I would call out the digital strategy. Every organization today, whether it's bank or any institution in the financial sector, has its models broken down dramatically. Digital becomes a very catch-all word. Now, we from a technology perspective always say that, while I have my friends out here who lead the digital banking, but it becomes a catch-all statement. But what is important to understand is what's going to be the digital strategy that we are all going to follow through. It's going to be very important. How are you going to create digital capabilities, digitization, creating efficiencies? How do you do more for similar or less? And more importantly, how do you manage the risk associated with going the digital strategy? And how do you ensure that you have the right layers of compliance? And I use the word RISC. I do not use risk, but I do the regulatory information security and compliance. Because to me, I think as you start to empower democratize your data, as you start to expose yourself further on the channels, managing the RISC is going to be a very, very critical aspect. So all of your digital strategy that every bank gets in, one needs to step back, recraft it, and then make sure that it imbibes it as a part of its culture. From a technology perspective, as CIOs and a lot of you leading a lot of the technology initiatives, I think the biggest challenge we all face is the fact that demands never decrease. The demands always come in. It's only that you say, okay, you have technology, it's available there in the market, go get the technology. Go make it happen in the next 2 weeks, go make it happen in the next 10 days. But it is important for us to then step back and for every financial institution to manage the demand pipeline more effectively. So hence create an architectural framework that really expects us to make sure that the demand execution is much more seamless, is managed better as a throughput. Technologies today enable you to do it. And more importantly, make sure that as you pass through this whole process, the risk and information security aspects are very well embedded. A lot of us still probably follow dated practices, I can say. But there is a need for us to follow the next gen capabilities because it is important, because you're driving certain adoptions, certain change in the front end, but really there has to be a change. Now that drives one more big aspect for all of us. A lot of our teams need to be enabled to adopt new technology, which means they also need to be, their capabilities, competence needs to be enhanced. It is upon us as leaders and managers out here who essentially need to help them go through the curve and else bring them up. Else, one of the biggest challenges, you would want to move at a pace, you will not be able to match that. And that is going to result in friction in terms of not just in the way you fulfill your demand, but also in the way you deliver that demand, and which really means that your organization is going to be struggling to reach that space that the business is expecting the front line from a growth perspective. So to me, I think it's been a very interesting journey at Yes, where the past 3 years, now we've been through a huge churn wherein we really have now stepped back, looked at ourselves from a capability and competency perspective and from a scalability perspective. Today, when we look at running 42% of the UPI transactions through our rails with a lot of partners, our biggest thing is we've redrawn our entire technology roadmap. That has gone in terms of how do we redefine the architecture. That's been a huge challenge. And that architecture change has dovetailed itself to a business architecture as well as in terms of what the digital strategy is all about. Now, when you align the organizations into making that here is what we want to drive, we want to at Yes today, we were a corporate bank with probably a digital capabilities, and now we've changed ourselves to saying we will be a granular retail bank with a digital footprint. Now, which means that it is not that we are able to build everything, which means that we have to drive a lot more, a complete vertical of how do you partnerships. How do you drive your partnerships? What compliances you will need to fulfill within it? How well do you make sure that the way the regulators look at it, and which is rightfully so, in terms of how do you protect the data, how do you engage, interact with the partners while you expand your reach? I think these are very important decisions, important game plans that we within Yes have gone through. And I'm sure today, within my banking ecosystem, my colleagues out there would have to take a step back, look at how to re-architect all of this. And it is time, it is not that it is constant. Change is the only one that is going to be always there. It is about saying, how do you embark upon that journey? And today, every time we sit back and have every week when you reflect back, I'm sure all of you do that. You see some new technology. You see there is your peer bank has launched something, and suddenly there is a FOMO that you get into, right? Each one of you are called into the room and saying, he has launched, what about you? So the FOMO in the VUCA environment is also one area that we have to look at. So which means for us, how you manage innovation in the midst of all that you're doing is another big area to me, is a focus that we need to be looking at. I can tell you that generative AI, a lot of us are doing very intelligent POCs, proof of concepts. But how well can it be utilized in the banking ecosystem without any form of compromise of data is going to be the big challenge. What's the cost? What's the effectiveness it's going to give you? How do you measure the value propositions of new innovations? Is going to be another big area that we have to look at from a financial sector perspective. Because putting in new technologies is great, but being able to see what value it generates towards driving the growth in the business and the scale is going to be very, very critical. So I think the more important thing that we're really working is Gen AI going to make a huge difference. Data analytics. with the kind of data that we generate. We never generated this kind of data a decade back. Today, I can see that our infrastructure generates close to about 2 petabyte, I would say 60 terabytes of information, at least from a logs perspective. And when you look at that kind of data, how do you store it? How do you triage that information? And how do you use it more intelligently, not just from a security point of view, but for an analytics point of view, is going to be another big stream that we look at. So to me, I think new advances, driving efficiencies, cost, nothing can come. You can't keep throwing money at everything that you get. Making sure that you have the right value propositions to the business in the front end, making sure your compliances, what you see in the front end is not just what you get there. There is a huge amount of work that all of us do behind, from a compliance perspective, from a scalability perspective, from an experience enablement perspective. So to me, I think a combination of all of this is a massive task while you drive innovation, while you drive that constant KPI related metrics that you have to focus on, is going to be important. And last but not the least, which I touched upon, is the ability for us as leaders and within any sector that we are working with, is around managing competency, enabling competencies within the team, and how do you co-opt, co-create value. It's no longer that every delivery will happen by a tech team. It is about to create those agile teams, bring those agile teams together to be able to generate value. Now, you can't do anything further in silos. Those days are gone. It is about how you co-create value. And I think that's more important. Today, the way we operate is not just with a partner ecosystem, not just with internal teams, but we also tie up with some of the large cloud service providers and some of the big companies to be able to co-create certain capabilities. And that is a huge differentiator. Any organization that really is going to take that into its stream to manage its change, while obviously managing compliance and risk, is going to be making the differentiator, because you can't do everything yourself. It's about how open you are, how acceptable to you are to enabling yourself, is going to be the big differentiator. I think, to me, this is where I believe, as key messages, we are obviously going to be in a world which we see huge change. But suddenly, 2 years ago, one talked of metaverse. It died its death, probably slowly, but faster than we thought. But now, with Gen AI and with the way you look at analytics coming in, I do believe that we're going to see some significant shift in the way data is going to get better utilized, how customer experience are going to manifest itself. And lastly is going to be how you drive value propositions and measure that. That's going to be very important while you bring up your team. I think that's, in summary, my view. I think I think we always look out for opportunities, and I'm sure each of you look at yes, one of the big things that we do is be partners to growth, be partners in managing risk better. I think that's some of the key things that we tell ourselves. And clearly we see some huge advantages. It's my message to each of you that adopt technology, evaluate it, make sure that you use it to the best. And I'm sure we are here to grow further. Thank you. Is there any questions for someone? Then I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, questions are appreciated. Please help with the mic. Yes, please, sir.
Hi, this is Saurabh from HCL Software. Thank you so much for sharing those stunning insights, and also, give us the opportunity to look into.
I think get closer. Yeah. Thanks.
Hi, this is Saurabh from HCL Software.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you so much for sharing those, stunning insights. Primarily, giving us an opportunity to look into, how your Yes Bank and the architecture, and also, some of the aspirations. So one question I have: I work with we work with a lot of banks, primarily in India. Um, while we're talking about customer experience, everything boils down to the data. And the data talks about, we are talking about PII. Um, with ever-changing guidelines and regulations from RBI, most of the banks, the PII data and the customer experience data have been on-prem. However, they always had an aspiration to move to the cloud, right? So we started working with these banks for almost a couple of years now. But what we are seeing change now, they are making sort of a slow U-turn and not taking everything to the cloud, but keeping some of the data, the PII data, on-prem itself. So what are your thoughts around and how this thing gonna change in coming years? Whether we still be more critical towards PII data, or with the advancement of the cloud offerings that we have from the partners, gonna take us a different turn.
So I think it's a bit loaded question. So I'm going to probably give my perspective of it. I think at the end of the day, as financial institutions, we are responsible for the security and integrity of the data that we hold of customers, because we hold their money, and it's very important that we protect it with whatever we can. That's the most important first principle that we operate with. I would say that irrespective of what a regulator is seeking or anyone is seeking, if you go by that first principle of data protection, which is the most fundamental ask, one needs to know that what's the best form of protecting it, and hence where should it be there. Now, traditionally, we've always used the data-centered approach, the shared co-locations, which has been quite successful. A lot of banks, financial institutions, including us, have experimented with cloud. I use the word experimented, right? But I do believe that their adoption has been limited for two reasons. My personal take has been one: most of the banks have possibly jumped into that bandwagon without understanding how they will and what they will get from it. The how part of the by deploying there, does your application in itself fit for purpose for a cloud deployment? Two, if it does go there, does it create value? What's the cost of running it there? Many a times, the competency that has never existed in a bank to be able to understand how to run a cloud infrastructure. And the CSPs by themselves have sell it as a service. Do not sell it as understanding the cost benefit. Now, the cost benefits, I personally have been at huge challenge. I can tell you bluntly that no, we've not really got a good case on it. Some places, yes. But I think where banks will evolve is they will create, and which may all banks have, a tenanted architecture which with the cloud service providers or private clouds, which essentially is going to help them protect it better and make it as an integral part of their own ecosystem to manage. I think increasingly as we generate a lot of data, we exchange a lot of information, and the fact that you have a necessary compliance over it, one will be cautious in that move, very cautious in that move. And the fact that if you don't see the cost benefit, you will not move. But the cost benefit has to be with the fully loaded security, with the fully loaded approach. I think it's a financial matter, it is a competency matter, and it hence generates the value matter. So if you do not match all of these or look at all of these propositions, you will tend to burn yourself. So it's a lot of us. I know that some have gone very aggressively, pulled back. Some have been calibrated in what they do. So it is always going to be a mixed bag. And I do believe with some of the new initiatives coming in from the government of India as well as the regulator, it's going to be good. Where I do believe are going to look better for cloud with good policies, good frameworks coming in. But the how part of the story and what value it generates is going to be the defining moment. I don't think as yet see that well constructed in.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And is there any other question? We'll take one, two more questions. Okay, please. Please, sir, introduce yourself with the name, designation, and the company name. Please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, Maheshji. Thank you very much for your wonderful insights. I'm Arvind Joshi. I'm Senior Vice President IT at Aviva. My question to you is more around end-to-end experience journey for any customer, whether it's bank, other institutions. What I realize and what I see is onboarding, taking a product, everything is much easier. Now, online, you can even open a bank online. The offboarding, the exit process still is very, very cumbersome. If I want to have a credit card, I can get it very easily. If I want to surrender it, it's still a pain. I want to open a bank account, easier, I can get it done online. I want to close a bank account, you understand it's a big pain. So what is stopping these institutions from focusing on the offboarding of the process? And they continue to evolve, they continue to improve on the onboarding side, but the offboarding process continues to be a comparatively big challenge. So just wanted to hear your views. Is it being discussed? What's happening in that space? Thank you very much.
Posing a difficult question to me as a business head. So I think the simple answer would we won't want to lose a customer. So if you have done a bad service, then we'll go all out to probably still retain you. I think that's the simple ask. We're not making your life difficult, but we are trying to give you options to say, think about it again. So that's the way I'll put it. But I think that's just a view. But I do believe that with the way life is changing and the way some of the expectations from even the regulator or from this thing is that if it is driven by the customer's needs and the experience needs, it will set to change. It will set to change. I think we've seen some very constructive views coming in. And it is upon each institution how they do it. Because if you don't provide that service, you don't provide the experience, it is going to be, sorry, we don't want it. But at the end of the day, that's going to do. And today, see, earlier, if you could do this, you probably 10 years ago, you didn't have any avenue to complain. To the easiest avenue is get on the Twitter and put some few things on LinkedIn, and then everyone jumps on you, correct? Because the social media is very powerful. So I think, to me, I think banks are waking up to the experience ask, and they very minutely are looking at how the experience is not just in the onboarding, but the servicing, and how do you differentiate that. There is a lot of focus in that emerging across the banks. And you will see that, obviously, when they see customers really not being helped, there are different avenues that a customer can reach out to, whether it's an ombudsman or whether different from a payment. So it will change. And more importantly, I do see that that effort is now being done by the bank. There is a customer service committee. There is a lot more focus at the top of the management level. So which means there are some, I would say, proposition KPIs that are getting measured. And this is very, very, very difficult ones, because we get into a lot of conversations and say, why did we have these complaints? What's driving it? What is the issue? What change we need to make in? Is that customer segment we are not able to address very well? Or are we not digitally enabling some of these? Or are we not putting the right value proposition in front of the customer to be able to do a certain transaction, certain capability? So I think this is, I wouldn't say I have a great answer for it, but I do believe that with the way banks are looking at tech and the service journeys being put together, and with the way we are looking to be measured, not internally, but also by the external, it'll change. The board themselves are looking at a lot of things, so it will. I'm positive about it. Thanks. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
A round of applause, first of all, for sir, ladies and gentlemen. Any other question? Okay, this is the last question.
I think we are actually having this honored moment to have you here. That's why we're having so many questions. So please give him the mic. No, you're getting a mic. Please introduce yourself with the designation and the company you're working in. Please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Manas. I'm from Nippon India Asset Management. And I'll say, an added session or question to what my gentleman earlier asked. So, for example, while he talked about closure of an account, right, or other services, I'm talking about maintenance of an account. For example, if I today open an account, I can do it digitally. But if my account goes dormant, I have to go to a branch. Why? So it's not about closure. I am maintaining myself. I want to be active on my account, but still, while I can do a re-KYC digitally, but I can't activate my account digitally.
Those are all set to change. Don't worry. I'm saying is the way I look at it is, no, obviously dormancy and the re-KYC is, obviously one has to look at how the accounts itself are classified and hence how do you enable back those accounts. More and more branches are doing lesser service, more of sales, if I were to look at it. Correct. So from that perspective, with the digital capabilities uh, and with the ability to do re-KYCs, and what is most important is to make sure that after the re-KYC, it is indeed you who are doing it. So those are technologies that are now coming in play. And with that, I don't think that there is going to be a future need for you to walk into the branch unless and until you have an inquiry that you're not satisfied with. Digital banking really strives to do that. And some of the practices, a lot of the processes aren't as yet being relooked. The way I would put it, a lot of the entities don't relook at the processes. They relook at just enabling automation or enabling new things. I think when you start to relook at process maps back again and the journeys, a lot of this will set to change. I think maybe each one is on a different level of capabilities or automation or tech enablement, but I don't see the need there. I think that's the way I would put it.
Thank you very much, sir. Please kindly be here and a round of applause for sir, ladies and gentlemen. And in order to appreciate with token of gratitude, I request Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, editor-in-chief, the Banking and Finance Post magazine. A round of applause for Dr. Ravi Gupta on stage, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much, Mr. Mahesh Ramamurthy, sir, for wonderful session. Actually, we enjoyed. It is one of the most wonderful master class of this day. A round of applause for Mr. Mahesh Ramamurthy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again, sir, for being here and gracing this day by your presence. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Mahesh Ramamurthy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So here on this note, let's proceed for the next tech masterclass, where we're going to talk about data management and cybersecurity in BFSI landscape. In order to welcome this gentleman on stage, please help me with a round of applause. Please help me to welcome Mr. Praveen Yeleswarappu, Head of Solution Engineering and Marketing, Blue Sapphire Cybersecurity. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Praveen Yeleswarappu. Praveen is a seasoned professional with a multifaceted background specializing in cybersecurity, with expertise in designing robust cyber resilience strategies and implementing cutting edge security operating centers. He has played a vital role in enabling system integrators to develop, manage detection and response services. Additionally, his proficiency in product marketing adds a strategic dimension to his diverse experience. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him. Please help me welcome Mr. Praveen Yeleswarappu, Head of Solution Engineering and Marketing, Blue Sapphire Cyber Systems Private Limited.
I'm gonna test this out. Yeah, this works fine. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Fantastic. I know it was an amazing lunch. Just wanted to make sure that we are pretty much there. Hey, first of all, as an Indian, I'm super proud about what we have achieved in last 1 decade in terms of this overall digital transformation, both in the banking ecosystem or the space or manufacturing, you name it, we've been doing it phenomenally well. More importantly, from a banking standpoint, I think Ramesh sir pointed out really well just a while back in terms of how proficient have we become with the adoption of UPI or digitization across. Personally, I am a beneficiary of how simple the transactions have been made possible. And I think countries like France have also started adapting this wonderful technology that we have built completely grounds up. More importantly, I think it is you who have put in a lot of hard work as the BFSI leaders in tech space to make sure that the technology is adapted to the best of the interest. So kudos to you. Let's clap for all of us once for making this possible. Now, that being said, the whole objective of India now is how do we become the third largest economy, and you being in the space of banking play a pivotal role. In fact, you are the backbone to make that vision possible. And the story isn't bright because as we succeed, the attacker's going to be just behind us. Hacker's going to be just behind us. And you see, as we see, a lot of organizations are taking hit, especially in the BFSI zone. People talk about it, people hide it, but the truth is, yes, there is risk. How do we manage that risk? Now, looking at the security operations overall today, unfortunately, a lot of partners today I would just term it as vendors, come in and talk great and with a context of solving for the problems. But the reality is when you start adapting the security practices and look and emerge for the risk, things just don't work in reality. And that has taken tremendous amount of hit. Now, as a practitioner myself, working with over 40 plus clients, some of the pain areas that I've noticed impacting highly digital ecosystems, especially the organizations, are how do we manage the data? Again, pointing out to what Ramesh had pointed out, spoke about just a while back, we have tremendous amount of data generating out of the business processes on which we have implemented digital ecosystem, to be frank with. Now, from a security standpoint also, it is actually a data problem, honestly speaking, because as a risk officer, when you talk to your chief risk officer, when you talk to your CISOs, one of the problems that a CISO go through, unfortunately, is juggling around multiple vendors or multiple technology stacks. We're talking about at least 15 to 20 different products that are deployed within an organization. There are teams which are plugged in to support these products, and nonetheless, attacks keep happening. The second aspect is we have tried to solve for that problem by deploying a white elephant called security investigation and event management system. But in reality, it has now become a bloated system of data than in reality solving for the security problem, which is detecting cyber attacks on time and enabling your teams to respond real fast. And the biggest problem that you have today is not the tech stack or the people. It is the contracts that you have signed with these vendors over a period of time. Some of them are so sticky in nature that it becomes really hard for you to move ahead and plan something for. As the gentleman pointed out a while back, you as the technology leaders in the banking space have to think about what has been happening in past and present and how do you be future ready, which means you need to relook into the entire technology landscape and the overall processes that you have built around user journeys. And when you do that, you would get exposed to more amount of risk. Make no mistake, we have seen emergence of a lot of startups who are building for B2C or D2C, where a lot of activities actually, or the user experience happens on the applications. A lot of backend operations are super complex. And these startups have actually taken a lot of attacks in the backend and have seen downtimes multiple times. And it's not the case that they didn't have the technology to protect or they didn't have people to protect. It's just that how do you manage the problem altogether? Now there is this new jargon or acronym As vendors, we have coined out in the market called XDR, or extended detection and response, which is also in reality not solving for the problem, but only complicating it further in terms of overall cost and overall people management experience as well. Now, looking at all these things, my whole objective of being here is to give, to just plug a leaf and give you an overall process of how do you re-architect the overall security operations. I think it is fairly important for you folks to visit what are the existing processes and what are those processes which you need to re-architect or reinvent, purely to make sure that the businesses are equally aligned. And more importantly, if there is a hit, you should have enough data to go back to the business and prove that this is what, or a situation like this can be handled in A, B, and C steps. How do you make that possible? If you look at the current security investigation and event management deployments, you would see a lot of data is being ingested rapid left, right, center, with the whole objective of solving for three things. Number one is detect a cyber attack early. Number two is make sure that your compliance and regulatory requirements are met. Number three is a quick audit, just go ahead and suppress with the kind of data that you have. But what has happened in this thought process, like I said before, is your security investigation and event management systems are now completely bloated with data which is completely redundant. You're not using it to the effectiveness the way it should be. The use cases are limited. And building a use case on top of data which is completely closed in nature is just not making things work and possible. The other challenge is, because you have been working and building business processes and the security operations on top of the existing SIM ecosystem for years on years, it is just not possible for you to rip and replace and get a new SIM altogether or get a new technology altogether to solve for this business problem. Now, as I said, working with over multiple clients, I see this problem in a very different way, and I've built a solution out of it, which is the introduction of secure data lake. So you'll have to think about what are those fundamental use cases which you really want to execute on the current SIM, or what are those use cases which your SIM vendor can actually help you with from a detection standpoint, identify the data relevant to that, and maintain that within the SIM ecosystem itself. What you should focus now more from a data lake adoption is how can you effortlessly consume more and more compliance and regulatory data, store it at a cost which is 40% than what you're paying for your current SIM. More importantly, have a very strong analytics layer where you can query the data, build analytics, build reporting structures which are more simple, nimble, and easy to use than being complicated in terms of querying, code writing, and so on and so forth. More importantly, you should also focus upon adapting a data lake which is not so people heavy. So think of it to be a service than a product to be deployed. I understand you may want to focus more on data center deployments, go for it. But then don't build a team or an army to manage this behemoth by yourself. Leave it to your partners who can help you with efficient big data management, analytics and querying capabilities as and when required, be it forensics, be it threat hunting, and so on and so forth. That is exactly what the secure data lake can do for you. The more and more I've been hearing from the problem statements and having some wonderful conversations with known faces over here are, one of the major challenges that you have today is, can I actually go back and triage into the data which is 6 months old, 12 months old, 18 months old, because attackers have gone super sneaky. How can you look up to the data which is 6 months old, 12 months old? That's not possible with your current SIM architecture. A, because of the way it is licensed, B, the way it is architected, and C, the way it is querying and the kind of redundant values that you get upon querying, it just doesn't work that way. And hence it becomes imperative for you to have a data lake which is far more horizontally scalable, number one, far more open. And when I say open, if you notice, data lakes have also become dirty. I'm sure you are the first ones to have experienced this problem, right? You don't even know what is that data, what are those use cases that you can build, what kind of reporting structures you can build, how can you actually address your business problems? No, that's not happening because the data lakes have become dirty. First, identify the pipelines which are more efficient for you to have much more outcome-driven business metrics. Identify those pipelines. Number two, build relatively strong metrics and analytics on top of it. Number three, as we hear more and more regulatory push coming up into our ecosystem, we are watching DPDP pretty closely. We are watching how CERT India is behaving. They are helping us. But then they can only help should you have enough infrastructure in place as and when the data requirements are being asked for. With the current ecosystem, it is just not possible. You should be in a place where you are allowed or you have the firepower to go back and query into the data sets which are as old as 2 years, 1 year, depending upon what holistically you're looking at. And on top of that, one of the major problem is to have data in a common format. This is something which a lot many folks are missing upon. Having data in a data lake is not just efficient enough. You should make sure that the data that is there within the data lake is common as far as schema is concerned. So that way when you run a query, that way when you build a machine learning capability on top of your data lake, it should be seamless, easy to deploy, and should have effective outcomes. And for that, adapting common information schema is of absolute must. Now, to solve the architecture, which is completely distorted today, the way you may want to revisit is do a quick audit on your existing security investigation and event management system. Identify what is that data which is being ingested today, how much is the data ingested is redundant in nature, and for that, you may want to have certain experts plugged in, do an independent audit, just don't rely upon your teams because they may be biased. The focus of this audit is to identify the redundant data. In our experience, we are seeing over 40 to 70% of data inside the SIM to be 100% redundant, which means you are directly paying cost from a licensing standpoint to your SIM vendor and are not making use of that data at all. And more importantly, you know the limitations that SIM brings in from a use case building perspective. Get that redundant data pipeline into a data lake, which is far more open, far more superior, gives you the advantage of running analytics and also machine learning capabilities to identify supremely targeted and advanced attacks. Because advanced attackers are there within your environment 6 to 8 months, at times 12 months old, and they are just not, they're super sneaky, they don't show up. And when you have a data lake which ties the entire story together, irrespective of the timeline, with super ease, will help your security teams to identify an attack much earlier from a triage perspective. More importantly, it will have the context to actually act upon the attack much faster, because in the world of cybersecurity, we say this and we preach this, there are only two sets of organizations. One is already breached and are aware of, and the other one is they are breached, but then they're just not aware of. And hence it is important to go with a threat hunting approach, which is far more advanced when you have the power of data lake with you. The other aspects that I may want to bring in is, while you do this architecture change, you should make sure that you're not disturbing your existing business processes that are built over the SIM ecosystem that you have adapted over a period of time. More and more, it is important to play along with the current SIM and generate the value that you may want to do it. Now, with that being said, I just wanted to introduce the one platform of Blue Sapphire over here, wherein we are solving for this exact problem for a while now, wherein there is a data lake which will enable open format data. We will go ahead and identify the pipeline, which is more data pipeline, which is more redundant in the existing SIM, bring it onto the data lake, and run our one platform, should you wish to identify the super sneaky attacks on time, and not only identify, but also respond to it. Because we know that with the adoption of digitization, I know that in banks, the IoTs may come in later stage, but I'm sure they're using in some shape or form. The current IT teams or security teams are just not equipped to go ahead and stop the attack, even if you find one at a rapid pace. Attackers are moving laterally just in 8 minutes of time, covering across the organization. With a limited set of resources, it just becomes, with laws of physics, it is just impossible for you to stop attack unless you adopt automation. So orchestration capabilities are must for you to go ahead and stop the attacks with intelligent data that you have. And that's where we as Blue Sapphire help you out, both from a product standpoint and also people standpoint, setting up the processes, making sure that the automation is imbibed, is deployed, and works with the effectiveness. I would take a pause over here, and if there are any questions, happy to take.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Sir, first of all. Thank you for sharing your insight. It was a wonderful session. Before we proceed any further, I request Mr. Prashant Deshpande, Chief Digital Information Security Officer, Shriram Finance Limited, kindly be on stage, sir, in order to present the token of gratitude to Mr. Praveen. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Come on, let's do this all together. Thank you very much, Mr. Praveen Yelis Rappu, for the wonderful session. Thank you. All right, so here, before sir, we want you for Mr. Praveen. Mr. Praveen, we want you here for a minute. You have to do an honor. Can we bring the bowl? Did you submit the, you got the, okay, please come on stage. So you have to do an honor, kindly be here. Yes, so basically we're gonna see now who gonna win. It's a twisted lucky draw session where you have to pull one name, that's it. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see. Okay, who's it?
It's
It's A Sylphs Rathod something, SBI Mutual Fund. A Siju Rathod. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What a lucky man. Lovely. Let's have the hamper. I'm so sorry for, I think the handwriting is tough to read. Really sorry for that. All right, here we go. Please. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to proceed for the next panel discussion that will be industry insights. We're going to talk about cyber security 2024, the road ahead of IT security. It will be indeed the most awaited session, but before that, I am eagerly waiting for my session. Can we have the PPT now? So now we will do one collective round with the Bollywood round. Can we have the page now? Yes. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Ready? No? That's the fun of this game. Okay, can you say hi once again, everybody? To me, please. Namaskaram. Welcome to Kerala. Reminder, we are in Trivandrum, not in Delhi, not in Bombay, not in Bangalore, not in Chennai. We are in Trivandrum. Okay. So can we play it? This is for all of you, okay? There is no as such groove. Can we have it? Can you play? Please. No, this one is done. Go ahead. Ahead. Yeah, this one. Who knows the track? Sir knows. Who knows? Who knows the track? You sure, sir? Please come forward, please. No, you have to be here. Come on. No, you have to be here. We can't accept like that. Please. Introduce yourself firstly, because we're going to put the video in Instagram and LinkedIn. Just kidding. We will not. Trust me. Let's play once again. Once again, please play. You know, sir? Who knows? Please. Who is willing to be here and sing the song? Yeah. At least a line. At least a line you have to sing. So, who gonna do this? So you know the track? Who knows the track? Name of the movie? Anything like that? Nobody? Sorry. Yeah. Let's sing. Four of us. Four of you. Come on.
Tad. I don't know song. No. I'm good.
Okay, name of the movie. Name of the movie.
Ramji Ki Chal is the lyrics.
नहीं आई डोंट रिमेम्बर उतना ही याद आ रहा है राम जी की चाल देखो
Ramlila.
Let's see the answer. Is it? Okay. Oh, we are ready with the chocolates. Okay, next. Let's do the next one. Quickly. Who knows this? Let's do this once again. Play. It's quite easy. Anyone? So you know? Feeling like you know. So you? Anyone? Team A? Team B? Anyone? No one? Let's play once again. Play once again. What do you think? Gentlemen at last, what do you think? Here, this table should know something, don't you think? No? Sorry? Tell me the song.
आज से तेरी अखियां मेरी
आज से तेरी अखियां मेरी Okay. Huh? You have to sing and you have to tell us. Yeah, it's okay. Come on. Come here, sir. Come. Let's try. I mean, what's wrong with it? Guys, can you give a round of applause? Please, everybody. Please. Please, sir. Be here.
But I don't know the song. Okay. Hi, I'm Arvind. I from Aviva. I think this may be the title song of movie Dabang. Okay. I don't know the lyrics. Maybe I'll have to search for the lyrics first. Hood dabang 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 hood dabang dabang dabang. What was the next one? I don't remember the line.
Let us see that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, movie name and he guessed it so accurately. Okay, we will have one last one, quick one. Here we go. So you have to guess the movie they did together as an actor. Okay? So Farah Khan and Mr. Irani. What do you think? Any movie comes in your mind? And any movie? What do you think? Anyone? No one? Main hu na? You know? You have to be here, sir. Yeah, please come here. I can witness some wonderful Bollywood lovers in the house, isn't it? Please introduce yourself.
Hi guys, I am Milind from Blue Sapphire. The name of the movie is Shireen Farhat Ki To Nikal Padi.
Let's see the result. Oh my God, how accurate is it? Yeah, lovely. Please. Okay, thank you. So on this note, we'll proceed for our next industry insight. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome our moderator, Mr. Dheeraj Ranka, Chief Information Officer, Tata AIG General Insurance. A round of applause for Mr. Dheeraj Ranka. This is a industry insights where we're going to talk about cyber security 2024, the road ahead of IT security. And in order to moderate, we have Mr. Dheeraj Ranka. Now, please help me to welcome our panelists. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Rajesh Dogre, Chief Information Security Officer, SDFC
Agro General Insurance. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Prashant Deshpande, Chief Digital and Information Security Officer, Shri Ram Finance Limited. A round of applause for him. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Venu Gopal Paramreshwara, Chief Information Security Officer, CSB Bank. A round of applause for Mr. Venu Gopal. Now, please help me, join me please in order to welcome Mr. Yogesh Bansal, Chief Information Security Officer, Avas Financiers Limited. And now please help me, join me in order to welcome Mr. Bhaskar Rao, Chief. Okay, lovely. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome these esteemed panelists along with our moderator. And I think this is the burning topic of the day where we talk about cybersecurity. There is like limitless road. Please take your seat, ladies and gentlemen. There is so much to talk about, I think. And I have to say, we Elets got the best from the industry. A round of applause, first of all, for this session. I think the veterans from the industry, they are here. And I hand over the mic and the stage to a moderator, just telling him that we are here for only 30 minutes. And also we have to include the audience, quite a challenge, but not for you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe post-lunch sessions are a little difficult, but we'll try and keeping as interesting as possible. Okay, we heard many topics in the morning during the keynote, and probably with these esteemed panelists, we are going to drill down to those topics even further. So, Yogesh, my first questions would be, this. We are seeing a lot of artificial intelligence coming to the picture in this rising cyber attacks. Correct. Now these cyber attacks are getting more and more sophisticated every now and then, right? So how are you realigning your security strategies and investment priorities for next 2 years? If you could just put some light on it.
So thank you to all. So now you can say the regulator also seeing in these cyber attacks or the cyber security or data security in the you can say the different manners actually. Many means the RBI also given the circular on the very you can say the very regular basis. Now we have for example we are in HFC or BFSI in NBFC segment. Before you can say 2 or 3 year back, we normally seen that okay, this will not happen, this will not happen. But now scenario is changed. Now you should think about when you create the cyber security architecture, you should think beyond the current limit. For example, if you see that, for example, in current scenario, you are somebody saying that you are just awareness of the phishing, these type of. But now the attacks are coming on the after the customer, you can say onboarding also. For example, if somebody want the loan, after loan disbursement on the first loan cycle of this type of means this type of attacks are coming means we cannot think that okay, now we have involved the customers, we have done that, so no required for the cyber security awareness of that thing. Now the attacks are going on the different platform. Okay, and now that you know that after the last 2-3 years, everybody saying that zero day attacks, or you can say zero trust. So the zero trust, first of all, that start with the your device base or the user base, because we are not trust on the device that connect our network. We does not trust about our employee or the vendor that not. Now the zero trust come in the admin side also, on the IT side also, or the vendor side. For example, if somebody change in the some type of API, if somebody change in the some firewall, maybe somebody change in the some servers, many things. So if they forgot or they forgot the some only one line, maybe they forgot the asterisk only, or maybe some maybe forgot to you say the closing the port only. maybe you have done the configurations or the VA part after maybe 6 months. Now this vulnerability is still open from last 3 months. So now now your VA, your configuration, your security posture also in the real time basis, not a you can say on the regulatory side. Regulators say okay that to do on the or do on the maybe 6 month basis or the yearly basis, or you are doing on the quarterly basis. No, no. Today is the scenario. The attacks are coming in the purely on real time. Do not think that this is working on the device or other party. This is also for our employee also. This is also for our admin also. Your architecture, it's because the cyber security or you can say the others data security are changing dramatically. So now you will create some agile type of network. So every technology that you acquire or maybe that till this time that should be land on this architecture, because the technology change in the very frequently may, because we due to the attacks, due to the change of the environment, because that okay, yeah, we know that AI is developing, so this AI also developing for the attacker also. They are using same thing in the better manner from us. So now we think beyond this thinking also.
Okay, Yogesh, thanks a lot for adding that. So
Dheeraj, I
you're
want to
saying,
add over here.
yeah.
Hello. Hello. I just want to add what Yogesh has said. See, the attacks are getting sophisticated day by day because there are a lot of tools available freely on internet, and now ChatGPT is also in place. So attacker takes the opportunity and leverage the ChatGPT to create the sophisticated tools,
Correct.
attacking queries and all these things. So only the best thing, what I feel, adding to what Yogesh said, we should have a proper security best practices to prevent such attacks,
Mhm.
like having a proper logical access control, having the data encryption methodology, data at rest, data in use, having a proper state of art WAF solution in place, SOC solution in place. And the most important part is that cybersecurity awareness within the employees and customers, because employees are the weakest link who get prey of these attacks. That's it.
Correct. So, Prashant, I would like to extend this question to you also. So now you're being, part of a very known, forum, Zaka. So you might be getting a lot of insights. So, what would be the, investment the one company should do, in terms of the cybersecurity for these, like, as we see this threat landscape is increasing day by day, attacks are getting sophisticated. So, what's your views on this?
Thank you. Hello.
A little closer.
So, good afternoon. Thanks for this question first. So, as you rightly said, the technology is changing, the data size is changing, the cybersecurity, the attacks are changing. Okay, and legal landscape also is changing. We need to be on our toes, because nowadays you see any incident happens, you need to report within 6 hours. Okay, so we need to plan it properly. So what at a Sridham Finance, or what we have done effectively, is that to address any issue effectively, again we always talk about the PPT, people, process, and technology. As rightly mentioned by him, having the right kind of people and right number of people with you, okay, with the right skill, always help you. Okay, and we need to train them continuously, and we need to bring that awareness with them. So on the people front, we need to ensure that we have right people to address, and wherever required, as the earlier presentation was there, we need to go in a collaborative approach to address certain things, because as the threat landscape is changing. Coming back to the process, I feel processes play a major role. So what we have done, a long back, is that around, I'll say 15, 17 years back, is that it's always best to get a certified with the best practices. Okay, so when ISO 27001 was just, like people were talking about it, we thought, let us, get it certified. So at least you understand what are the best practices follow globally. So you need to have the processes first. One, the security should be always there during the acquisition, during the development, and during the maintenance. We need to ensure that security is there at all the level. And the most important processes, what we need to plan, is there should be a policies and procedures effectively to assess what is the cyber risk management risk is doing effectively. Just having a policies and procedures in place will not help. To assess those, all our cybersecurity risk controls are, working properly is very critical. And the best part is that, uh, since morning we saw the for opportunities for CIO and CTO effectively become a threat for a CISO sometime. So 2 years back when we used to talk about some technology, now we are talking to control those technologies. So today, whatever technology we'll talk effectively after 2 years, we need to talk about controlling them also. So I feel that, we need to have those processes right in place to assess those things effectively. And then coming back to technology, we need to start using technology before hackers start using it. Okay, we talk a lot about AI and all those things, automation and everything, but hackers start using it and we just keep on doing the planning. So what effectively we have done is that, one, the SOC automation specifically with the analytical tools to ensure that few attacks are, identified, stopped there itself, automated way. The people are there, and then the process are to check, because we always used to talk about when CISO becomes a part of boardroom, but it has got one more challenge to us now. We become a part of their scrutiny also now. Okay, so whenever some incidents happens, you need to be part of this, and you need to be very careful, because year 2023 saw specifically Uber and your SolarWind CISO incidents, where literally they got penalized for not effectively managing the controls. So these are certain things we need to be in place. A legal compliance is always going to face a challenge for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prashant, and thank you, Yogesh and Rajesh, for those insights. So, moving forward, I believe we have the only banker, on our panelist. So, Venugopal, my question is that, as a traditional banks and insurance companies are, embarking these digital journeys, how are we ensuring that the security of this new fintech that, we integrate in our companies, and these how do we manage these vulnerabilities that are introduced by these third parties? So what are your views on this?
Yes. Primarily, these brick and mortar banks move into digital for three reasons, right? Let's say convenience, efficiency, or user experience, better user experience. And we are living in a world where the user experience has changed paradigm, right? In a major shift in paradigm shift in the user experience concepts. Like we're talking about instant noodles to instant banking and instant payment, instant loan, and everything, right? So digital is a vehicle for us to actually move there and achieve the agility which is required by the speed the customer demands. So that is something is a great drive for the digitization. Now that also comes with a lot of challenges and issues which we have seen in all those conversations. One of the major aspects is that the way which we've been, I mean, from a CISO angle, the way we've been monitoring the security or managing the security has also changed in the last 4 or 5 years. Earlier, we used to say that security or protection side of things, all right? How to prevent the attacks. Now we are talking about how to prevent and also prepare, right? Prevent, detect, and prepare. So we need to say that, okay, security breaches are inevitable today. We cannot, right? It's all like as someone mentioned, it's a matter of time that someone mentioned that, do you realize there you have a breached or you're not realized that you have breached or not? So how do we recover it back from him? What kind of resiliency systems we have? What are the processes we have? And these are the matters, and these are the aspects which matters today from a CISO side of things. And the other aspect is in terms of from a biological growth of a bank per se, the agility been brought in, and we also need to have a lot of acquisitions and a lot of partnership with fintechs or technology, solution providers. So rather than embedding or acquiring a new solution, implement it, and then run it, it takes a lot of time. So we just go with partnership with fintechs who are actually modularized banking capabilities, just like a loan origination system or a loan management system. So we acquire them or we partner with them and ensure that we have a full ecosystem of the banking in a very faster manner, right? So time to market the new product is much faster now. So that's the second benefit from it. The third aspect from us, from protection standpoint, some of the technology also need to be sort of incorporated in our traditional protection mechanism. For example, cloud. right? In a brick and mortar banking, we never thought about cloud, right? We are always talk about on-prem environment and all. Now, with the fintech coming in, we need to think about cloud technologies, and these cloud technologies are all various, flavors and all those stuff, right? And many of them are offering SaaS services, many of them are offering IaaS kind of models and all. So, knowing the customer data, the privacy of the data, protection of the data, where and what technology can be applied, and regardless of the model we are choosing, and of course, we also have regulations pressure and also requirement from regulations to how do we actually product custom information. So those aspects also need to be looked when we are adopting a technology. The other side is, of course, API, right? The fintech also brings the integration with the fintech is no more you draw a lease line or you have a connectivity between them and then do it. It's all coming through internet ecosystem, right? We cannot afford to have the traditional way of setting up a link or something like that. They're all coming through API connections. So API security is another, the big part in CISO's life, right? How to develop the API, what are the specifications we need to sort of write it, and how do we, expose some of our data which the consumer or the fintech can consume it, or they can provide it, churn it, and then provide to us, is also a part of our, strategy. So these are some of the thoughts. I mean, at the initial stage, we'll again.
Okay. So basically, what we should look after all the third parties, with a fine tooth comb, and see what are they bringing into our, environment. So Rajesh, what are your views onto the same questions?
So related to third party. So third party, everybody knows that they are the extended arms of all the organization because they do the business on behalf of them. And to achieve that activity, there are a lot of data is being shared with the third party. Second thing, not only cybersecurity risks, there are other risks also, operational risks, compliance risks we have to think about when we having third party in place. Because while the responsibility of third party is to secure the data, the accountability lies on organization. And now the DPDP Act is on the way. So there is a huge penalty in case if there are any data breaches happened. So we have to ensure, we don't have a full control or visibility of the third party environment network, all these things. But at the same time, we have to make sure that they should follow bare minimum security practices. So which can, at least it can give us some comfort level. And regularly we need to have a third party risk assessment audits, and we have to do the investment in that to gain some confidence and relaxation. A third party is in a control. That's all my view.
Okay. So that's great pointers, I believe, to be noted. So moving forward, Prashant, my next question is to you. So what we have realized is that third party, so many strategies that we are trying to embark and implement. So as per you, what are your top cyber risks that is faced by enterprises like us or ours, and how do you addressing security awareness and controls in this ever evolving threat landscape? So what are your views on this?
So coming to third party specifically, okay, now we have implemented specific tools, okay, where we assess even the risk of third party also, and this gives the risk score of third party. So what we do a self assessment or a third party audit with the certain auditor for the third party purpose is we do, but what exactly comes on the attack surface specifically, the risk score of the third party, where we keep the control and we regularly update to third party key. Your
This is
score
your
is not
scorecard,
up
kind
to
of.
the mark,
Yeah, it's not
where
up
you
to,
need to
okay.
change, or it will be difficult for us to continue with you. And but again, we have categorized specifically, and based on the critical category, we ensure that yearly 2 audit minimum should happen with the third party based on the approach, the processes or the data they are dealing with. And this audit ensures that we are our partners are the right partners who are with them
Mhm.
actually.
So what are your top risk that you foresee in today's world, that you need to ensure that it's not only controlled, but at the same time your teams are also given the enough awareness and things like that. So what are your views on that? Like
So
ransomware or any such other risk that you perceive that yes, this is something will not give me a good night's sleep.
No, I think the need of the hour is privacy now. Okay. And the kind of penalty specifically the regulatory guys are putting on us, we need to ensure that first we should know where is our data currently. Okay. The discovery is going to be a major challenge for us. And once discovered, then we need to control that data. How we are going to control. So I think being in the BFSI industry and we deal with data more specifically the KYC information and the PI information of the customer, I think privacy is going to play a major things for us, and we are ensuring that we collect minimum data so that the attack surface can be minimized, and then we can put the effective control. So privacy is going to be a major challenge actually.
So customer data is, we heard this statement before that data is the next big thing. It's more bigger than oil. But I
Yeah.
believe at the
And
same time, it can
yeah.
be a fire also in case if it is not handled correctly.
In fact, when GDPR has been introduced, I was reading the articles, and specifically this become an earning opportunity for few of the users who knows that few of the controls of the particular industries are weak or something, and that becomes a earning opportunity. So there are other kind of people also are ready to understand your weaknesses and mint money from that. So we need to be, ensure that we are being protected from all these guys actually.
So, Venugopal, this same questions to you from the banking perspective. Is privacy is the only top cyber risk, or you see some other risk also which is more critical than this?
Privacy is heavily hitting now, of course, along with the other, which we already hit and then returned, right? But two aspects. One is with respect to the capability building side of things, and how do we build capability from a privacy angle also. So what we have done in our organization is that we have made an exercise called capacity building. So capacity building at each of the roles, critical roles which we have, including information security. So we have picked up those resources, which is important from a cybersecurity management standpoint. We ensure that they are trained, if they are not already, or this based on the specific skill that they have. And we also, of course, RBI also, and the industry as a whole, we also have cyber Jagrita programs on Wednesdays, first month Wednesdays. So that has also been actively done. And social media is again a new way of reaching out to people than traditional email or SMS. So we started using social media for imparting some of those knowledges or video clippings and all those stuff. And with respect to privacy, so what we had done is like the DPDP Act is already there. And one of the major area which we are sort of need to work is the consent management side, right? So when a customer is giving away the information as part of the KYC or as part of their routine, transactions. Now, how do we collect the data? So first of all, what are the means and ways of collecting the data? Is it sanction-based data, or is it something which is with a proper consent, right? An ambiguous instruction of customer need to be obtained before we collect the data. And similarly, how it is stored, especially when we have this, fintech and other integrations, and with the cloud, adoptions and all. So how do we protect it? How do we ensure that we do have the control at all times? And whenever a customer does not want it at later point of time, let's say he offboard from our ecosystems, so we need to ensure that this data is also been removed. Like, of course, there are a couple of interesting questions that, it is easy to get the account, but when they are moving out, it is, they don't leave you. So those aspects will also hit us very hardly now with privacy coming in place, that we cannot hold the customer information in our ecosystem without their consent. So it's again an area which we are actually getting into.
Okay. That's wonderful insights. So, Rajesh, moving to the next question, as we have seen in last, I believe, 3 to 5 years, that insurance sector has, gained or growing rapidly, or rather exponentially, because what we have seen, the trends, if you see the attacks were previously targeted to, the pharmaceuticals section. Now it is targeting the insurance sector as well. The banking is always a prime target, but other than that, the insurance sector is getting targeted. So what are the new attack surface and the key security challenges that you're facing currently?
Okay. So first of all, we need to understand why these attacks has been increased in recently last 6 months. That is my perspective again. It may be because of Indian support to Israel war. Second thing, G20 summit happened in India. So there was notorious countries, people have declared cyber war against India, and predominantly on banking and financial sectors. So this is why the attacks has been increased. Now attack surface, everybody knows that. What is attack surface? It's a vulnerability about hardware, software, APIs, so on and so forth.
All your exposed assets, basically.
Exposed asset,
Internal.
internal also. So these are various assets which are been targeted. So when we talk about vulnerability, the vulnerability is because of weak password, weak logics built up in software, default configuration set up on the hardware, obsolete hardware we use, obsolete OS we use because of the legacy systems, and so on and so forth. So to overcome this, we do regular VAPT, we do regular code, source code and everything. But let me tell you very frankly, to some extent, we try to cover all the asset. But any point of time, we don't have the inventory of the hardware, we don't have the inventory of the APIs, we don't have the inventory of the source code. And by fluke, we skip one of those asset, so that will be out of our scope of covering that. So I found the magic of ASM when I deployed it in my environment. So the ASM, what I deployed in my environment is a secure nexus. So it helped me to discover the entire inventory, not only hardware server, it also included OS, it also included APIs, everything. And the beauty of this solution is that after doing this assessment, it creates a vulnerability management database, which is mapped to all the assets. And there's a workflow which help me to track and close this vulnerability. So ASM is a solution. What I feel that it's a state-of-art solution, and we should look for that. In that case only we can be able to understand what are the attack surfaces are there in the environment and how to fix that.
So gaining the visibility of all your assets, whether it's internal, external, API, software, hardware, whatever it would be, is the key, I believe, is what you're trying to
Exactly.
say. Yeah.
Because
Okay.
traditionally we try to fix all the vulnerability what we see, but there are missing vulnerabilities or assets which are not part of our inventory. So this helps us to cover all that thing.
So continuous monitoring on
Continuous
these
monitoring,
assets.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
holistic
okay.
way.
So Yogesh, your views on this?
In this, I have one statement actually, that we should minimize the unidentified vulnerabilities. Means if you minimize the unidentified, for example, if you identified the vulnerability, you can solve the problem. If you have the visibility that unidentified, that you should minimize that. How much you minimize that, your security posture is going into the higher direction. So that's because we are not going to the 100% on. We should minimize the vulnerability posture as much as possible. For example, today that on data, if this data is required for my process, or we was just taking the for the only for the storing the data, or this data is required for what, how much time, or what the retention policy. So that's the mechanism that we should apply on today on the today scenarios. So that's we should first we should today we should think that what the data we taken, what the process we taken, is it required for me, or only just we just take as per just only for just as a legacy period only, or legacy processes. Because today what the data we have, after that we should think for restoring purpose, for the security purpose, for exposure purpose. So you should think that the data or that the process that we require or not. That's my point.
Okay. So with that, I believe we have covered almost all the areas, what we wanted to cover. So the time is up, I believe. But in case of any quick one or two questions within the audience, then we can take up.
All right. I think before we proceed any further, this wonderful panel deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And our moderator, a special round of applause for him, because the way engaged all of us in such a short duration. Thank you very much. In order to appreciate these wonderful personalities on stage, to appreciate with a token of gratitude, I request Mr. Moin Saimola, Head National Sales, ICE Rob. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Mr. Moin Saimola. A round of applause for him. Let's proceed for the token of gratitude. Let's start with a moderator. A round of applause for this session, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, everybody, let's do this all together. Thank you. Let's start with a moderator, sir. Let's start with Mr. Dheeraj Ranka. A round of applause for him, the way he conducted this session. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Venu Gopal. So please come ahead. And please wait for the group photography session. Thank you, Mr. Venugopal Parmeshwara, for the wonderful and insightful session. Now I request Mr. Yogesh Bansal, Chief Information Security Officer, Avas Finances Limited. Now I will request Mr. Rajesh Dongre. Mr. Rajesh Dongre. Now I would request Mr. Prashant Deshpande also. Please do join us. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I have something important to share with all of you. How many of you here who loves to laugh? Can we stop the music? Yeah. Who loves to just laugh? I can see the aura speaks for you, sir. Sir is such a jolly, charming person of this evening. Anyone else who loves to laugh? Yes? Who else, sir? Like comedy, movies or something is a favorite genre of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for this, first of all, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a group photography. And a honest question for all of you. Please tell me, please raise your hand. Tell me, do you really love to laugh sometimes? Yeah, like no break laughter, no barrier laughter. How many of you? ह्यूमन नेचर है, हम सभी को हंसना पसंद है. डजेंट मैटर हम किस पोजीशन में हो, कितनी डिग्निटरीज हो या फिर डेलीगेट्स हो या फिर डजेंट मैटर वेयर एवर यू आर परफॉर्मिंग प्रोफेशनली, वी ऑल लव टू लाफ. So this is just an important announcement. After next two sessions and after a small slight break, we're gonna proceed for a very well-known stand-up comedian. He will be here in the house. Right now, I will not like to reveal his name, but I will tell you one thing. Be ready for the best laughter session of your life. Are you ready for that, ladies and gentlemen? Are you? मतलब आज BFSI लीडर्स एक साथ बैठकर बस ठहाके लगाने वाले हैं. That kind of laughter. He is well known not only in India but across the globe. After the next panel, I will tell you his name. We all have seen him. We all love him. If you have any guesses, you can just tell me. What do you think, sir? Who gonna come? Who is your favorite stand-up comedian? Who is your favorite stand-up comedian? Anyone? 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 No one? Basi, lovely. So who is your favorite stand-up comedian? No one? Don't worry, I will tell you the name of this very well-known stand-up comedian in the country, and be ready to witness, be ready to laugh and laugh and laugh for 1 hour straight. So now on this note, we're going to proceed for the next session. Are you ready for that, right? Give me some cheers for that. We're going to record and we're going to send it him. Because वो आ चुके हैं यहाँ पर. He's in the hotel. I request, please, our PR manager, please record it. Please share with him the josh, the energy of BFSI leader that they are ready to laugh. Are you ready? Come on, everybody. ऐसे नहीं है. Come on, I have to pull the energy. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in Kerala Trivandrum. Please tell me, are you ready to laugh? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so on this note, here we proceed for our next panel discussion, Industry Insights, where we're going to talk about contactless payments revolution enhancing customer experience and security. In order to moderate this session, please help me to welcome Mr. Chitti Babu, Chief Innovation Officer, Star Health Align Insurance. A round of applause for Mr. Chitti Babu, ladies and gentlemen. Now, please help me to welcome our esteemed panelists. Please help me to welcome Mr. Vishal Bhatia. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Vishal Bhatia, Chief Digital Officer, Canara Bank. A round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Amit Bhardwaj, Executive Vice President, Engineering, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I also request our moderator, sir, Mr. Chitti Babu. Sir, are you here? He's coming? Lovely. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Prashad Pimple, Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Business Unit, Kotak Life Insurance. I love a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All the distinguished personalities are here under one roof. Now, please help me to welcome A. Siju Rathwale, Head Information Technology, SBI Mutual Fund. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please help me to welcome Mr. Ajit K. Menon, Executive Vice President and Group Head Operations, Vivirti Capital. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, please help me to welcome Cyril Mohapatra, Senior Vice President, Head Solutions Delivery Group, Digital Banking, Anderson Bank. And last but not the least, with some round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Prithvish Ray, Chief Business Officer, Hyperface. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so before we proceed any further, this is once again a I have to say, an interesting topic to talk about, where we're going to talk about contactless payments and, of course, the revolution and change we're going to bring to this industry. I request everybody, please help me to welcome. I have to say, the veterans are here from the industry. As I said, all the wonderful names from the industry, from Canara to Indusin to Kotak Mahindra. I think this session actually deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to learn a lot from him, the veterans himself. And I hand over the mic and the stage to our moderator, Mr. Chitti Babu. Sir, all over to you.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening. It turned out that the number of people in the stage is equal to the number of people out there, right? Yeah. So, anyway, I mean, good evening. Thank you all for being here. We've been told to finish this in 30 minutes, but considering the richness of the, profile of the people in the stage, it requires actually half a day. So we'll try to do our best. What we can cover in 30 minutes. If I can set the context, right? So, payments is something we all know how we are setting records across the world. We are, being the case study spoken across the world. And though I'm with Star Health right now, I spent like last 20 plus years in the payment space, and I've lived and traveled across the globe, been speaking in various forums, and I've seen a lot of cultural aspects come into the payments world as well. So I used to work for a European fintech company. I used to go to Germany quite often, and I realized that, I mean, this all before COVID, that 55% of the payments in Germany was actually cash. I was quite surprised. I was asking my colleagues why it's so. They said in US, OPM means other people's money, so they believe in credit, and in Germany, OPM means own personal money, so they like to use their own money. So, that's why the adoption of credit was less. It was mostly cash and prepaid. And you travel a little bit about to Scandinavian countries, people are willing to put a chip in the palm and make the payment. And 99% of those payments in those countries were digital. 1% is because the tourists land up there, without knowing that, they can actually pay digitally totally. And we have come a long way, right? I remember in 2001, I moved from Chennai to Bangalore. I was working for American Express then. And I gave an advance check to my landlord. And it took 10 days to clear because he was in Bangalore. My bank account was in Chennai. And he also charged me for it because it's outstation check clearance charges. And most of you being bankers, that's the way it used to be. Now, in a matter of seconds, we make payments ranging from a sabji wala to buying a laptop.
So that's far we have come across, and most of the people in the stage are enabling that in a much bigger way. I'm not going to dwell into that because that's already done and dusted, but I'm going to more focus on what's in it for the future, right? Because with this new digital adaptation, there is also security risk. There is also a cyber threat because we have seen like few days before many banks sites crashed and UPI payments were failing. It means probably it could be a security aspect or it could be a scale aspect, or probably we're not absorbing the kind of bandwidth that is happening. So I want to focus more on that. Probably we'll also have a quick Q&A session if time permits. What I want to do is, start with the gentleman on my left, right? So somebody who's running the digital business for Canara Bank, right? Which, payments, though started with the urban population, but now largely with the rural, semi-rural people are adopted it like anything. It's a pleasant surprise as well. In fact, before asking the question, I'll again share one experience where I was traveling in a tier 4 city within Tamil Nadu and stopped by a street side to have a Nariyal Pani. And there was a lady who was probably 60 plus years old and would not have stepped into a school even for a day. And she had 3 QR codes. So I was asking her what is the reason behind it. She said the first QR is for her first son who's studying third year college in a particular town. Second QR is for his second son who's doing first year college in a particular town. Third QR code is for her. So she said, whenever I need to send money to my first son, I use the first QR code and so on. I was like, shocked in a very pleasant way. Somebody who not has zero literacy, the financial literacy when it comes to new age method of payments is sky high. So here, question to you, sir, is how do you see, because you deal with mostly probably what we call not so literate population, right? And, the people out here in this room are urban, most educated. They carry their most latest smartphones. They understand new age economy payments. What's your day-to-day life looks like? Because you're going to deal with the next door kirana, you're going to deal with the farmer, you're going to deal with the housewife, probably not so educated. So how do you forecast going forward, adaptation of it, and what are the opportunities and risks that you see?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks a lot for giving this opportunity. It's my pleasure to represent Canara Bank and also share the perspective in this forum. Canara Bank, I'll tell you, it is 120-year plus old. It has 11 crore customers, and 60%, which is around 6.5 crore customers, are semi-urban and rural. Same way, 10,000 branches, 12,000 ATMs. 50 lakh customers are still coming to the bank and doing the passbook and NEFT fund transfer still. We are covering our digital part on both India and Bharat. We are able to offer all the set of digital products that any other private or PSU bank is able to offer. What we are working with especially on the semi-urban and rural area, or I would say below middle class people, we work jointly with the government and all, and able to do the payment seamlessly for these set of customers across multiple areas. Like I will say, few products are there. Swanidhi, PM Swanidhi scheme, which is launched. We launched it. In 5 minutes, we are able to open an account where KYC is done, account is opened, customer gets standy, customer gets 10,000 rupees and a sound box. And every 6 months, credit happens to his account as he pays the money. And on one day, first day, we have done 4,000 SHG accounts open, Swanidhi accounts open on the same day. And we want to launch it for 10,000 and more and give that as a benefit to do it. And this we do it as a tie-up with the municipalities and the government, so that it is a win-win situation for those set of people. They need credit, easy way. And we are able to credit to their account. Similar way for the women, self-help group is there, where 20 women come, we go to their place. They don't come to the branch. We go to their place, we open a self-help group account with them, KYC done, all the credit linkage happens, and within 30 minutes, everybody gets money together. That is the way we want to reach to them. And we, in first day, we are open because it was 30-minute process for 20 people open together, because we want them to come in the banking system. After JAM, Trinity, which has happened, Jandhan account, we want them to get easy credit. So that is what we are associating with them. And our lowest ticket size for the credit is also 2,000 rupees. So we start with These set of people also, if somebody wants 2,000 rupees without collateral, we are able to offer them. This is on the asset part. On the merchant part, we work with lot of merchants where we are able to give reusable solution. Like we have a solution for the ticketing. So we tied up with many transport departments where our POS solution has a ticketing solution already ready. You configure it from and to distance. You are able to accept UPI, credit card, cash. All the three are accepted. And within 1 week, we are able to launch it. So we all already launched with 5+ transport sector the solution. That is what we want to together work with these departments to offer them solution. And these merchants are ready to work with the bank because they are able to get more services than a normal fintech player in terms of once they get a POS, they want a loan, they want credit facility, they want overdraft facility. That's why they're happy to associate with the bank often. Now what we are doing is we are launching free QR code, standee and soundbots. Anybody comes to the branch or we go to them, we go to the streets, we go to all those merchant stores. We carry a pre-generated QR and give directly to them without any charge to them and want them to be part of our banking system. What we have started now is a scheme where we have a Digimitras in the branch. Everybody is busy on the branch. We have Digimitra associated with the branch who are digitally trained people on the digital product of our. Anybody visits the branch, they are the people who help them in enable them on our digital product, whether it's a POS or mobile banking, everything to be enabled. The stat is, other than the QR in India, more than 60-70% people of semi-urban rural are not used to the mobile app, not used to the using the credit card and all. It's only 20-30%. Even if I take Canara Bank or State Bank, it is the same target. Our focus primarily is make more digital awareness for them and have them be part of our digital products, use them. Then only the pressure on the branch will reduce and they will get do it yourself at their part. We are building vernacular campaigns to them so that they get aware and all that. What we are also doing is there are a set of customers who does not want to use mobile app, especially above 60+ year age. We have created a separate app, passbook app for them. So they can download passbook without visiting the branch from their home itself. And it is astonished to see 50 lakh people have downloaded the app and using it. So in the nutshell, what I'm saying is, as a PSU bank, we have a responsibility of both India and Bharat, and we are working a lot on making semi-urban and rural area, both retail customer and the merchant, to be part of this digital journey, give them a easy, customized solution to them, and be part of this digital process which is happening, and then make them aware and activate them to use our products more often, so that once they do it, then only this semi-urban and rural generation will adopt to this digital process. Otherwise, they will get limited only to the QR part. Thank you.
Amazing. I mean, it's kudos, I mean, a PSU bank really taking big strides in these new age businesses. Pritesh, you had business for a new age fintech, which is making waves in the payment scenario. And you are blessed with the opportunity to work with foreign banks, PSU, private, and you worked in multiple geographies also with a large global bank. How do you see the adaptation? I mean, because you're talking of something more futuristic. How do you see, you've seen much bigger positive responses, or are you seeing this will take some time, or this is all going to move in a much faster pace?
Yeah, no, thanks, and good afternoon, everyone. I think there are three specific points that I want to just call out. One is, multiple form factors will exist. So whether it is contactless, whether you tap, swipe, or whether you do online, you have to give choice to the customer, and she will choose. Three things which are non-negotiable. One is you've got to stay within the regulatory guardrails, because each payment form factor, whether it's, let's say contactless in this case, it has its own specific do's and don'ts, regulatory guardrails. Second is how you're able to ensure that the customer experience is not compromised. And third part is the whole fraud risk, that while you're allowing. And if you just look at the whole contactless piece, and we have the privilege of working with, issuers, merchants, NBFCs, etc. One of the things that we're seeing is in contactless, the whole thing around how do I reward customers? Because earlier what was happening is different customer segments in a bank get different kind of rewards for the same swipe. then it happened that you will be given different rewards depending on where you're spending. So same customer, different places because the interchange, etc. So now what is evolving is same customer, same merchant, but the third level of distinction is how you're paying. So if you swipe versus if you scan, because the whole interchange dynamics. So what I'm trying to say is that what we, and I mean, Hyperface is a, it's like a definitive credit card as an innovation platform. What we help our clients do is make it simpler, faster, and better to launch these programs and obviously make it commercially viable, staying within the regulatory guardrails. So for example, if you scan, you are less likely to get rewards specific, but you'll still get the convenience, you'll still get the adoption. But if you're swiping, you may get something more. So that's what's coming up. And as a future, I think if India has to go from 100 million credit cards today to anywhere in the range of whether it's 200, 400, people have their numbers, the coexistence of these form factors will be there. It's about how you are making it available, to the point he was making about both India and Bharat. You can't be building for only one. So how you're able to ensure that the reach is there, the convenience is there, and the safety and security is there, and then you leave the choice to the customer and she will adopt. That's the way we approach this.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Guys, watch out, Hyperface. This could be the next big unicorn. They're really bringing some new age stuff into the market. Ajit, over to you. I mean, we spoke about payments, digital, Bharat, India. I mean, you are running a NBFC lending company in a credit-hungry market. How do you using, what I want to dwell upon us, how are you using a new age digital technology to bring better customer experience? Because people who come to you, they want money like last week.
Right, good question, right? So my name is Ajit. I represent Vibrity Capital. What we are is we are a MSME lender, and we have also an asset management company called Vibrity Asset Management, right? With assets under management under 10,000 crores currently put together. Now, that's a good question, right? What we're trying to do is solve for friction. And how do you solve for friction? You solve for friction using existing payment channels. So there has to be disruption in the way the last mile is actually integrated into your core system. So if you're trying to build something unique, so for example, our technology stack is proprietary, right? So we cannot, for the kind of business that we are in, I cannot go lift and shift, buy an LOS, LMS. I can do that, but it may only fit up to 80% of what I want to deliver, right? So if it has to be a process where the customer, where a payment is attempted multiple times at odd hours to ensure that the last mile is taken care of, I will have to build systems. The payment systems have to evolve to match with the new age fintechs who are trying to disrupt the payment space, or even technology-led NBFCs or fintech NBFCs who are trying to disrupt this will have to work together, and all these things have to evolve together, right? So last mile is still a problem. So for example, we don't originate loans, but we end up disbursing. The DLG guidelines really changed the way money could be pushed into a customer's account. It still is pushed via either an NEFT transfer or a IMPS. But the issue is if the bank, the receiving bank is offline, then the payment fails, right? So it has to be attempted again. That's not the case with NEFT, but there is a slight delay. The customer expects, but generally the success ratios have gone up, and you are witnessing systems which are more robust and much more intelligent. For example, I'll give you a very simple example, which is a platform like, let's say, Swiggy, and you're trying to order food and you want to make a payment using any of those payment methods, like the gentleman on my left mentioned about friction. You've got to throw options to customers, which you are doing. But then the intelligence is when you're trying to, let's say, make a payment through Beam, the machine learning algorithm tells you that the payment failures are too high using Beam. So you may switch to another payment, right? Mode, right? So that is the kind of intelligence that you're now seeing, and it is evolving, right? But in my view, the payments industry, so to say, it's just beginning, it's just sprouting, and it is beginning to break out. There is far more robustness that needs to get developed in the system because the failures are too high. It could be I'll give you a very latest example. We tried to push in a few crore rupees to a customer of ours yesterday, and I would not want to name the bank, very large bank. It got pushed out and the UTR did not get generated, right? The customer was, we could not trace the money because UTR generally comes in slightly late. It was 24 hours later that the money came back into our account and we had to push it again. There is no other way today but to do that, right? So systems have to become slightly more real time because if a customer is expecting 40 crore rupees into the bank, they need it today, right? Because they may have promised some payments. Basis that payment, if your banking systems are not with you, it may not work, right? So in my sense, in my view, things have to evolve, and I'm sure over time it will.
Awesome.
Right.
Great. See, Prasad, the one interesting question to you, because I'm new to the insurance industry, and as an outsider, I find it very interesting that for a B2C company, because insurance is a B2C company, your interaction with customer is not so great, right? I work for a health insurance player. The customer reimburses me once in a year when he or she has to renew the premium, right? Sometimes they go for a 3-year premium, so they don't even reimburse you. And second time is when they want to claim it. In a life insurance, more worse, because the claim does not happen by that person, right? Like, for example, you buy a shoe, you gratify it. You buy a watch, you gratify it. You buy a credit card, you gratify it. In an insurance product, you don't get to gratify, because in life insurance is after your death. In fact, jokingly, they say if you have too much life insurance on you, somebody wants you dead, right? In health insurance, if somebody wants to gratify, it's at the worst stage of his or her life, because you're in a very terminal disease, you're going to a surgery, you don't know whether you come out live, right? So as a person who is digital in a life insurance company, right, with a lot of regulation around, in a B2C place where the customer does not think about you beyond 1 or 2 days in a year, how you see navigating this to create more stickiness with your customer? Because that's very bad for a B2C player, right? Because I'm experiencing that where I am right now.
See, if I spread it as a life insurance, there are two things. That life insurance contracts are generally of a longer term, correct? When I am getting into a particular a life insurance contract of 50 years, because if I'm 35 and I'm covering myself up to the age of 85, then in that scenario, the contract duration is 50 years. So as a customer, I take a lot of time to decide that I want to purchase life insurance. That is number one as a constraint what we have. The second constraint is life insurance as a solution is not straight through. There are a lot of processes in between. You seek a lot of information from the customer about his medicals, about his financials, and accordingly you decide how much cover you want to give. First of all, do you want to really give him a cover or not? So that particular thing also comes into the picture. It's not a straight through process. And third, because it's complicated, you ask a lot of information. Customer, when he's purchasing it, he has to put in a lot of time and energy and effort to actually do it. And that's why most of the customers will do it by an insurance intermediary. There are very few customers, to be precise, around 6 to 7% customers who currently directly do with the company in form of digital, right? By doing the journeys, everything on their own. Now, in this entire process, one thing which is very important for the customer is simplification. If I do not make this entire process simplified, then holding the customer interest at a time of purchase journey, that itself becomes the biggest challenge. And on top of it, if I make the payment process further complicated, that adds to the customer's friction, right? Even when I think Prithvish talked about the friction part of it, that friction, how do I reduce in any digital transaction, is the biggest opportunity as well as constraint today for the life insurance industry. Just to give you some of the examples, somebody wants to purchase a life insurance policy, a premium of more than 10 lakh. Today, we do not have a single instrument which can do that transaction online. The check payment is the only mode which becomes most simplified solution for the customer if the payment amount is beyond 10 lakh. Otherwise, he has to go to the branch, do a NEFT, because net banking doesn't allow you to do a transaction about 10 lakh rupees. It becomes very difficult for the customer to do it. Same thing happens with the annuity kind of product. The customer wants to pay 50 lakh to 1 crore amount as a one-time payment for his annuity product. We do not have the mechanism to take that payment. So when we talk about digital payments and a contactless digital payment, simplification has happened a lot, but it has still happened at a lower denomination. A lot of customers end up using the UPI for the smaller transactions, but for larger transactions, they use credit cards. So yes, there is a limit in terms of how much you can transfer through UPI, but even up to that limit, people don't do the transaction.
they use credit card or they use net banking as the mode because they find it more trusted. That's the customer behavior. So what we try to do is adjust to that customer behavior. That if customer wants to pay by a particular mode, we have created solutions now at our end. How do I split the payment? Then at the back end, I basically add all those payments together and give that seamless experience to the customer. But from customer perspective, it doesn't make that simplified. The second thing, which from the again challenge perspective, the contactless payment has created challenges is the standing instructions. Right? You mentioned about customers doing one or two transactions in a year. Right? I connect with him at a time of purchase. The second connect will happen at a time of renewal when he's supposed to pay the renewal premium. At that point of time, almost 90% of the customers end up giving a standing instruction. Right? Either it is on a credit card or that standing instruction might be on a bank account. But what happens actually in reality is the standing instruction credit card mostly doesn't go through. With the regulation that only up to 15,000 rupees can be done without any further authorization. Earlier that limit was 5,000. That creates a lot of challenges for a insurance company, and customer experience gets compromised in the entire process. Because if I expect customer to log in into a particular system, then authorize a particular transaction, customer might say that the better thing to do is do the transaction on a fresh credit card again, rather than doing the entire login authorization process altogether. So that's where the entire focus is today. How do I enable this? In fact, we are working on a solution where we might start taking standing instruction on multiple instruments at one go. Rather than giving the entire thing on one single instrument, let's split it between two, three instruments and then add it at the back end. Because we can solve for the complex issues, the technological issues at our end in the back end, but when it comes to customer, that entire part has to be simplified for us to make it a success thing. And trigger has to be there. Like for example, everybody talks about the UPI success, but UPI got launched in 2016, but till the demonetization had not happened, the initial success had not come from UPI. Some trigger was required. COVID came, the entire revolution happened. Otherwise, the UPI revolution was also not happening. So same way, we need systems, we need solutions. That's what we are building. And we are waiting for that consumer behavior to change with some sort of trigger to make that entire process simpler.
Awesome. I'll just supplement like 10 seconds. Right? Look at all new age fintechs, new age insurers. They're solving for friction. From buying a policy, I was renewing my car insurance. I will not take the name of the new age insurance company. It took me 30 seconds precisely to renew my policy versus 10 minutes on a competitor's website, which has been in business for 20 years. So it is just thinking in first principles, like somebody said, right? You can't innovate on the electric bulb was not discovered by innovating on a wax lamp, right? So you got to somebody had to really think through first principles, right? So or candles for that matter, right? So I think friction, if you can solve for friction while remaining within the regulatory perimeter, I think you're there.
Fantastic. Cyril, you work for one of the fastest growing bank, which is also growing digitally. And I've been reading about your new app and how you got customer hooked onto it. Not just for the IndusInd Bank, but overall with all the banks going digital, you only have enough space in your phone because you need your WhatsApp, you need your videos, you need your Facebook. So I bank with multiple banks, I have multiple wallets. So how do so I need to decide only X number of apps stays in my phone. So as a person who running digital for a very large bank, how you are influencing a customer that, hey, he keeps your app, he engages, he sees value in it. And when the space, it's a ceiling, I still keep it and continue to engage. I mean, no, not just for in this sense, but overall from the banking scenario.
See, if you look at, any payments which has evolved over a period of time, way back when we go back to the ATM era, right? ATM didn't, the transactions on ATM didn't, started from day one, right? There was a lot of, efforts that went to for, especially from a security and from a customer experience perspective. If you look back 20 years back and look at the ATM screens, it was all cluttered. Then banks worked their way out to ensure that the navigation is easy, the menus are there in the front, etc. and all. And they're fast, yeah. And some of the banks started promoting that get cash 40 seconds faster than your regular transaction, right? So that's how you create awareness, and then that's how you drive adoption. Coming to the payments, while post 2016, everyone went into that race of creating digital payments infrastructure, if I have to call it out. And everyone started doing the same thing, the same offerings, everything. And it was then it just became a race among everyone, right? And today, I'm sure everyone over here uses a Google Pay more than a bank app or more than any a PSP app. But Google Pay is like, if I have to say, 10 out of 9 people are using Google Pay every day. But how did Google Pay do that? Of course, there is a ease of transaction. The journey is efficient. The user stories they had written, the way the navigation in the app happens, is like seamless, easy, etc. and all. Now, when a new player enters into the market and tries to be into that space, I think gone are the days where you just want to become another player. For you to adopt a new app or a new solution or a new payments, say a mode of payment, I think it's very important that what is the problem that you're solving for the end customer, and how your payment solution, it's touching the overall ecosystem or the overall life cycle management of a customer in his day-to-day life. Is my app going to cater, or any for that, forget my, is the new app is going to cater to my, say, a daily payout to my mates, to my school fees, to the grocery? Today, everywhere I have to select which app I have to use. I have to make a payment. Can I use the same thing without standing in a metro station and buying a ticket, and I can do it from the same app? I think it's more important, and to understand that the evolution and adoption will happen the more and more you enter into the customer's ecosystem, the day-to-day ecosystem, along with ensuring that your app is also secure, your payment methodology is also secured. Because while the digital payments, contactless payments, whatever we call it as, has increased, the amount of frauds also have increased. Yeah. And I'm sure everyone are getting the links, click here, get your rewards, and suddenly you have your bank account debited to some way or the other, right? So I think uh, while in India, security is being quite reactive, considering, because for some reason our fraudsters in our country have become smarter and smarter day by day. But I think learning and thinking from a fraudster's perspective and ensuring that you adopt those security measures without compromising on the user journey and making it simple and touching that overall ecosystem of the customer, that's how the adoption will drive, according to me.
Amit, quickly, I want Siju to contribute a lot, but before that, I want to ask you a quick question on in terms of skills, training within the bank, on the customer. How do you see it has to reach, right? Because this is a learning for all of us, because none of us studied this in school, college, university. This is new, right? Probably our kids know more of this thing better than us. So how do you think, as a banker who's trying to solve the solution delivery at the bank's end, and how do you reach it to the customer?
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Amit. So, very interesting question. Actually, when you talk about the technology, bank are actually been doing the competition directly with those new age fintechs. And again, the speed of these fintechs are like, I won't say slower, but again, they are very much faster and the adoption is very high. So the banks are actually, even in Kotak, I would say, we are just trying to create the next level of customer experience. The customer experience should be so seamless that the person can stick to the app. or probably we wanted to give the same kind of an experience what a other fintech has actually been doing with our banks. With this, we need a lot of technology, and technology, that too the newest technology, not just for the customer facing thing, but again the connecting technology which is there with the bank. So getting into the right technology and making the customer experience seamless, because in the current age where we have the e-commerce transactions, customer don't want to waste time, or probably they just wanted to make things done within few clicks. How do we need to make the whole payment experience shorter, very optimized, and that too, I would say, very customer friendly? That need a lot of technology, and that's how bank is investing heavily for those kind of a technology. This is one part of software, and again other part of the hardware part where the contactless payment will come up, just like IOTA, or maybe we just need to have Internet of Things with the other devices. So bank is actually putting a lot of emphasis on both the part, from software to hardware, and that too investing more into the engineering team that is in-house. This is what the Kotak is doing actually in the current times.
Awesome. Siju, I mean, I wanted your point to be the last, and there's a reason, because we heard from PSU banker, leading private banks, NBFC, new age fintech, right? Everybody's gung-ho, but we should also have checks and balances, right? The cyber security aspect of it, the education aspect of it, whether the talent pool available of it, right? Otherwise, everything can go haywire, right? Because there are foreign powers want to disrupt what we have built, the local fraudsters as well. So, want your expertise how we can grow with certain level of control, checks and balances.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I think this question should have been the first question within the panel. And that happens basically in the corporate, because whenever we design any applications, we bring in the security aspect the last. And then we ask them to check the toll gate to clear it up to go live. And then we find a lot of iterations in terms of happening out over here. So that's lighter not.
We allow you to do, none of us can move, take the first step.
So definitely, I think if you look back, the digital systems or payment systems, even if the physical payment mechanism, that was also half the way digital. And everywhere we have seen the counterfeits which were happening. So when it was physical notes, we saw physical counterfeits used to come in play. When it moved to payment online banking, we saw a lot of frauds happening out over there. So every system which evolved, we saw there are drawbacks in terms of information security piece. So and every system exists. That's a good part of it. So none of the system has obsoleted from the number of the payment mechanism which have come. Given nowadays, if we see the most of the challenges when we see upon the scan, so we have tap, scan, swipe, hard cash. So there are different sorts, so different mechanism. But when we look upon today's the generation, we talk about more from QR codes and everything. So we saw a lot of frauds happening from counterfeit QR codes, wherein criminals can do any sort of mishaps by changing the QR codes thing, and they can take you to different malicious websites, even tampering the QR code. So I can send you the codes, QR codes with different sort of payment links as well as the amount. Given less nowadays, very proximity payments which has come, where you can just tap the mobile, not even the card. So two mobiles also you do that. So that's also one of the thefts we're in, because that's more from the NFC chips which gets into it. Really correct, Ajit. I think so. Every phase, if you see, whenever it would have been designed, it would have been designed in a very fast manner. So go to market demand would have been very fast. No security design would have been thought of in terms of what all the things. So we always be on reactive rather than proactive. So I think everything should look upon from a design perspective. That's what I would like to emphasize in a very short-term manner. Basic security has to be part of the any sort of build from inception. So that's why I said it has to be the initial questions or initial things which has to be brought in, how the security can be overfitted to it. Skill sets is one of the key matter out over here, because whenever you think upon building any solutions, not only from payment solutions, not only from the development team, you need to also have the functional processes Also, you need to bring in data analytics team. So what sort of data and what sort of analysis can be done out over here? Risk is one of the key aspect whenever we do that. I think that's all what it comes to me at this point of time in mind. But nutshell, it has to be in a design. So security has to be in a design, and it's more has to be proactive.
I'll just take few seconds. I'll tell you the live use case what I happened in Trivandrum yesterday. I met Kerala State Electricity Board, Kerala Life Mission, Kerala Beverages, Kerala Telecom Sector, and one more was there. So all of them when I met, they told me, give me a solution. So we are given a solution in their website or app, payment gateway is there. Then I told, give me another solution. We have an app. I said, POS is the app, we'll put it. Then they told for the rural sector, we said, okay, we'll give UPI 1, 2, 3. So all the four, when I met 4, 5, they understand all this. All the government sector, they understand all this. And Kerala Life Mission is a 100+ municipality in Kerala where they're offering merit certificate, the property tax collection. They're going to the doorstep and collecting all this. And we are able to offer to the customer all the solution based on what customer preference is. Like you mentioned, if customer is comfortable with the website, desktop, he can do payment gateway. He is comfortable with the POS, let him do with POS. He is comfortable with the receipt is generated with the QR, he can do that. He is comfortable with UPI 1, 2, 3, he can do with UPI 1, 2, 3. So that's why when this digital payment we are saying, with this so many options are there, customers are also aware, and when we give solution to them, they get aware and use all the solution. Then only customer choice helps a lot in achieving all this.
Guys, big kudos to all the expert speakers out here. As I told you, this requires at least half a day, right? Just to speak on this. If not the full day, there should be a conference just on this topic, right? To sum it up as a closing note, see, I guess, many of us, if anybody is asked, what is the turning point of digital payments? Everybody will say demon. But it's my humble opinion, this is something I emphasize wherever I go and speak. It's something with the regulator did when they introduced a second factor authentication for online payment, right? Because imagine otherwise how many Indians would have been comfortable going to a web page, putting their credit card, debit card details without how to put a OTP or a 2FA, right? That kickstarted everything. The Amazon, Flipkart, IRCTC, whatever, everything. Obviously, Demon, COVID, everything fast-tracked it. So, we are working with a fantastic regulator because I've interacted with many regulators across the world. Everybody is actually taking our playbook and copying it, right? So we are in a very proud atmosphere. We are only in the tip of the iceberg. I guess many of in the audience and in the crowd will continue to disrupt, set examples for the world to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful session. I request everybody a better round of applause, please, for this wonderful, insightful session. Thank you, all our panelists, and a special thank you to our moderator. A special thank for the moderator. So,
Hello. Sir, you talked about a lot about what the advantages of these digital solutions that you have taken to even to the, say, rural Kerala, and you talked all about Kerala. Is the same kind of acceptability there all over India is one of the questions, considering Kerala is the state of highest literacy, of course. And so so building on that, of course, offering all these solutions to the farthest corner of this particular state is very easy. But is it the same, say, for Northeast? Would be expecting the same, or for any other state for that matter?
Yeah, it is the same across all states. And I will tell, like, government is pushing a lot on the borders. As per the METI score, we have to ensure Northeast, Ladakh, Jammu and Kashmir, the POS are there, QR is there. And so far we have issued more than 1 crore QRs across India, and more than 70% are activated across India. So it is not only Kerala. I'm saying Kerala because yesterday I've been meeting these people, but the same success story is across all of them, and all of them are part of this digital journey. Like Lucknow, yesterday I received a call in the Lucknow University, they want a payment gateway solution. I said, yes, we can give you in 1 week. So it's not specific to this, it's pan-India, they're looking for those things.
Thank you.
thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And before we proceed any further, I request you all, ladies and gentlemen, a special round of applause for moderator for conducting it so well and of course within the timeline. So thank you very much. Now may I request Mr. Prithvish Ray, Chief Business Officer, Hyperface, kindly felicitate with token of gratitude to all our panelists along with our moderator. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start with the moderator, Mr. Chitti Babu. So we'll felicitate you, that's it. Yeah. A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do this all together. Now, I will request Mr. Vishal Bhatia. Please come ahead. Chief Digital Officer, Canara Bank. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. I think this session was full of veterans from the industry. So thank you all the esteemed panelists for being here. Now, may I request Mr. Amit Bhardwaj, Executive Vice President Engineering, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Well, thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. Now, may I request Mr. Prashant Pimple, Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Business Unit, Kotak Life Insurance. Now, I will request Mr. Cyril Mohapatra, Senior Vice President, Head Solutions Delivery Group, Digital Banking, Anderson Bank. Now I will request Mr. S. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now please help me to welcome Mr. A. Shiju Rauther, Head Information Technology, SBI Mutual Fund. Now may I request Mr. Ajit K. Menon, Executive Vice President and Group Head Operations, Vivirthi Capital. We will also wait for one group photography session. Now, Mr. Ajit, done? Okay, so now may I request Mr. Vishal Bhatia, please felicitate Mr. Prithvish Ray, Chief Business Officer, Hyperface. I request Mr. Vishal Bhatia, Chief Digital Officer, Canara Bank, kindly felicitate Mr. Prithvish Ray, Chief Business Officer, Hyperface. And be ready, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to reveal the name of our star comedian tonight. But before that, let's have one group photography session with our esteemed panelist and our moderator. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. It was a wonderful session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, so now before we proceed towards our last panel of this day, I think we all are waiting to know the name of the star comedian tonight we're going to witness. Are you ready to laugh? Once again, voice energy is gone. Okay, reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Kerala. Breathe in, breathe out. Please experience the purity in the air. Reminder, can you say hi to me, everybody? Can you say hi? Hi, namaskaram, everybody. Can you say namaskaram? Namaskaram? Namaste? Yes. Okay. So we are going to reveal the name of the star comedian. I'm pretty sure you all have seen him somewhere. And he is here just to make our evening better, full of laughter, and most importantly, full of memories. I request our console, can we reveal the name? Because मुझे भी नहीं पता कौन आ रहा है, but इतना पता है जो आ रहा है उसको हम सभी जानते हैं. और वो जैसे ही आएंगे, we just can't stop to laugh. And I'm eagerly waiting. I will be sitting right there and laughing with you guys. Okay, can we know the name? Yes? 3, 2, and 1. This is one and only Mr. Rajat Chauhan. You know them, right, ladies and gentlemen? You know him? You know him? Are you ready for him? Are you ready for him? देखो जैसे कल्चरल प्रोग्राम जिन्होंने मिस किया वो वीडियोस से अभी रिग्रेट कर रहे होंगे. So I so wish एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट यू ऑल कि ये मिस नहीं करना है, क्योंकि स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी हम ऑलरेडी वीडियो में देखते हैं, है ना, इंस्टाग्राम पे, यूट्यूब पे, सो मेनी अदर प्लेटफॉर्म्स. तो आज आई थिंक बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग होंगे, कितनों ने पहले भी देखा है. हैव यू सीन स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी लाइव बिफोर? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू? Wow, sir, a round of applause for sir. So joy, literally a jolly person you are. Lovely. How many of you raised your hand up in the air? Lovely. All of you. So I think you're not going to miss it. You know the fun we're going to have. Okay. On this note, here we go for the last panel discussion of this day, but of course the most awaited one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about redefining risk management from traditional to predictive. In order to moderate this session, please help me to welcome this special appearance, Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, editor-in-chief, the Banking and Finance Post magazine. Allow an applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Ravi Gupta, our moderator for this session. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Now, please help me to welcome our esteemed panelists. Please help me to welcome Mr. Kishore Kanchandani, Chief Risk Officer, Magma HDI General Insurance. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please help me to welcome Mr. Kunal Kathpal, Chief Risk Officer, Hinduja Leyland Finance. A round of applause. And please help me to welcome Mr. Rishabh Roy, VP Product and Strategy Ring. So on this note, I'm going to hand over the stage and the mic to our moderator, Dr. Ravi Gupta. And I request you all, before we proceed for the last but the most awaited panel discussion, please grace this beautiful moment by a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do this all together, all over to Dr. Ravi Gupta, moderator. Thank you.
So I think a lot of people are like outside the hall, so I request my team to like get them back in. And while they are entering the hall, we will start the session in the interest of time. So the session topic is redefining risk management from traditional to predictive. And I have an eminent list of speakers with me. I have Kishore Kanchandani, who is the Chief Risk Officer of Magma HDI General Insurance. Welcome, Kishore. I have with me Mr. Kunal Kathpal, who is the Chief Risk Officer of Hinduja Leyland Finance. Welcome, Kunal. And Mr. Rishabh Roy, who is VP Product and Strategy of Ring. Thanks for joining in. So as we start, this session is around risk management, and some of the discussions or like some of the media coverage we are all like seeing in the last week regarding fintech is around risk actually. So this is a highly appropriate and important topic. How important is risk management? And let me first of all start with asking about what are the key drivers forcing organization to move from traditional to predictive risk management approaches, and what are actually these approaches itself, who are the which are like driving the industry. So I will request Kishore to talk about it.
Thank you. Basically, the key drivers arise from the need of the organization to stay agile, stay customer centric, and be competitive at the same time. So I think one of the key drivers is primarily the data. So currently we sit on huge amount of data. There is a data lake, in all the organizations. There's so much of data which is available through IoT, on the social media, which provides or which excites the insurers to break down that data in such a way that it can be used and the best product can be delivered to the customer. So I think as and when we grow with the data, we find many opportunities, and once this opportunity arises, there is a competition which comes into picture, and we try to make tailor-made solutions. So if you see, as the world has been growing, there have been parametric insurances as well. Just for example, if suppose from the customer perspective, if you see, if you arrive at an airport and you find that your your flight is delayed, immediately that information can reach out to the insurer via the airport authorities, and the customer need not even file the claim. Immediately the amount gets credited into his account. So that's the benefit of how the data work, the data lake, through the data moves from one organization to the other, and it creates a product and competition in place which ultimately benefits to the customer. So it definitely gives a competitive edge, and at the same time it brings a lot of benefits in terms of cost efficiency and optimization. Apart from that, I think even with predictive analysis into place, analytics into place, we can draw patterns in terms of identification of the frauds. There are certain locations which can be identified. There can be certain behavior of the customer or the economy which can be identified, and the underwriters can draw barriers around the same, not underwriting business from that particular location or could be of a particular customer. So the entire thing revolves around the data, and at the same time predictive analytics also helps in easy identification in terms of if any emerging risk which is coming up. To a simple example, for example, for general insurers where non-motor insurance is concerned, if you happen to see a cyclone which is coming up into a particular area, immediately you put your triggers into place and have better underwriting available. So I think more around the data piece, which is and the advancement of the technology which is helping to decode that information and utilize the same.
You have talked about the important drivers and why it is important and how to do it. But there are like several challenges which any organization faces when they start implementing these aspects of the risk management. So I will request like Kunal to speak about the challenges in making this operational.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you, Elets team, for having me over here. Just a disclaimer, the views that I'll share over here are my personal views and not the views of my organization. As far as challenges are concerned, I'll share, some personal experiences that we've been facing while we are developing models. One of the very practical challenge that we face when we develop a model is, operationalizing a model. We create model, but that model is effectively not working in the production. Reason being, you create a model with certain values, certain assumptions, and by the time it actually goes on the live environment, those values or those assumptions are not in play at anymore. So in fact, I was reading a Gartner report. When you feel dejected that why your models are not going live, you have to go through some motivational areas. So one Gartner report which was there, which highlighted that 53% of the models which are built, primarily AI and ML model, do not see operationalizing at all. So you feel okay that even if you're not seeing the success every time or half the time, the world around you is also on similar lines, and therefore it is very important to understand what has led to it. One of the key reasons which leads to it, and which is the second challenge associated with this particular model development, is the quality of data or the data sources. Today, while we all have various data lakes which are available, but a lot of data still comes from various sources, which could be paper based sources, it could be digital sources, sometimes data is there in PDFs. So one has to do a lot of data massaging to basically bring the data into the right quality so that it can be utilized. Again, quoting that same report of Gartner, there are about $13 million which are spent every year on just improving the quality of the data which comes for usage of building an AI and ML model. Next one would be very very practical, and I'm sure a lot of people within the industry also face that same challenge, is the availability of the right skill set. You need to understand what is the right skill set. A right skill set is a person who is a mediator between understanding what is the business requirement, what is the data lake available with him, and what is the expected outcome. So he has to think four dimensional. So I've spoken about three dimensions. The fourth one is when he's building the model, he has to basically tie up all the three and then give the outcome. So that becomes your another challenge. The next one is, something which has been a very strong concern of late. We've been seeing a lot of challenges around the fintech models, which the regulator has been also being vocal about. That is mostly related to the model governance. How do you establish, validation of model, monitoring of model, approval of model, changes which are made, who's the maker, who's the checker, who is approving it, who is ensuring that the models are relevant at each point in time when they are being used, and any changes which are done in the model, are they again following the same governance principles or not? So I think with these are your primarily some of the challenges that we while we do all these model building. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think we have heard about what are the drivers, what are the advantages of using risk management models, what are the challenges of making it operational. We have with us on the stage Mr. Rishabh Roy, who represents Ring. And I will ask him that in the context of fintechs, how important is risk management, and what are the ways to implement risk management models from a fintech perspective?
Sure. Thank you for having me here. On your first question on, I would say, fintech is a subset of startups. Startups start with a mandate of growth, which is to relook just everything, the operational, the customer expectations, and they kind of operate at the edge of, edge of the rules. Not true with fintech. This is what we are also seeing at play, what is happening in the market, with one of the largest payment players. So yes, growth obviously is a big mandate because we are venture backed. But it's apparently very clear that risk and governance to risk kind of now supersedes growth itself, and that is what we see in terms of how we allocate capital, and manpower. But our approach to risk management also, as fintechs, very soon you will realize that you have to work, with legacy players, with banks, with insurance companies, and just a partnership exercise in itself is an audit. So you can't be, lax of, risk management and overall risk governance. So you need to step up your game as quickly as possible. Now, coming on to questions of how we approach risk management, we are a digital lender. We process more than 1 million loans a month. Now, that creates a lot of complexity. So we use a bit of hybrid approach, which includes a bit of traditional as well as predictive. So, a lot of rule-based approach, and quantitative data based on historical data, industry trends, as well as a lot of predictive based approach, which is based on a lot of data, which is more holistic and which is more predictive in nature. So we use data at length, try to create future data sets, and then try to assess what could the risks play out. So yeah, risk is pretty much important. We use a bit of both machine learning as well as traditional rule-based approaches. Our top risks for a company like us, is credit risk, is fraud risk. It would be cybersecurity, and now legal and compliance risk. And all of those, loosely touch on each of them. Credit risk, again, your standard approach of credit scores, collateral, and capital adequacy. Apart from that, again, dynamic scoring models, can be implied. A lot of behavioral analysis, a lot of early warning signals, just to cater to that credit risk. On cybersecurity, again, we look at anomalies, in transactions, volume of transactions, nature of transactions, and there are auto rules set up in terms of mitigation of these, which is blocking some IP addresses here and there. And lastly, what we're working now on is how do we address legal and compliance risk. It's sort of work in progress, but we're trying to automate. Can be there were legal compliance automation of sorts, which means now legal documents in itself, legal and compliance is a very gray and subjective document, open to interpretation, and we work with lots of lawyers and all, but it's always a gray area, and fintech likes to play in the gray areas where sort of the traditional players are not playing. So it's open to interpretation. So we're trying to see how can large language models help us here in terms of interpreting compliance, picking out scenarios which is hard to hard for a human brain to sort of because they sort of live but sort of hidden, and also putting in our set of SOPs, our set of rules to figure out potential areas where risk could be an issue in the future.
Fantastic. So any questions, feedback, or any experiences on risk management audience wants to share? Like anyone wants to talk about it before we move ahead? आदित्य जी, आप कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? प्रिया, ये माइक प्लीज.
Especially because we are also a fintech driven bank basically.
Sir, you're not audible. If you can just like switch it on.
Yeah,
please mention your name and
Yeah.
designation organization.
So I am Aditya Mishra. I am the Chief Data Officer for SBM Bank. So one important point I think which Rishabh also touched about is basically in the fintech driven approach, because when same thing we also face, because our banking model is also a neo banking model, right? And I think probably with the first bank, of course, when we got the license from the regulator, like on a wholly owned subsidiary basis. So so basically, what are the key data points to regulate the fintechs? Because fintechs are the one through which basically we are expanding our product and services. So therefore, the risk management in the new age digital banking is something which is we are very aggressively working on, because this is like not the obvious risk models are, because your the way you are doing the business, that itself is evolving. So in that evolving business model, how your risk management practices are kind of fit for purpose and taking the business journey ahead. That is something which we are very aggressively working. Yeah, just a point.
Sure. Any other? Yeah. Please mention your name and organization and yeah.
So my name is Manas. I am from Nippon India Mutual Fund and I take care of digital business. And I come from industry जहाँ पे हम कहते हैं risk है तो इश्क है, right? Mutual fund investments are subject to market risk. In fact, our disclaimer also mentions risk. So risk is not always, I mean, it's not considered good or bad. There can be a good risk, there can be a bad risk, right? Now the point is that once we are classifying risk, how do we identify what is a good risk and what is not?
Excellent. So anyone wants to respond on these two? Yeah.
Sure. So of course, risk hai to hi opportunity hai. Otherwise, all sort of business exists because there is some element of risk. The approach is essentially to sort of, can we quantify risk and reward, where if there are cases, obvious cases where reward supersedes risk with the order of magnitude, that becomes a no-brainer for us to just go ahead with it. And where there is a neck-to-neck competition, you got to take a gut-based call. But I think truly not looking at risk in silo, but also figuring out what are the rewards here and trying to quantify that, and then taking a judgment call.
So I'll tell you something, because what you've asked is a basic question, and I appreciate that with two CROs sitting over here, you're asking that question of how to identify risk. Okay, one basic fundamental, or the framework of risk management has 5 elements. One is identification, measurement, management, and monitoring and reporting. I often say that if you have identified risk properly, you have solved out of these 5 elements 60 to 65% of the problem. Because let's take a personal example. If somebody has fever on day one, he does not go and visit the doctor most oftenly. He'll do some kind of home remedy, and try to do that. It persists for next day. He has a doubt, but he'll still not go. The third day is when the alarm rings, and the person wants to go to the doctor. And what does the doctor do? He also, in the first case, wants to ask you the symptoms, because he's also trying to identify what is the thing, right, which you are suffering from. And then the treatment has to be given accordingly. Because if the identification is not proper, it's going to lay the entire foundation down. Now, your question was, how do you identify? Identifying, is from a fact, first and the foremost thing, is from a fact that you have to understand that risk, you want it or you don't want it, is along with you. Okay, you can treat us like a policeman or you can treat us like a critical friend, but you cannot escape us. Second thing is, when you're trying to build a business, or when you're trying to build a product or a process, you should have always a risk guy alongside with you, and who should be given a freedom. So I'm basically pointing towards a risk-based decisioning culture. Okay, who should be given a freedom to express that this may not be the right direction. Often we see that 10 people are against, is for the product, and this alone guy will be there. Now he should be able to express his view, and the other 9 people or 10 people should learn what is his thought process, so that when they are designing it, those thought processes should be embedded in them. Third is a very commonsensical thing, which a lot of times we as professionals we do not read, is your customer's voice. Whether it is query or complaints, it is generating because there is some process which has failed. You believe it or you don't believe it. Okay, so those are some of the indications. Audit is happening. Now, why did RBI came with a risk-based internal audit? Because internal audit is pointing out certain gaps, which means there is a risk failure which is happening. So somebody has to do risk management. We didn't listen, so RBI has to come in and bring this risk-based internal audit approach. So we are all along, take us along, and identification as a process should be owned always by the business guys. You start owning your problem, so जो आप थोड़ी देर पहले बोले कि रिस्क है तो इश्क है, वो असली का इश्क हो जाएगा.
Kunal, I could actually correlate when you said करके कि we are alone in the room, who defends, and सब लोग अपनी तरफ देखते हैं, like you are the villain out here. So, so coming to your point, I think risk is more of a relative concept. What may be risky for me may not be risky for you. Like we say ना, एक बूढ़े को बोलोगे equity में डालो तो नहीं डालेगा, और debt में डालेगा. But that's not for a young chap who's 25 years, right? So risk is a subjective concept. From the organization standpoint, I think risk has more to do with the appetite of the organization. The smaller the organization and a depth of the capital, I think more they will be averse to take new risk. If I would say in terms of a general insurance business, crop insurance is something like, it can just blow you off or it can get you good profitability. So small insurers are shy out of it. Whereas the big insurers who find an opportunity into this risk may actually go into this. But yes, they are willing to face that risk. Once in 4 years, something may happen and they may blow off their profits. So it's relative. Yeah.
So I wish to hear more voices from the audience regarding risk. From my right table, anyone wants to talk about this risk? Any one word, one line? आपके लिए पूछ रहा हूँ. Yeah.
So with the changing technologies and demographics, how do you have a framework to identify emerging risks? You mentioned like low language models and all. So is it actually helping you to discover new risks in the system, which might be there, but it's only uncovered because of the change in the trends right now?
Sure. I mean, you can discover those risks. I mean, you got to prove it, if it is sort of material enough. So, we do at least, example I can give from our case is we use a lot of machine learning techniques to identify identity sort of frauds, identity risk, location risk, or device risk. And we have a, long list of 300, 400 parameters, you know, uh, you know, uh, a machine learning model will actually show you more, but you have to eventually assign weights to it. How much does it eventually matter? So you need to test it out in the market. So only after test and repeat and learn, you will be able to actually say out of these 300, probably 15 is where the weights are higher. And that is how, we are uncovering risk with newer technologies.
Sure. Any other views on a risk? आपकी ओर से sir. Yep.
So I have one question. So basically, especially in the digital lending area, so how do you guys see, like, from a overall risk management aspect, like how exactly what are the top key or four risk parameters to be considered in the digital lending?
Top four?
I said top four risk
parameters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did touch upon that.
Yeah.
Credit risk is obviously one because you're in the lending game, but very specific to, let's say, digital lending, I would definitely call out, identity risk, risk related to an individual, where identity, location, fraud are key risks. If you're running a digital business where you're doing millions of loans, then cybersecurity also becomes, one of the top risks that you need to deal with. And with the new the new environment, the legal and compliance is another set of risks that you have to deal with.
Just to add to that, identity risk again, is being taken differently by different organizations. Okay. Again, like what sir said, appetite is different. For us, when we do, or when we seek for digital lending, we don't believe anything like digital lending exists for us. We still believe that we are in that era because of the large sector of our population in the country being in semi-urban and rural sector, that digital lending is the word. Okay, so I may do identity verification through a digital lending route, but my credit assessment will still be through a digital lending, where somebody will physically would want to meet the customer, understand this thing. Because what it also does, it is also doing one more level of risk management, which is explaining the product rightly to the customer. Because you're publishing something in vernacular. Yes, you've done a tick in the box that the document has reached him, but has he finally understood? Because if he has not understood, you will either have a non-starter, or you will have a quick mortality, or you will have a situation where there is a customer who's having grudges against the the brand. So instead of getting one customer, you are actually losing more customers if you're not touching with them. So in our company, we kind of express this kind of a model still, where we will do a mix of digital and physical both, which we call the new age word in our kind of business is called digital lending.
One more, just to sort of build on that point. Phygital is our approach to Phygital is just a customer touch point. Some customers want that physical experience, but back-end technologies, front-end technologies are all sort of digital in terms of servicing. That gets us sort of the scale.
Excellent point. You want to speak about your experience in risk management?
Right. So, as the AUM grows in retail lending, one of the issues that you will always witness is how often do you look at your portfolio cuts and where do you draw the line, right? Because there is a lot of third-party data available. So credit risk modeling is no more straightforward. It revolves around ability to pay versus intention to pay, right? So it is evolving as we speak, right? And the credit losses that you end up taking on some new to credit customers are generally very high, right? Because people who are new fold, who are actually coming into the fold of credit, you would want to include them, but you also end up, the propensity of somebody not paying is very high, because if you go below bureau score of 625, then you have a problem. So how often do you look at it, and how do you think? Because we battle with that, and we've got proprietary model which works well for us. But do you really think the industry is making investments in automating portfolio cuts, trying to give you analysis, give you conclusions for you to make better credit decisions?
I can't really comment on if there are industrial products around this. We do it sort of in-house, but yeah, of course, active portfolio monitoring. The approach we like to take it once we have found a.
Yeah, sorry. So there are no products. I met 2 startups who are working on this problem very recently, but there are no plug-and-play systems to answer that. Yeah.
So your question on so for sure, active monitoring of portfolio is there. The approach we like to take is, if we have sort of found a cash cow, stay at it, but always get this. This is a sort of a DNA to do a lot of A/B test, right? That okay, carve out some set of customers. When you said NTC has not really played out well for sure, and we are still figuring out. It's a small part of our portfolio. Even if it has not played out well, we still go ahead and play with some, with a different approach. So the approach that we take here, what we're also saying is sort of building your own sort of credit modeling inside credit score, dynamic credit score, especially for low ticket size NTC. Our view is your traditional, scores do not work, right? And not does banking data as much. And so we heavily index on digital footprint of the customer. So I think a combination of credit scores, banking data, plus digital footprint, you have to play with the weights on where the customer is actually in their lending journey, and and again, try it out with sort of, again, A/B test, a small portfolio allocated, how it performs, and then we can sort of expand over it. But yeah, to be honest, yeah, NTC is still sort of yet to be solved for.
I think that's where...
I hope this question was not for me.
Look, Kunal, you feel free to answer it.
No, because my answer is absolutely contra.
Yeah,
and we are from.
Kunal and us work together, so I won't stop Kunal from answering that.
No, because
Go ahead.
From what Rishabh mentioned, in our kind of business, we play actually with 70% of our customer base is NTC. So मैं अभी वापस सर की लाइन पे जाऊंगा. हमें तो वो रिस्क है, तो इसके वाला we do that and we play with that.
It's secured.
It is secured, yeah. So there has to be some way in which you have to do that.
It works out in some products, it does not, because it's unsecured. Correct. So NTC becomes super risky, but because if it's collateralized, well secured.
Correct. But the point that Ajit was trying to say is very clear. That I remember 23 years back when I started my career, the first assignment given to me was that there are some loans which have gone bad. Go and visit the customer and understand what has gone wrong. 23 years later, I'm sitting on a podium and Ajit is still asking, my first boss, how do you do the cuts? So it is going to be there. It is always going to be there that, the intent and the capability assessment, till the time you balance this equation right, we will be sitting over here. We will be invited by Elets or any other media company as a chief risk officer. The moment we are not able to balance this, our capacity will be different. And the business guys will keep on asking this. And, like Ajit said, and he's, I'm thankful that he's also given us a clue that he does not do anything below 625, which means I have an opportunity. So, that itself will, interaction is also, the most, I would say, important part of the setting up this equation, because they are facing the customer. A couple of hours back, I was, having a conference call with the Kerala team over here. The gentleman over here said that, I am facing a customer and these are ABCD my problems. Okay. I patched him to the operations head. The conversation ended up by saying that, oh, this information has to be read in this manner. So the cuts are already been made, in various means and forms in all companies. Everybody is there, or everybody has those kind of wherewithal teams, data analytics team, risk analytics team, all those are there. But whether that information is actually reaching the ground as well, that is where I believe, personally, I have seen in these 2 decades of experience, that's where the problem lies. We know the cut because we are sitting in that air-conditioned office in our corporate offices. The ground reality is that that person should also know that let's say an X age person or staying in an X place has a tendency to go bad as far as the data of that particular area is showing, right? So that is where the equation will get solved. Till the time that is not reaching, this thing will always continue.
Thanks, Kunal. That was as expected. I think that's the only way to do it, right? Thank you.
Kishore, your perspective on the various huge expressed.
No, credit risk doesn't apply much to the general insurance. I think you have covered somewhere the risk element around the same way. You said you do not lend below 625. So that's the your appetite below which you wouldn't go. And at the same time, I think under insurance we also have certain the claims would be beyond your appetite or something. So that's a part of your pricing strategy. So your lending would definitely factor your cost of NPAs. So I think that's the whole crux beyond this, and I think even competitive benchmarking would play a key role in your pricing element, right? So I think that's my 2 cents here on this.
Perfect. Yeah.
Just to build on that point, apparently it's also hard to solve through pricing, because if you just increase the pricing, there's an adverse selection of high risky customers. So in your portfolio, you end up inviting a lot of high risky customers, which you thought would. So the balance sort of moves away. Yeah. So
There is only so much of risk pricing you can do. That's it.
yeah, that's what I'm
And then you hit a
correct.
ceiling, right? And after that, the downside is unlimited, right?
After that, you can insure.
Great. So any other comments or questions? Yeah. Please introduce yourself and then you can ask.
Hi, my name is Saurabh. I'm the head of marketing at PNB MetLife Life Insurance. I just wanted your 2 cents on how any success stories or steps that you've seen in ensuring business becomes your partner in not only identifying and mitigating this. Because from life insurance perspective, our frontline salesperson, somebody who's an agent who works on commission, or somebody who's our frontline guy working on our roles at say 2.5 lakhs a year with a turnover rate of more than 40%. Any success that will help us a lot, because we can take that back and build on that.
Difficult question, but I think we all understand probably you would understand the dynamics of insurance and the distribution challenges around the same. I think that's why we've picked that topic. So from the risk side, we lie into the second line of defense, and that is why we always get sandwiched between this approach. So the best success story which I can see is more of a collaboration piece. So probably you may identify a problem, but our role may not end at identifying the problem, but we have to extend and partner along with the business and try to give recommendations. Recommendation in the sense we wouldn't document such things because don't want to get bind by those commitments, but as an advisory or an internal consultant, if we put them into the same shoes where we are, they would understand our problem, and at the same time we too may understand. So even though I am from the risk management, I am a chief risk officer, but I also try to understand what are the business dynamics. You put yourself into the shoes of the sales guy or probably the operating officer and understand how would you deal with that challenges. I think that's the only way where we have to come half the way.
I'll just share possibly one example. I also happened to work with a life insurance company for almost about 4 years. I joined that particular organization, and there was this similar conversation that we were having. So what we decided to do is to create something called as a balance scorecard. You are asking about success story. I'm giving you point blank. What we did. Balance scorecard. What the purpose of that scorecard? It was our own version. Okay, so you may want to think about it. we all have KPIs. Everybody loves to have KPIs, reviewed by everybody in the organization, whether it is management meeting or, in some important board meetings or something like that. So what we did additionally on a KPI to make it as a balanced scorecard, aligned each KPI with the corresponding KRIs, which is key risk indicators. So key performance indicators got aligned with key risk indicators. Okay. One such example is, the what is the biggest risk in life insurance? Persistency, right? We are all eager about getting that persistency risk, right? So we said if persistency risk is the key risk indicator over there, break it into various channels of the business, whether it is banker, whether it is agency, or any other model, in-house model, and all that stuff. Further break it out into locations. Further break it down into branches, and further break it down to that last mile. Okay, top 5 non-performers from each of these areas will be reviewed by the next line. Okay, and will produce the report to the management who's sitting over there. So when they review, they have basically for the three business verticals and insight about what are the top 5, why are the top or the bottom 5 people not able to perform or get that persistency level. You got product level issues. Product was difficult and therefore mis-sell was happening. So you were able to hit 2 birds with 1 stone: mis-sell complaints as well as persistency. B, you knew that there was something wrong with your pricing, so actuarial has to go back and do some work around it. Or C was maybe a need of a training or any other thing which is there. So the idea was that align key KPIs with KRIs, and then dwell it down to the bottom level, and then pass it on back to the business teams so that they can come back and in a forum where decision making core team was sitting, the core team was taking the decision and recommending it to the management team to basically approve those decisions. And we saw the churning happening. One moment of churning or one cycle of churning led to a CEO award program getting initiated, because we saw this was moving, and we rolled it out. It was developed in a 5 months period, and I have left that organization now 5 years back. It is still going on. So which means it might have worked for them.
Any other comments? Anyone? It seems, yeah. Last one, I suppose. Yeah. Please introduce yourself and stand up and ask. Yeah.
So I don't want to ask a question, but generally myself, Hardik from Aadhar Housing Finance, and people were talking about understanding micro segments of risk, right, in a portfolio. So recently we tried out one thing. Our technical aspect is like we merged the market basket analysis, which is commonly used in the retail space to understand what products are sell together, and we use the same approach to build and understand segments of micro segments of our own portfolio where the risk is increasing, and we have seen the phenomenal results. So that's a suggestion that people who wants to understand the micro segments in their portfolio can try it out, use these algorithms on your portfolio, and see the results if that works for you.
What is the name of the model you said?
Market basket analysis.
Okay, thanks for the learning of the day. Something new.
Interesting. Yeah. So, you want to speak, it seems? No. Okay. So we can conclude this session here. I think we are like already on, have like covered the time of the session, and it has been an interactive session. And unless like anyone wants to like,
I just have one point. Typically we come prepared with certain set questions. I think getting Mr. Dr. Ravi over here as a moderator has just changed the game, and it was just open and candid discussion. Thank you. It was really interesting. So
Thank you very much.
I was trying to have out of the syllabus questions here.
No, it was very insightful. At the same time, I think we've learned some things. So it was even interesting for the panel to understand so many concerns and cross functions and cross industry, it helps a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you very much. And now let's proceed for the token of gratitude. I would request Mr. Rishabh Roy, VP Product and Strategy, Ring, kindly help us to felicitate Mr. Kishore Khan Chandani, Chief Risk Officer, Magma HDI General Insurance. Now I will request Mr. Kunal Khatpal, Chief Risk Officer, Hinduja Leyland Finance. Kindly come ahead and let's felicitate. Thank you very much. Now I will request Dr. Ravi Gupta, kindly felicitate Rishabh Roy, Mr. Rishabh Roy, VP Product and Strategy, Ring. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a group photograph together with a moderator and our panelist. Let's proceed for the group photograph. All right, on this note, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you in next 45 minutes as we are ready for the stand-up comedian night. I request everybody kindly be on time. In next 45 minutes, we're going to see you in the same hall. I hope we will be on time. All the ladies and gentlemen, thank you. In next 45 minutes, kindly be here. We will have the most awaited segment of this day, that's the stand-up comedian night. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Manoj Kumar Dronadala. I am one of the founding team members of Moneyview. I head product and partnership for personal loans at Moneyview. Our association with SquadStack began in August 2022, and within a very short span, we realized how much it has changed and strengthened our internal processes. By then, we already had our internal process, but SquadStack brought us better structure and some great customer insights. We saw, I think, overall connectivity of 89% in the last quarter. And the conversion metrics for some specific lead categories have grown really well. With this partnership, we now have access to a lot of actionable data and insights as well. And of course, there is a lot of transparency they bring in to the table. To see any result in any new process with a new partner can take time. But what makes SquadStack stand out from the rest is their dedication to being process driven and the structure that they bring to the table. Doing anything in-house requires much time to scale up and execute campaigns faster. Outsourcing gives us a lot of flexibility. Their network of telecallers actively incorporates every feedback backed up by their quality monitoring processes, which drives better quality, performance, and results.
Hi, I'm Sunny Kumar, and I'm the onboarding and telesales manager at SmartCoin. We started working with SquadStack in March 2022 and have seen drastic improvement in our process. Compared to other solutions in the market, I would say the best part about SquadStack is the cost optimization and how we can quickly scale up campaigns as per our business needs. When we started working with SquadStack, we expected a conversion rate around of 30% for a particular campaign, and they have consistently delivered a conversion rate of more than 30%. The quality reports also provides us with end-to-end tracking of the telecallers. I would like to conclude that SquadStack's data-driven and process-driven approach helps maintain consistency in results and deliver better quality. The team eagerly works on feedback and continues to overachieve its goals. There are multiple contact points, making it easy for us to approach anybody on their team. Every time we have raised requests to SquadStack, they have gone above and beyond to fulfill our requirements. I would say, as an outsourcing partner, SquadStack is the right fit for SmartCoin in the way they work and positively impact our business.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया
Hi, my name is Manoj Kumar Dronadala. I am one of the founding team members of Moneyview. I head product and partnership for personal loans at Moneyview. Our association with SquadStack began in August 2022, and within a very short span, we realized how much it has changed and strengthened our internal processes. By then, we already had our internal process, but SquadStack brought us better structure and some great customer insights. We saw, I think, overall connectivity of 89% in the last quarter. And the conversion metrics for some specific lead categories have grown really well. With this partnership, we now have access to a lot of actionable data and insights as well. And of course, there is a lot of transparency they bring in to the table. To see any result in any new process with a new partner can take time. But what makes SquadStack stand out from the rest is their dedication to being process driven and the structure that they bring to the table. Doing anything in-house requires much time to scale up and execute campaigns faster. Outsourcing gives us a lot of flexibility. Their network of telecallers actively incorporates every feedback backed up by their quality monitoring processes, which drives better quality, performance, and results.
Hi, I'm Sunny Kumar, and I'm the onboarding and telesales manager at SmartCoin.